हेलो एवरीवन, गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का इस सेशन। फिलहाल के लिए देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल नेचुरल गैस दोनों ही ऑलमोस्ट फ्लैट ही ओपन हुआ है। थोड़ा सा गैप अप है नेचुरल गैस में, कुछ खास नहीं। एक न्यूज आई थी क्रूड ऑयल में दैट यूएस ने सैंक्शन रिलीफ दिया है रसिया को कि वो क्रूड ऑयल अप्रैल तक सेल कर सकता है इंडिया को। सो दैट इज़ अ वेरी गुड न्यूज़ एक्चुअली। उसके अलावा और कोई न्यूज़, मेजर न्यूज़ तो अभी है नहीं जिसका कुछ डायरेक्टली इम्पैक्ट पड़े मार्केट पे। तो देखते हैं क्या होता है अभी। आज 1:30 लंदन सेशन ओपन, एंड देन 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन। 7 बजे इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है यूएस का, रिटेल सेल्स, को रिटेल सेल्स, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट का डेटा आएगा। और फिर 8 बजे यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा। विल सी कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है उसके बाद। तो इंडियन मार्केट भी ओपन होने वाला है जस्ट इन फ्यू सेकेंड्स, फ्यू मिनट्स। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। ठीक है, एक बार रिफ्रेश कर देते हैं लेवल फिर से क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस में। ठीक है, फर्स्ट हाफ में थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम आना मुश्किल लग रहा है मुझे तो। ये थोड़ा सा गैप डाउन लग रहा है, निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी दोनों ही जगह पे। क्रूड ऑयल देखोगे ओवरऑल कंप्लीटली बुलिश ही बना हुआ है पिछले वॉर के बाद से। जितने भी पुल बैक आ रहे हैं, ऑल पुल बैक जस्ट एक्ट लाइक एज अ सपोर्ट, बट now it is almost hitting its major resistance in a higher time frame. Okay, nifty बैंक गैप डाउन, फ्यूचर बैंक निफ्टी गैप डाउन, फ्यूचर बैंक निफ्टी 265 पॉइंट गैप डाउन ओपन हुआ है। कल सपोर्ट पे था, मैंने बताया था आप लोगों को, मार्केट टुक द ग्रेट सपोर्ट फ्रॉम देयर। वापस रिकवरी आ गई। थोड़ा सा लग रहा था और ऊपर जाएगा, गया नहीं है एग्जैक्टली 60,000। कोई नहीं। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल में देख लेते हैं पहले एक बार। लुक एट द क्रूड ऑयल राइट नाउ। इफ यू लुक एट द क्रूड ऑयल, ठीक है, रेजिस्टेंस यही है कल वाला, ये स्टिल अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है। हायर टाइम फ्रेम का रेजिस्टेंस जोन है स्टिल इंटैक्ट। हायर टाइम फ्रेम का रेजिस्टेंस ध्यान रखना। इंट्राडे का 15 मिनट का चार्ट यहाँ पर दिख नहीं रहा है, तो थोड़ा सा हायर टाइम फ्रेम का ही लगाया हुआ है। 7500 आप कह सकते हो, राउंड नंबर इज मेजर रेजिस्टेंस। इसके ऊपर अगर 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे ब्रेकआउट होता है तब थोड़ी सी पॉसिबिलिटी बनती है वापस हम 8000 की ओर चले जाएंगे, 8000 की ओर। टिल देन इट इज़ अ रेजिस्टेंस, सो एक्सपेक्ट सम सेल ऑफ। बाकी लोअर एंड पे अगर देखें तो एक पुल बैक वैसे बनता तो है मार्केट में, वैसे वो करके आया है पुल बैक, बट स्टिल वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग सम पुल बैक। ठीक है, मार्केट ऑलरेडी इट इज़ बुलिश, बट एक्सपेक्ट कि सम थोड़ा पुल बैक करे मार्केट, देन लोअर एंड से वापस बाई करे। मेजर सपोर्ट लोअर एंड पे बने हुए हैं अभी भी। पॉइंट मार्केट जा चुका है आफ्टर 1500 पॉइंट आफ्टर द रशिया ईरान एंड यूएस कॉन्फ्लिक्ट। कल यहाँ पर एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट था, वहां से मार्केट ने कंप्लीट रिवर्सल दे दिया ऑलमोस्ट। आपके लोअर एंड पे देखोगे तो ये 6500 और नीचे आपका 5700 टू 500 मेजर सपोर्ट है क्रूड ऑयल में। स्पेशली 5500 के नीचे जाता हुआ तो बिल्कुल नहीं लग रहा। इस मंथ ऑलरेडी मार्केट 20% अपसाइड जा चुका है क्रूड ऑयल। 50%, सॉरी 20%। ओके, निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी दोनों ही रिकवर किए हैं। बैंक निफ्टी थोड़ा सा कम, फ्यूचर स्टिल सेलिंग प्रेशर दिख रहा है। निफ्टी रिकवर किया ऑलमोस्ट ओपनिंग प्राइस से, गैप फिल करने से लगता है जा सकता है। निफ्टी में एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा सा वापस अपसाइड आता है अराउंड।
In Beirut's southern suburbs and elsewhere in the country, the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Iran has launched a barrage of missiles into Israel, including Tel Aviv, West Jerusalem, and the occupied West Bank. Explosions have caused significant damage to buildings in Tel Aviv, with debris scattered across the streets and emergency crews responding to multiple incidents. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump says he aims to take unprecedented action against Iran. He insists Washington will help decide who leads the country next, vowing that whoever leads Iran will not threaten the U.S. or its neighbor. And one hotel and two residential buildings have come under Iranian attack in Bahrain's capital, Manama. Earlier, a refinery was seen engulfed in smoke after an apparent Iranian strike. In Kuwait, an explosion has been reported from an air base in the south of the country. All right, we are live from Doha, Beirut, and Tehran. But first, let's go to Tauhid Asadi. He is standing by in the Iranian capital, Tehran. So, Tauhid, I understand there have been strikes in Tehran where you are. What do you know?
There is still these air strikes going on, starting from the early hours of the morning, and we heard massive sounds of explosion from southeastern parts of the country, of the capital, excuse me, at the beginning. But right now, I was watching the state TV showing the live footage of an airstrike taking place in downtown in Pastor neighborhood, which is housed to the Supreme Leader's house, Supreme Leader's office, and of course the Iranian President's office. And this is the exact place when in the first day of the initiation of these strikes, we saw heavy bombardments. And right now, 1 week after the initiation of these campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis, we see the continuation of these bombardments, which is targeting not just the military headquarters or political centers over the past few hours, but also the ordinary citizens that are being impacted. The reports, footages, and of course my own personal witnessing quite clear indicates that actually this is not just these places belonging to military or political establishment, but civilians are being targeted as well. According to the latest report, which is from Red Crescent, we know that at least 1,300 people were killed, but unfortunately we can rest assured, seeing the very ongoing nature of these strikes, that these numbers alongside the growing concerns about more and more injuries could grow up. Of course, this is not just limited to the Iranian capital. In Shiraz, Isfahan, Kermanshah, and other cities, we are receiving reports about the continuation of these strikes, as we also hear at the time being the sounds related to actually the fighter jets overhead. This is continuation of the Israeli and American strikes, while on the other hand, Tehran says it's going to continue to strike back. Yesterday, we've got the statement from the IRGC saying that the 21st wave of their strikes was conducted, targeting the heart of Tel Aviv with hypersonic missiles. Also, we've got the spokesperson of IRGC again saying that we are ready for a long time war to punish the aggressor with new initiative, with new weaponaries. And all in all, I can say that right now we don't see any sign of de-escalation, seeing the realities on the ground.
Okay, so no signs of de-escalation, and as you say, civilian sites also being targeted by this bombing campaign. My understanding is that a lot of people have already left Tawhid, left the city of Tehran. For those who remain in the city, where are they taking shelter? And please correct me if I'm wrong, but the internet is still blacked out in Iran. So if that's the case, how is the government warning people of new incoming strikes, or are they? Okay, looks like we lost Tawhid Asadi there. When we get the connection back, we will try to go back to Tawhid. But we are also, of course, monitoring the situation in Lebanon, where Hezbollah has warned Israeli residents to evacuate towns within 5 kilometers of the border. So we have a message that has been posted on the Telegram channel of Hezbollah. It says, your military's aggression against Lebanese sovereignty and safe citizens, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, and the expulsion campaign it is carrying out will not go unchallenged. We also have these live pictures out of Beirut, where you can see there are multiple fires that are burning there as a result of these Israeli strikes. We have been able to see them more clearly as the dawn has broken in the city. There are also, of course, Israeli troops in the southern part of Lebanon. For more on all of this, let's go to Heidi Pett, who is standing by for us in Beirut. So, Heidi, what more do we know about these strikes, and what more do we know about this issue, this warning that Hezbollah is issuing to Israelis along the border?
So there's been a number of very large airstrikes across the country overnight. There were 11 on the southern suburbs of Beirut that I counted while we were looking over them throughout the evening, and some of them were extraordinarily large and loud airstrikes. There were also airstrikes in the Bekaa Valley, which is in the east of Lebanon towards the Syrian border. And of course, we again saw continued strikes across the south of the country. Now, many of these areas have been the subject of forced evacuation orders by the Israeli military. So yesterday afternoon, about 3 p.m., they ordered one for the entirety of Dahia, which is the collective name for Beirut's southern suburbs. Hundreds of thousands of people live there, and so they fled in a panic. There was gridlock across Beirut, complete bedlam as people, fleeing with anything and everything that they could get their hands on in time. And we've also seen these massive evacuation orders over the last couple of days for everybody who lives south of the Litani River, which is a very large part of Lebanon, down towards the Israeli border. And so what we have seen in the last couple of hours actually is this warning issued by Hezbollah in Hebrew on one of its Telegram channels, telling Israeli residents of the northern areas near the Lebanese border that they need to vacate that area to a depth of 5 kilometers. It's unclear whether that signals any imminent military activity, as these Israeli ones normally do, or whether it's a little bit of tit for tat, because the feeling here in Lebanon is that sometimes these forced evacuation orders, which I should stress, airstrikes don't always come with an order, and orders don't always come with an airstrike. But the feeling is that sometimes they are a form of psychological warfare, that the residents of Lebanon have to keep an eye on the X accounts of military spokespeople from the Israeli army to know whether or not they have to leave their homes at 3 o'clock in the morning. And so it's possible that this tit-for-tat warning by Hezbollah is a form of, trying to sort of even up the boundaries there, or whether it is an indication that we are going to see a renewal of drone and projectile attacks into northern Israel from Lebanon.
Yeah, and we know from Roy Challen's reporting that the Israelis are telling people along the border in Israel not to evacuate there. I also want to ask you, Heidi, about the comments that we're hearing from the Israeli finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, who said this: very soon Dahye, referring to the southern suburb of Beirut, will resemble Han Yunis, which of course refers to the part of Gaza that has been the victim of this genocide campaign by the Israelis there. Are Lebanese people aware of these comments? I mean, are they taking them seriously? And is there anyone in Lebanon, be it Hezbollah or the state, that can really do much about this?
Yeah, those comments from the Israeli, not foreign minister, the finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, have caused widespread fear and anger here in Lebanon. But in terms of anybody's ability to counter them, the issue here is the sort of fallout from the Lebanese civil war, where you had a number of different armed factions representing different sects and a very, very violent war. And at the end of that war, Hezbollah was the only one of those factions that was allowed to maintain their weapons. And the stated reason for that was to counter Israeli aggression in the south of the country, which is where they have had their traditional support base. Now, at the conclusion of the war between Hezbollah and Israel in November of 2024, part of that ceasefire deal, the Israelis were supposed to withdraw from the territory that they actually still continue to occupy in the south of the country, but Hezbollah was supposed to disarm south of the Litani River, and the deadline for that closed at the end of last year. It obviously didn't happen. They are still active and operating down there, and the Lebanese state has now indicated that it wants to really enforce that. It has declared all of the security and military activities of Hezbollah to be illegal. It has arrested a number of men who are traveling to the south with weapons in the last couple of days, but its ability to rein in Hezbollah is somewhat limited. And the other thing that's limited is, of course, the ability of the Lebanese armed forces to also counter Israel. You've got a very complicated situation in the south where you've got Hezbollah operating. You have the Lebanese army occupying some positions, which they've actually moved around and withdrawn from some in the face of Israeli ground offensives in recent days. And you also have a UN peacekeepers monitoring force called UNIFIL. So there's so many actors down there. But the Lebanese army has even admitted themselves that they have limited capacity to counter Israeli attacks.
Yeah, so Hezbollah, the Lebanese army, UNIFIL, and now also Israeli troops also occupying territory in southern Lebanon. Complicated picture, to say the least. Heidi, thank you. Now, as I mentioned, Roy Chalens is also following developments in Israel. He's in Amman, the Jordanian capital, because Israel has banned Al Jazeera from reporting there. He has this report on the latest Iranian strikes on Tel Aviv, a number of which broke through defense systems there.
Well, look, any air defense system, as competent and as good as it is, and as layered as it is, there is always going to be stuff that gets through. The Israelis know that. And when you have as many rockets being launched at Israeli towns and cities as Iran has been doing over the last 5 days, then yes, there will be some getting through. There was what the IRGC, the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, called Wave 21 of its retaliatory operation. It launched that earlier on this evening, and it said that this was a combined drone and missile attack. It specifically said that included in that attack package there was a cluster munition, and we saw visual evidence of that with people filming cluster, a starburst essentially in the night sky with these lights sort of twinkling down to ground level. There were fires reported in Tel Aviv, widespread damage being reported to buildings, videos of ambulance crews and fire crews putting out fires. The ambulance crews said that there weren't any injuries that they could see. What was this weapon? Well, it's a pretty new addition to the Iranian armory. It's a missile that goes by the translation name of a fortress buster. And it's got a pretty sophisticated warhead that can maneuver as it comes down to Earth. And when it opens up, it will scatter up to 20 submunitions or bomblets, each carrying about 2.5 kilos of explosive material, so quite devastating in a kind of area of about 8 square kilometers. It's a cluster munition, so many countries ban the use of these, but Iran and Israel are not signatories to the anti-cluster munition treaty, and they do still use them.
All right, want to head over to Axel Zaimovich, who is monitoring the situation from here in Doha. So, Axel, as we both know, yesterday was a very active day, very loud day in the skies over Doha. What more do we know about the situation there and the warnings and strikes that we saw overnight as well?
Well, Scott, just 2 hours ago, we received a message, emergency alert, basically saying that the security threat was high, and then people were advised to stay indoors. But very shortly after that, we received another message. Another message came through saying that that security threat had been eliminated. And usually when we get messages like this, that means there are some aerial activities going on. And we got the confirmation from the Qatari Defense Ministry saying that an Iranian drone attack was intercepted targeting Al Udeid, a military base. But that comes prior to the more explosions that we heard in the sky over Doha. We got a confirmation from the ministry. They said that 14 ballistic missiles were fired from Iran towards Qatar, and 13 of them were eliminated, and one fell into the territorial water of Qatar.
So, Axel, there were also new attacks in Bahrain, the UAE, and Kuwait. I believe in Bahrain, there were hotels and residential buildings that were hit. The Iranians, of course, say that they're not targeting civilian infrastructure. They insist that they're only going after military targets. So if you take them at their word there, do we have a sense of what they might have been aiming at?
Yeah, it looks like we've been seeing a pattern across the region in the past 24 or 48 hours. We've seen that attacks have been ramping up. You're right. In Bahrain, we got the latest updates from the Interior Ministry. They say that Iranian projectiles, they targeted a hotel and 2 residential buildings. According to their assessment, it caused material damage, but there are no reports of any casualties at the site. Also, we're getting updates from the Kuwaiti army. They say they are facing a large number of drones and a large number of missiles. There are also videos circulating on social media showing that there was an explosion and a fire breaking out near Al Salam Air Base, which lies to the south of Kuwait City. And following these developments, we heard from the U.S. State Department. They say that they are suspending all operations inside the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City. They say that the security of American personnel working abroad is their priority at the moment. We also seen other attacks in the United Arab Emirates. They intercepted many projectiles coming from Iran, but some of these debris from these interceptions fell on residential areas. But according to officials that we're hearing from, they say they believe that these projectiles were fired from Iran, and this discrepancy and this sort of disconnection, if this is really going from Iran or for somewhere else, that remains to be seen. What's going to happen in the coming days or even hours.
All right, Axel Zaimovich, we appreciate the update. Please keep us posted. Meanwhile, President Trump says he aims to take unprecedented action against Iran and will help decide who leads the country next. That's as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said U.S. forces will ramp up attacks in the coming days. John Hendren now has this from Washington.
From the White House, the U.S. president describes Iranian forces as depleted, demoralized, all but defeated.
Missiles are gone, launches are gone. They're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late.
From the U.S. Central Command in Florida, the defense secretary describes a U.S. military that is ramping up, not down.
We have only just begun to fight. If you think you've seen something, just wait.
Ending with this warning.
The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge dramatically.
Admiral Brad Cooper, head of the U.S. Central Command, said American B-2 bombers had struck within the past few hours and said a ship carrying drones was struck in the hour before the briefing.
U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines.
As the U.S. insists it can continue at the current pace indefinitely, some here fear the next step might be American boots on the ground. But President Trump's suggestion that the war would be wrapped up within weeks suggests the U.S. is content bombing Iranians from the air. The U.S. contention that American warfare will be overwhelming and short confronts an old military saying, no battle plan survives contact with the enemy unscathed. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Mick Mulroy, is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East during Donald Trump's first term. He gave us some insight into U.S. tactics in their conflict with Iran.
So there's no way to do a surprise ground invasion. I mean, if you think about the level of force that it was needed to take Iraq back in 2003, about 150,000. Iran itself is 4 times the size of Iraq geographically and 2 times the size of its population plus. So we would see a massive buildup of ground forces. It would obviously have to go to the Middle East, both the Marines and the Army. There'll be no surprise. I don't see that happening. I see zero political interest in getting bogged down in another war. The only thing I can think of would be special operations and potentially the CIA, which may be there already. I don't know, but certainly that's been reporting when it comes to the Iranian Kurds. But I don't see a large ground invasion politically, and we would all see it if it was going to happen. How these campaigns go, the initial volley is going to be these expensive guided missiles. They're unmanned. So when you're taking out air and missile defense, when you're taking out the enemy's air force, those are the most effective because you don't lose a lot of pilots. Once you've taken out the air and missile defense and the Air Force, then you gain air superiority and eventually air supremacy. And that is what happened here, so that these pilots can fly freely over around, dropping these other types of bombs, which are much less expensive and we have in much higher supply. That's normal for how these campaigns go. Obviously, the United States wants to preserve its high end when it doesn't need it. It doesn't want to use it. But that is normal how these campaigns would go from the sky, from the air.
Well, Donald Trump will meet executives from the country's biggest defense contractors at the White House on Friday. They are expected to discuss the acceleration of weapons production. The Pentagon is trying to replenish supplies after strikes on Iran and several other locations. Lucia Newman reports now from Washington.
At one of the Pentagon's favorite arms factories in Arkansas, an unusual visit from the Secretary of War, where 1,500 workers were given a pep talk.
You are the patriots, ensuring that our warriors are never, ever in a fair fight. The warfighters need you to build, and they need it yesterday.
The White House has fast-tracked a $50 billion arms budget in Congress. And the Pentagon plans to buy 57 Tomahawk long-range guided missiles this year. But that's not enough. The U.S. and its Gulf allies are reportedly running low on interceptor missiles. They also need more medium and short-range missiles to replenish those used so far against Iran and elsewhere. The White House isn't underestimating Iran's offensive capabilities.
They are producing, by some estimates, over 100 of these missiles a month.
Hence the renewed pressure on U.S. arms manufacturers. President Donald Trump is warning them that manufacturers who are deemed to be underperforming could lose their multi-million-dollar contracts, all the while insisting that the United States has plenty of weapons left. But there's another issue, the impact of this conflict on the economy. World War II established conditions for future growth and played a role in ending the Great Depression by increasing government spending and increasing employment. But the Vietnam War didn't do the same. And more recently, the Afghanistan and Iraq conflicts were financed by deep deficit spending that actually hurt the economy. Depending on the duration of the current conflict, it could have a catastrophic impact on oil prices and the global economy. Not to mention the biggest cost of all, the human cost. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives has narrowly rejected a resolution that would have restricted President Trump's war in Iran. The vote came one day after senators defeated a similar measure. Patty Culhane reports now from Capitol Hill.
On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 219. The concurrent resolution is not adopted.
After hours of debate and mostly along party lines, the U.S. House of Representatives declined to order U.S. President Donald Trump to stop these attacks in Iran. Democrats argued he didn't have the authority or a plan.
It is about, and set aside, if you will, for a moment, the Constitution. Should the representatives of the people authorize an action that will kill many of those people and that will consume blood and treasure? Our framers certainly said the answer to that question is yes. Let's not abrogate our constitutional duty or our constitutional power. Vote yes on this resolution.
That plea did not move the majority of Republicans. All but two voted against.
This war powers resolution is ill-timed and ill-advised. Congress must stand with the president and our military to finally close, once and for all, this dark chapter of history and pave the way for lasting peace.
The Constitution makes clear the only other branch of government that could have stopped this is Congress. But they could have another chance because the law says that after 90 days, the president has to get congressional authorization, and pressure could be mounting on Republicans.
So let's assess.
Some of the most prominent Trump supporters in the media are outraged for what they see as the real reason for the attacks.
Why did this happen? Now, in this case, there's a really simple answer. This happened because Israel wanted it to happen. This is Israel's war. This is not the United States' war. This war is not being waged on behalf of American national security objectives to make the United States safer or richer. This war is not actually even about weapons of mass destruction, nukes.
Also criticizing the warnings about imminent attacks from Iran, the administration has claimed.
Does it make any sense to you that Iran was planning preemptive strikes against us and our civilians, knowing full well of the massive military assets we had moved into the region, the aircraft carriers and so on? Obviously, it doesn't.
In his second term, President Trump has launched strikes on 7 separate countries with little consequence for the American people. But this time that could be very different for the U.S. military and the economy. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera on Capitol Hill.
Brian Zinke is a Republican congressman and a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. My colleague Sarah Hayrat spoke with him earlier. Zinke says he believes the war is justified and will be over quickly.
Well, first of all, both efforts to check President Trump's power failed. And secondly, the president has an obligation by Constitution to protect this country. And in his judgment and many others, Iran represented an imminent threat. And they were offered a deal. The deal was you cannot have nuclear weapons. You cannot have aspirations for nuclear weapons, and the material you have, which we know they have, we know how much they have, they'll have to give that up. They chose not to. So the war began, and it will end shortly, I am sure. And this is why. Up to now, the U.S. has provided firepower offshore, other than 3 strikes from a B-52, a B-2, and a B-1. It has been offset. The Iranian forces, as far as their ability to control the air, is over. Their navy no longer exists. And now we will go over the beach with complete air cover. And if they choose to continue to fire weapons, those sites will be destroyed. So in the case of Venezuela, it was a clear and present danger to drug trafficking, narco trafficking from the south. And in the case of Iran, look, Iran also has attacked their neighbors, as you know. And you're in one of those neighbors that has decided to look, we made deals. Iran wasn't going to attack facilities, especially the oil facilities, and they have. So missiles are not only going to Israel, missiles are going everywhere. The last point is this: the centralized command and control has been disabled. And now what you have is a decentralized command and control, which offers 2 things. One, it's more difficult to target, but also you have different commanders acting in their own accord rather than a centralized government. So that's kind of where we are. I think the next 72 hours, I think the Secretary Hegseth said it right, the next 72 hours will intensify in strikes. And the distance between strikes, meaning the distance between an airplane and the target, will be lessened because you're less offset from the sea.
Can Republicans afford to take the risk here of supporting this war with all the repercussions that it could have moving forward, depending on how long this war will be on the domestic front?
Well, if the war is prolonged, which I don't believe it will.
That's not, I mean, Trump says it could take a lot longer, though. I
don't believe it will. I believe at the end of the day, a lot of this is up to the Iranian people. The president has said regime change. We're hoping the Iranian people rise and take over their country. The way I look at it, I've spent a lot of time in the Middle East. I look at the Middle East as an opportunity for a golden era in the Middle East. I mean, can you imagine what the Middle East could do economically, prosperity-wise, if they didn't have a neighbor that was launching missiles at everyone and inflicting pain and misery with Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis? I mean, there's the fundamentals of an era of prosperity. I think that's probably second to none in the world. You have very, very smart people. I've met the leadership. I'm impressed with the leadership in the Middle East. So what I'm hoping is this war ends, a new regime takes place, Iran people who are very, very smart people arise, take over their country, and the next phase will be prosperity in the Middle East.
All right, if you are just joining us, here's a quick recap of the top stories that we're following this hour. The Israeli military says it's begun a broad-scale wave of strikes against Iranian infrastructure in the capital, Tehran. The cities of Isfahan and Kermanshah have also been hit. State media says more than 1,200 people have been killed in strikes across the country since the U.S. and Israel began their assault on Saturday. The Israeli military has also stepped up airstrikes across Lebanon, including the capital, Beirut. These are live pictures from Beirut. The Israelis say that they are targeting Hezbollah positions. Hundreds of thousands of people have been on the move after Israel issued more forced displacement orders for areas in Beirut's southern suburb and elsewhere in the country. Well, in the last few hours, Iran has launched a barrage of missiles into Israel, including Tel Aviv, West Jerusalem, and the occupied West Bank. Explosions have caused significant damage to buildings in Tel Aviv. Meanwhile, Lebanon's Hezbollah warned Israeli residents to evacuate towns within 5 kilometers of the border. Well, thousands of people in Lebanon are fleeing as Israel's offensive intensifies. The majority who are leaving the country, at least, are heading into Syria. Obeida Hitto filed this report from the border crossing southwest of Homs.
As the Israeli bombing campaign on Lebanon intensifies, the humanitarian crisis is growing. Over the last several days, thousands of people have been crossing over from Lebanon into Syria, the vast majority of them Syrian. And we're at one of those border crossings, El Jusia in Homs province. And what you're seeing here is the entrance of the border crossing where hundreds of people are entering every hour today, trying to escape the intensifying bombing campaign in Lebanon. They're entering through the border crossing, which is just in front of you, and then making their way to the administrative offices. There are teams from the United Nations, of various agencies of the UN, as well as other international NGOs, as well as the Syrian government's Ministry for Disasters and Emergency Management. We have been speaking to officials here on the border, and they are telling us they expect the numbers of refugees to increase significantly, especially as the bombing campaign and violence intensify in Lebanon. They also expect that the situation is going to go on for a long time, but they say they're prepared. They have all the resources they need to help people make this a smooth transition back into Syria. Lebanese citizens are also allowed to enter if they meet certain conditions. The Syrian government has also reinforced its military troops in these border areas. There has been an increase in checkpoints as well as security personnel all along the road coming towards this particular border crossing. And it's something the Syrian government Ministry of Defense is saying that is for making sure the situation remains calm and to prevent any kind of incidents from the Lebanese side of the border and even here on the Syrian side of the border. Obaidahito, Al Jazeera, Homs, Syria.
Well, the French President Emmanuel Macron says the government is ready to send armored vehicles to Lebanon. Macron urged Hezbollah to stop attacking Israel and called on both Israel and Iran not to involve Lebanon further in the war. France has also authorized U.S. forces to use one of its bases on the condition they're not used to strike Iran. American troops will have temporary access to a base on French territory. Natasha Butler reports from Paris.
Well, there had been some confusion here in France over whether or not the United States was able to use French military air bases in the Gulf. Well, the French military have clarified the situation. What they are saying is that some US aircraft used only for logistical and support purposes can use some French air bases. But here in France, the French military are also saying that they have guarantees from the US military that those aircraft are not at all involved in any airstrikes on Iran. Well, the French President Emmanuel Macron has condemned the US and Israeli airstrikes on Iran as going against breaking international law and rules. And he says that France will remain in a purely defensive position. He's had phone calls with the US President and with the Israeli Prime Minister and mentioned as such. He has called for a de-escalation of tensions, as has the French Foreign Minister, who has spoken to his Iranian counterpart, also calling for a return to diplomacy. Well, meanwhile, France's defensive operations are stepping up. France is sending its flagship aircraft carrier, the Charles de Gaulle, to the Eastern Mediterranean. It is expected to get there towards the beginning of next week. It is also joining forces with Italy and Greece in order to try and patrol the Red Sea to ensure those shipping routes there are safe. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Paris.
European foreign ministers have held a video meeting with representatives from the Gulf Cooperation Council. The EU has been scrambling to respond after Israel and the United States launched their war on Iran without consulting European powers. The EU's foreign affairs chief says U.S. foreign policy shifts have shaken the bloc's relationship with Washington. Osama bin Javed reports now from Brussels.
Spain has become the latest European country to send its naval assets to the Eastern Mediterranean. It will be sending its most advanced frigate off the coast of Cyprus. Italy has also indicated that it will also be sending its naval forces and air defenses. This comes as there has been a meeting in Brussels with European foreign ministers as well as GCC ministers, and the Gulf Cooperation Council has been assured by the European Union that it will stand by its Gulf allies in this time of need. It has said that it is going to try and continue to find ways of de-escalation as well as push for a diplomatic solution, whatever that may look like, for Iran to not develop a nuclear weapon. But it appears that the European Union is also promising that it could provide other defensive support to its European allies.
When it comes to also the drone interceptors, there is a need in both of these wars. So there is really problem with the production. We need to also do more on the European side and really speed up. When it comes to drones and drone interceptor drones, then Ukraine has really been able to produce a lot and can also share this knowledge with the Gulf countries to boost this production.
So as more words of support come from Europe and various European capitals, it remains to be seen how Europe can find its footing in this conflict, where essentially it is an American-Israeli decision to go to war. Although there is a lot of impact on European countries and European expatriates, they've not been part of the decision-making process, but there's hope that the Gulf Cooperation Council and the Europeans can talk to their respective spheres of influence and try and find an off-ramp. Osama Mujawed, Al Jazeera, Brussels.
Well, the British Prime Minister has announced he's sending additional fighter jets to Qatar. Keir Starmer says their purpose is to defend his country's interests and that of its allies.
When Iran started attacking countries around the Gulf and the wider region, the situation changed. Iran has now fired drones and missiles at 10 countries that did not attack them. These are allies of the UK, where we have hundreds of thousands of British people, as well as British military personnel. Our number one priority is protecting our people.
Well, U.S. President Donald Trump says he would support Kurdish fighters launching an offensive in Iran, saying, quote, if they want to do that. The comment came after a site belonging to an Iranian Kurdish opposition group was targeted in northern Iraq. The Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan advocates self-determination for the Kurdish minority there. A drone struck the group's building in Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region. No injuries have been reported. U.S. media say Washington has been in contact with Kurdish groups in both Iran and Iraq. All right, Yerevan Saeed is a Barzani scholar in residence at American University's School of International Service. He is also the director of the Global Kurdish Initiative for Peace. He says it would be extremely risky for Kurdish groups to take any action in Iran right now.
Not just for the Kurds in Iran, but also for the Iraqi Kurdistan as well, because these Iranian opposition groups have been based on the border with Iran inside Iraqi Kurdistan. So if this is not going to go in the right way, I think it's going to have blowback not just for them, but also for the entire Kurdish population across the Middle East. I highly doubt that the Kurdish insurgents groups are going to do anything unless there will be some sort of a guarantee by the United States and Israel that they would be protected, because it's not something they can just do it by themselves. And if they are going to do anything that lacks or devoid of the American sustained support after what, for example, if there would be some sort of an uprising in the Kurdish dominated areas in Iran would be controlled by these groups, they would not have any chance, for example, if there would be a counterattack by the Iranian government, unless there will be U.S. protection. And this really comes in a very interesting time, because just 6 weeks ago, the Trump administration obviously said that the Kurdish-American partnership somehow has expired because ISIS threat is not there. So I think they will be very careful. They'll really think about this because the stakes are very, very high.
Azerbaijan says 4 people have been injured after drones fell near one of its international airports. It happened in the exclave of Nakhchivan. Iran's foreign ministry has denied targeting Azerbaijan, saying it only strikes military bases belonging to its enemies. Azerbaijan blames Iran and says it reserves the right to retaliate. Sri Lanka has begun to take 208 sailors off an Iranian ship which requested help due to engine trouble. The vessel was headed back to Iran after naval exercises in India. It comes one day after a U.S. submarine torpedoed an Iranian warship off Sri Lanka's coast, killing at least 87 people. Manel Fernandez reports now from the port city of Galle.
And today kicks in a lot of the procedures connected to the survivors, the 32 Iranian Navy personnel that were rescued in the international waters just outside the coast of Galle, southern Sri Lanka. There's also the sort of judicial proceedings with regards to the 87 bodies that were recovered in Navy search and rescue operations. Currently, the additional magistrate of Galle is inside the National Hospital behind me to conduct that magisterial inquiry. This is very much part of procedures. We are still waiting to hear what the next steps are, but that's what's happening. Yesterday, very much the sort of initial reactions we heard from the Navy, as well as saw the bodies of those recovered being brought here. Let's take a look. Ambulances screech through Galle, Sri Lanka's coastal tourist hub, bringing survivors from the Iranian naval frigate Iris Dina to hospital. 32 sailors were rescued by the Sri Lanka Navy and Air Force after a distress call was received from the frigate around 40 kilometers off the coast.
We saved a group who were floating in the water. After investigation and questioning, it became clear they were a crew belonging to an Iranian vessel, and they needed medical attention.
Rescue crews scoured the waters for survivors, but sources said there were no visible signs of the frigate or debris. Early reports of a torpedo or submarine strike could not be confirmed for several hours. Until this.
In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo.
The frigate and two other Iranian ships were returning from the International Fleet Review 2026, a multinational naval gathering attended by 54 countries in Visakhapatnam in India. The United States says this is the first sinking of an enemy ship by torpedo since World War II. Back at the hospital in Galle, the arrival of more than 80 bodies recovered from the water. Nearby facilities were cleared to accommodate the dead. Iran's ambassador to Sri Lanka told Al Jazeera the remains of the sailors will be repatriated. The grim task of dealing with the dead. But for many of those involved in this incident, lots of questions remain to be answered. Manel Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Galle, southern Sri Lanka.
In the United States, stocks tumbled on Thursday amid renewed concerns about the war with Iran. The price of crude oil continues to rise, now topping $80 a barrel. Al Jazeera's Kristen Salumi reports now from the New York Stock Exchange.
U.S. markets had a down day on Thursday as oil prices continue to creep higher. All three of the major stock indexes in the United States closed in negative territory, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average down more than 1.5%, nearly 800 points. This is happening as the conflict in the Middle East continues to drag on. Concerns about the impact that the ongoing fighting is having on oil and gas production in Gulf states, as well as transportation through the Strait of Hormuz. All of this is weighing on investors and causing extreme volatility in the marketplace. Rising tech stocks have been one bright spot that have helped keep the markets from plunging too much, but these rising oil prices are getting hard to ignore. We've seen the West Texas Intermediate crude, that is a benchmark oil stock, rise more than 7% just today alone, and that's affecting gas prices in the United States, and it's affecting airlines and cruise lines that require a lot of fuel to serve their customers, and those stocks also dropped on Thursday. The worry is that the longer this conflict continues, the greater impact it will have on markets and, of course, the economy writ large. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, New York.
Well, the conflict has put shipping at risk in one of the world's key trade routes. 1/5 of global oil supplies pass through the Strait of Hormuz. It's also a vital passage for large quantities of gas. Lloyd's, which is a major insurance company, says only 40 shipping vessels have passed through since March 1st. Around 1,000 vessels are currently in the Gulf and surrounding waters. Around half of them are oil and gas tankers. Seb Kennedy is a global gas and LNG analyst. He says disruption of oil and gas supplies will continue to have a major impact on global prices.
It has the potential to be an unprecedented energy shock to the global economy. Everything really depends on how long shipments through the Strait of Hormuz are disrupted and inhibited. Currently, the market's actually been able to absorb the hit relatively well. We have seen a spike in prices, but if you take Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the impact upon energy markets as your benchmark, then we are still a long way away from the extreme price movements that we saw then in 2022. However, there is huge uncertainty about how long Qatari LNG exports are going to be shut in. And if that proceeds for several months, which is entirely possible, we don't have any certainty, then we could see the impact upon prices exceeding what we saw in 2022. There's not a lot of capacity, spare capacity in the system. There is a big project called Golden Pass, which is coming on stream in the United States later this year. That is actually partly owned by Qatar, Qatar Energy and ExxonMobil. So those volumes will come at a very opportune moment. But there is simply no way for the LNG market to replace a loss of 20% of supply volumes from Qatar overnight. There's just not enough spare capacity in the system. So we are going to see prices rising and rising and rising until they get to a point where it triggers demand destruction and people stop buying LNG because it's simply too expensive. What that means is things like fertilizer plants that use gas as feedstock, they shut down. Energy intensive industries shut down. In Europe, I would expect at some point to see coal replacing natural gas in the merit order of the power stack. So more coal power, less gas power, because coal will become relatively cheaper. And there'll be other measures of demand destruction, like if people have gas boilers, turning them down. Although thankfully we're heading into warmer months in the Northern Hemisphere, so that will ease the burden, if you like.
Well, Russia may benefit from higher energy prices caused by the Middle East conflict. Many countries, including those in Asia, get their energy from the Middle East, but could be forced to turn to Moscow. Dmitry Medvedenko reports now from Moscow.
Russia is one of the largest oil and gas producers in the world. One huge advantage it has now, it's not in the Middle East. With Iran blocking the Strait of Hormuz, disrupting global oil and gas supplies from the region, Moscow, with its vast resources, seems perfectly poised to step in. Except it can't, at least for now, due to large-scale sanctions imposed on it because of the war in Ukraine.
Russian energy exports have been squeezed by the West, leaving Moscow with just a handful of buyers of its oil, notably China, India and Turkey, and it's selling at a massive discount. So the jump in oil prices would be beneficial for Russia, but probably not as much as it will likely benefit other exporters like the US. Still, there could be other gains.
Europe has been phasing out Russian energy imports. It's still buying around 13% of its gas from Moscow, but the plan is to drop that to zero by late next year. Norway's energy minister says the EU has been very clear that they want to liberate themselves from Russian oil and gas, but then the events of the last 3-4 days have also been difficult. With the geopolitical situation we see now, I believe the debate will be revived. Russia's president says it's time to act.
Other markets are opening up, and perhaps it would be more profitable for us to stop supplying the European market right now, to move into those markets that are opening up and establish ourselves there. There is no political motive here. I want that to be clear. But if they are going to close us off in a month or two anyway, then perhaps it is better for us to stop supplies ourselves now.
Kirill Dmitriev, head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund, is blaming Europe for what he called short-sighted decisions. He's the one leading talks on removing sanctions imposed on Russia.
The Middle East crisis could end up improving Russia's positions at talks on ending the war in Ukraine and lifting sanctions, now that Europe and other importers may be more interested in seeing Russian resources make a comeback. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other things making news right now. Kristi Noem is out as Trump's Homeland Security Secretary. Noem had a controversial tenure leading DHS. That is the large federal agency that oversees border security. Al Jazeera's Heidi Jo Castro has more.
Kristi Noem was on stage in Tennessee when President Trump announced her firing over social media, writing that Noem will be moving to be special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. More details on the newly created position, Trump said, would be coming this weekend. On X, Noem responded saying she looked forward to dismantling cartels and building on earlier accomplishments like securing the border. While leading DHS, Noem traveled the world touting Trump's immigration policies, including a visit to an El Salvador prison where she used prisoners as props. She extolled the president in public, and he seemed happy to keep her in the spotlight.
I'm Kristi Noem, from the Cowboys who tamed the West.
Until this $220 million ad campaign starring and overseen by Noem. Earlier this week, Noem took heated questions from Republicans about whether Trump approved the cost.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That
they
overwhelmingly
were effective in your name recognition. I mean, I personally just, I mean, to me, it puts the president in a terribly awkward spot.
Trump reportedly says he did not approve the cost. As DHS Secretary, Noem also oversaw the brutal immigration crackdown in Minneapolis, in which federal agents killed 2 American citizens. And she was criticized for allegedly slowing the arrival of federal help to deadly flooding in Texas. As for her successor to lead DHS, Trump has selected the Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen. Republicans lined up to congratulate him on Thursday, and a few Democrats said he was at least an improvement.
Kristi Noem is gone. Good riddance. She was a disaster.
Mullen will need Senate approval to be confirmed and will likely secure it in the Republican-controlled Congress. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, Russia and Ukraine are exchanging some 500 prisoners of war each. The first groups of 200 have already arrived back home. More are expected later this Friday. The United States and the United Arab Emirates mediated that swap. Well, votes are being counted in Nepal after Thursday's general election. Millions turned out to vote in the first poll since youth-led protests toppled the government last year. Tony Cheng reports from Kathmandu.
Tight security in Kathmandu as voting gets underway. Across Nepal, 300,000 additional security personnel have been drafted in. But inside the voting booths, things appear to be going smoothly. These elections weren't supposed to happen for several years, but youth-led protests in September forced the government to step down.
After the Gen Z protest last year, we realized that if we don't vote, there won't be change.
I voted so that I can have a meal cooked by my mother at home, and so that young people like me don't have to apply for jobs abroad.
Elsewhere in the capital, the interim Prime Minister cast her vote. These elections mark the end of a caretaker administration designed to deliver a free and fair poll. And waiting in the wings, the man who could take her place. Balendra Shah, a former rapper and mayor of Kathmandu. Much of the campaigning happened on social media, and traditional parties struggled to adapt. But this enigmatic celebrity appears to have caught voters' imagination. With polling stations across this mountainous Himalayan nation, it'll take days to count the ballots. But indications of a winner should be known within 24 to 48 hours. And that could be an ominous sign for established political powers. Nepal is a country rooted in tradition, but there's also a feeling here that those traditions aren't really working. It's what forced tens of thousands of people out onto the streets to protest 6 months ago, and what's forcing millions of people out of the country to earn a living. And it's that desire for change that's pushing them towards the polls today. Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, Kathmandu.
Well, drought has pushed Kenya deep into a hunger crisis. More than 3 million people don't have enough to eat. Over 800,000 children are malnourished as families struggle to feed themselves. Catherine Sawyer reports from Turkana in northern Kenya.
Every time there's a drought in Turkana, families turn to wild fruits and berries to survive. But now the dry spells are coming more often and lasting longer. Akal Loyet says she's not had a proper meal in 2 weeks. The fruit mixture keeps hunger away, but it carries almost no nutritional value.
If it doesn't rain, trees and leaves dry up. There's no water. The clinics are too far. We have to walk far to get any help.
Villages are slowly emptying. Male herders, usually the providers for their families, have moved to neighboring counties in search of pasture and water for their dying livestock. Only the elderly, women, young children, and the weakest animals remain in the homesteads.
I try to look for food. Sometimes it's not there. If I can't find food, how do I survive?
The government's disaster management teams and other aid agencies are distributing water and food, but supplies are stretched thin, and getting aid to those who need it most is near impossible in some areas.
From one village to another village is almost 300 kilometers. Where you look at, we have pastoralists who are living inside the hills, getting water, getting food. It is very tough.
People in this village are lucky to receive treatment from a mobile clinic. Some children show signs of being malnourished.
Now they have gotten their food, but now they have to walk back home, sometimes kilometers away. And they say that this is not enough. They don't know the last time that they got this food, and they don't know when the aid workers are going to come back. So they say that they are worried that if they do not get help, things are just going to get worse.
Neighboring countries like Somalia and Ethiopia are also facing drought and water shortages and high levels of malnutrition. It's rainy season in Kenya, but in places like Turkana, the clouds often pass without relief. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Turkana, northern Kenya.
Well, it's 5 o'clock GMT. I'm Scott McLean, and you are watching Al Jazeera's live, extensive coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. The Israeli military says it started a broad-scale wave of strikes against Iranian infrastructure in the capital, Tehran. Among the sites targeted was a military academy belonging to Iran's army. The cities of Isfahan and Kermanshah have also been hit. State media say more than 1,200 people have been killed in strikes across the country since the U.S. and Israel began their assault on Saturday. In Lebanon, the Israeli military has stepped up strikes across the country, saying it's targeting Hezbollah positions. These are live pictures you're seeing there from Beirut. Hundreds of thousands of people have been on the move after Israel issued more forced displacement orders for areas in Beirut's southern suburb and elsewhere in the country. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Iran has launched a barrage of missiles into Israel, including Tel Aviv, West Jerusalem, and the occupied West Bank. Explosions have caused significant damage to buildings in Tel Aviv, with debris scattered across the streets and emergency crews responding to multiple incidents. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump says he aims to take unprecedented action against Iran. He insists Washington will help decide who leads the country next, vowing that whoever leads Iran will not threaten the U.S. or its neighbors. And one hotel and 2 residential buildings have come under Iranian attack in Bahrain's capital, Manama. Earlier, a refinery was seen engulfed in smoke after an apparent Iranian strike. In Kuwait, an explosion has been reported from an airbase in the south of the country. All right, we are live from Doha, Beirut, and Tehran. First, though, let's go to Tauhid Asadi. He is in the Iranian capital for us. So, Tauhid, we know that there have been strikes in Tehran and across the country. What do you know?
Well, in the capital, from what I can see, I can say that basically from the very early hours of today in the morning, we have been witnessing a continued wave of massive strikes, the after sounds, and of course the shock waves of which was felt here in the Bureau of Al Jazeera. But if speaking of what took place, I'm not sure, but if you can see behind me on my right, there is this column of huge thick smoke rising into the air, and that is just one of the strikes within the campaign of air strikes conducted by the Israelis and Americans over the past few hours. We heard massive sounds of explosion from the eastern and southeastern of the Iranian capital, Tehran, and of course from other cities. And then getting back to Tehran, I can explain more about the casualties, seeing that now they're saying that one or two military headquarters are again targeted, but it is not limited to that. They're saying that civilians, specifically residential areas, parking, as well as gas stations, several residential buildings were demolished in the recent wave of strikes in different neighborhoods, specifically in downtown and southeastern neighborhoods of the Iranian capital. And in the broader context, we know that from cities of Shiraz, Isfahan, Kermanshah, we have been receiving constant reports showing the continuation of these strikes across the country, and casualties remain gravely feared. Last report, the last statistics that we have indicates that at least 1,300 people have been killed, but this is not the recent one. And when I say recent, I mean for the past few hours. The report comes from yesterday. So seeing the continuous nature of these strikes, there is this possibility, as a matter of misfortune, for these numbers to grow further and further. And of course, on the other hand, the Iranian side is saying it's continuing its retaliatory strikes. In a letter to United Nations Security Council and the Secretary General, Iran and the representative of Iran at the United Nations condemned this, and also said that it considers it as its right to respond to these aggressions. And of course, they urged the United Nations to ask the United States and Israelis to halt their strikes targeting different places, schools, hospitals, and ordinary citizens across the country. And of course, from the military side, we are receiving nothing indicating de-escalation. They are saying that they are continuing their retaliatory strikes, the 21st wave of which is set to be conducted, targeting, based on the statement from IRGC statement, the heart of Tel Aviv with hypersonic missiles. So diplomatically speaking, also Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi recently said that the country has not requested for any negotiation or ceasefire, seeing the ongoing nature of these strikes. Right now, if I want to sum it up, this is nothing but escalation that we see as a reality on the ground.
Okay, so as we watch the smoke there rising over your left shoulder in the background of your shot, Tawhid, let me ask you about where people are finding shelter. I understand that most people, or at least a lot of people in Tehran, have left the city. But for those who are staying put, where are they going? Are they going underground? And again, please correct me if I'm wrong, but there is still an internet blackout in Iran right now. And so given that that's the case, is the government warning people on their phones of incoming strikes or not?
No, there is no such a warning just ahead of these strikes. We don't see such a thing, and telecommunication disruptions still go on. But speaking of Tehran, we know that the province Tehran, in which the city of Tehran, the capital, has been located, is housed to roughly 14 million people, and they are being impacted by these strikes. No, that much of something that I can call shelter, seeing this huge number of population. We know that a considerable proportion of the capital residents have decided to evacuate the city from the early hours of the initiation of these strikes last week. But still, what I can see is that the city is not fully evacuated. There are many, and I would say another considerable proportion of the residents is still living in the city. And let's keep in mind, we're not talking about numbers, we're talking about very ordinary citizens who are being targeted now on an hourly basis.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. All right, Tawhid Asadi for us there in Tehran. I also want to tell you about the situation in Lebanon. Hezbollah has warned Israeli residents to evacuate towns within 5 kilometers of the border. We have a message that they've posted on their Telegram channel. In it, the group says, your military's aggression against Lebanese sovereignty and safe citizens, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, and the expulsion campaign it is carrying out will not go unchallenged. We also have these live pictures from the Beirut skyline, where you can see there are at least 3 fires burning in the aftermath of these Israeli strikes there that have been taking place throughout the course of the night. Of course, there are also Israeli troops on the ground in southern Lebanon. All of this is causing mass displacement across the country, and particularly in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. And that is where we're going to cross over live to Zaina Hutter, who is standing by for us. So, Zaina, can you just show us where you are right now and what are you seeing?
Well, day 5 of the latest confrontation between Israel and Hezbollah, and it is only escalating, and the humanitarian crisis is growing. You drive around the capital and you see this almost in every street corner. People seeking shelter on the side of the roads. There aren't enough schools, public schools, to shelter the hundreds of thousands of people who were forced to flee their homes, neighborhoods where they lived and worked. People here are telling us we are not animals, we are human beings. Our children are cold. We were not able to escape with more than the clothes on our back, with a few blankets. So they're appealing for international assistance. The Lebanese government has opened a number of shelters, but following yesterday's evacuation order for the entirety of the southern suburbs, the government is struggling. It has told people to head north, to the north of the country, but people here do not have the means of transport. It's not just Lebanese who live in Beirut's southern suburbs, as well Syrian refugees, Palestinian refugees. There's a Palestinian camp in that area, the Burj al-Barajni Palestinian camp. So these people do not have the means, for example, to reach to the north of the country. The government is also going to be opening stadiums. And this is a cash-strapped state, a nearly bankrupt state, which has not been able to deal with an economic crisis that began in 2019. Some people here are telling me that they're sick and they cannot stay in the cold. And just look at the children. They left with nothing. And people are worried that this conflict is not going to end anytime soon. A lot of people are daily wage earners. If they do not work today, they cannot put food on the table tonight.
Yeah, Zaina, this is absolutely heartbreaking pictures to watch. It looks quite cold where you are as well. I wonder how long these people are expecting to stay. And also, you talk about the worry that people have. I know that there have been efforts, say, from the Lebanese president to try to get the United States to step in to stop Israel from continuing this campaign. But correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't seem like there are signs that that is actually happening. And so I wonder, are people concerned about the statements like the one that we have just heard from the Israeli cabinet minister, Bezalel Smotrich, who said very soon Dahia will resemble Han Yunis, of course, referring to the city in Gaza, which has been decimated. I mean, how seriously are people taking statements like that?
Well, people have seen this before, and most recently, just 2 years ago, the United States, the U.S. envoy, was asked by the Lebanese president to intervene. He has made no comment. The French president is offering to broker some sort of an end to the hostilities, but how much influence does France really have? We know that Israel does not want France involved in any negotiations that involve Lebanon and Israel. They've been trying to remove France from the framework of the political negotiations which began a few weeks ago but did not reach any progress. What Israel wants is two things: Hezbollah to disarm and Lebanon to agree to direct political negotiations. The Hezbollah statement you mentioned earlier is yet another message from the group, a sign of defiance. When Israel really stepped up its military campaign by ordering the southern suburbs of Beirut to be empty of residents, by ordering the people south of the Litani to leave their homes, this came 24 hours or less than 24 hours after Hezbollah Secretary General Naim Qassem appeared on television and said Hezbollah will not surrender and that they will confront what he called the Israeli and U.S. aggression. So Israel is trying to do two things right now. Yes, this is part of a military campaign against Hezbollah. It's also psychological war. It is putting pressure on the people in the hope that Hezbollah will give in. But at the same time, it is also trying to weaken Hezbollah enough for the Lebanese army, the Lebanese state to step in. But the question is, doing that, if the Lebanese government does that, then it risks internal conflict.
Zaina, quickly, how long are these people planning to stay there given all of this?
Well, the government, like I said, is going to start to open stadiums to house people. They're going to have to wait to see which shelter they can go to receive help. But like I said, these are Syrian. Some of them are Syrian refugees, and it's very difficult for them to get access to some areas. It's at the end of the day, the government is unable to deal with this crisis. Hundreds of thousands just from Beirut's southern suburbs alone, and we can't forget the east of the country. Late yesterday, the Israeli military issued evacuation orders for 3 villages in the Baalbek Bekaa region. And we are expecting more of these forced evacuation orders to be issued as added pressure. So you're talking about the east of the country, Beirut, the south of the country. This is a tiny nation. And I think we also have to point out that this is a very much a deeply divided and polarized society and country where sectarian tensions have always been high. When you move people, a community from one area to another, you also risk internal instability. So you have all these layers in this conflict. This is not just about airstrikes targeting buildings, leveling them to the ground. Back in late 2024, the Israeli military destroyed 400 buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs. There are thousands of buildings there. So all this pressure, and then you see this, and a government that is unable really to step in to deal with a crisis that's going to require the help of the international community.
Yeah, people out on the streets in the midst of the cold there in Beirut. Zaina Hodar, please keep us posted on the situation there. We are also, of course, monitoring developments from Israel. That is where Rory Challenge, that's what Rory Challenge is focusing on from the Jordanian capital of Amman. He has this report on the latest Iranian strikes on Tel Aviv, a number of which broke through the missile defense systems.
Well, look, any air defense system, as competent and as good as it is, and as layered as it is, there is always going to be stuff that gets through. The Israelis know that. And when you have as many rockets being launched at Israeli towns and cities as Iran has been doing over the last 5 days, then yes, there will be some getting through. There was what the IRGC, the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, called Wave 21 of its retaliatory operation. It launched that earlier on this evening and said that this was a combined drone and missile attack. It specifically said that included in that attack package there was a cluster munition, and we saw visual evidence of that with people filming the cluster, a starburst essentially in the night sky with these lights sort of twinkling down to ground level. There were fires reported in Tel Aviv, widespread damage being reported to buildings, videos of ambulance crews and fire crews putting out fires. The ambulance crews said that there weren't any injuries that they could see. What was this weapon? Well, it's a pretty new addition to the Iranian armory. It's a missile that goes by the translation name of a fortress buster. And it's got a pretty sophisticated warhead that can maneuver as it comes down to Earth. And when it opens up, it will scatter up to 20 submunitions or bomblets, each carrying about 2.5 kilos of explosive material. So quite devastating in a kind of area of about 8 square kilometers. It's a cluster munition, so many countries ban the use of these. But Iran and Israel are not signatories to the anti-cluster munition treaty, and they do still use them.
So those weapons are not just being directed at Israel, they are also being directed here in the Gulf. Zain Besravi is with us now from Doha. Zain, we were talking yesterday amidst the barrage of incoming here in Qatar. It was quite a loud day in Doha, and there were more overnight. What more do we know?
That is correct. If you live in Doha, then overnight at around 4 a.m. local time, early hours of the morning, you would have heard yet again another barrage of explosions, another wave of those interceptions of Iranian projectiles. People living in West Bay and the Pearl and other parts of the older part of the city all reporting the same thing. Loud explosions of those interceptions that have become all too familiar now a whole week. We're on day 7, 1 week into this war and Iran's retaliation for being invaded by the U.S. and Israel. The Qatari Ministry of Defense announcing in the early hours that the Qatar Emiri Air Defense Forces successfully intercepted a drone attack, and they say specifically it was targeting Al Udeid airbase. Now, if we recall, it took the Iranian forces about 5 days of continuously trying to strike Al Udeid to make one hit. There were 2 ballistic missiles on day 5. One was intercepted. One did make landfall. The ministry here confirmed on Al Udeid Air Base, where, of course, U.S. Central Command headquarters are. Iranians have said all along that they will try to hit U.S. targets wherever they are. Yesterday was another very busy day here in Doha. The morning began with loud explosions. There were a wave of attacks several times throughout the course of the morning and the afternoon, as what we understand, the Iranians were trying to target perhaps the U.S. embassy here in Doha, which was cleared out in the early morning hours of yesterday. So going forward over the course of the next 12 to 24 hours, and I hope I'm wrong about this, what we can expect is a pattern of behavior has emerged when it comes to Iran with these retaliatory attacks. They say they'll attack something and they try to target it. When they're met with air defenses or air power from an air force or some sort of Patriot systems or THAAD systems in the case of the UAE, what we see is they course correct and they retarget and they try to spend the next day doing the same thing. Even now I'm seeing an Apache helicopter flying in the skies over Doha, no doubt prepared to deal with what they think is an ongoing threat. What we are expecting to see today is, once again, Iranian forces will likely try to target areas in the GCC, but specifically the threat level remains high for the U.S. Embassy and Al Udeid Air Base here in Doha.
Yeah, and of course the skies above Doha, above the whole entire country of Qatar, are closed to everything but military aircraft. It is not just here, though, Zain. We are also seeing attacks in other Gulf countries, notably Saudi, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain as well, where an apartment building was hit, at least one hotel was hit as well. Do we know anything more about what the targets may have been?
Well, what the Iranian forces have said, and we can only glean a little bit of information from these piecemeal bits of statements that we get, if they're attacking residential targets, Iranians say if U.S. troops are moved from bases to hotels or bases to other buildings, then we will target them there. And so we can only assume that that is the target. However, debris fall is indiscriminate. It's hit different areas. And what we are seeing, again, a week into this, is the consistent targeting of multiple cities in the GCC as part of Iran's retaliation for being invaded. Now, this morning, we, of course, have the Saudis saying they intercepted and destroyed 3 ballistic missiles launched towards Prince Sultan Air Base. Now, the target here is the airbase itself, which routinely hosts U.S. forces, has for years. In Kuwait, the government says air defenses were dealing with hostile missile and drone attacks this morning that penetrated Kuwait. The airspace Kuwait had a very rough day yesterday under constant barrages of attacks. Bahrain's Ministry of Interior saying They targeted a hotel and 2 residential buildings in Manama without any loss of life. Now, of course, Bahrain hosts the U.S. Fifth Fleet as well as British forces, so we can assume that those personnel perhaps were the target there. And the day before, Bahrain and Abu Dhabi were under attack overnight. Footage showing air defenses underway, a base in Bahrain on fire. Iranian TV reports saying that the U.S. base at the Zayed airport was their target, and they say it was hit multiple times. But the UAE says it thwarted multiple hostile attacks in several areas across the country, including Ras Al Khaimah. And once again, over the course of the several days, GCC countries have been trading the unfortunate title of which country is coming under the most severe attack. But at the moment, it seems UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, these are really the countries, these are really the places that are seeing the highest concentration of attacks as part of Iran, that we've seen as part of Iran's retaliation in the last week.
All right, Zain, we appreciate the update. Please keep us posted. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump says he aims to take unprecedented action against Iran and wants to help decide who leads the country. That's as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says U.S. forces will ramp up attacks in the coming days. John Hendren now from Washington, D.C.
From the White House, the U.S. president describes Iranian forces as depleted, demoralized, all but defeated.
Missiles are gone, launches are gone. They're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late.
From the U.S. Central Command in Florida, the defense secretary describes a U.S. military that is ramping up, not down.
We have only just begun to fight. If you think you've seen something, just wait.
Ending with this warning.
The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge dramatically.
Admiral Brad Cooper, head of the U.S. Central Command, said American B-2 bombers had struck within the past few hours and said a ship carrying drones was struck in the hour before the briefing.
U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines.
As the U.S. insists it can continue at the current pace indefinitely, some here fear the next step might be American boots on the ground. But President Trump's suggestion that the war would be wrapped up within weeks suggests the U.S. is content bombing Iranians from the air. The U.S. contention that American warfare will be overwhelming and short confronts an old military saying, no battle plan survives contact with the enemy unscathed. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran has seen drones deployed across the region this week. While it's the first time some countries have come under drone attack, the technology has been used on the battlefield in Ukraine since Russia's full-scale invasion began 4 years ago. Now, Ukrainians, though, may have found the answer to how to combat them. Audrey McAlpine reports now from Kyiv.
The Iranian-made drones that reshaped the war in Ukraine appearing in the Gulf, evading air defenses in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, showing how this weapon is moving beyond a single conflict. Years of deployment by both Russia and Ukraine have refined the technology and driven up production.
This is a Shahed-style drone. Iran developed the design and is believed to have tens of thousands of these drones. Each one cost about $50,000 to produce, but shooting them down can be even more expensive, given that some interceptor missiles cost over $1 million. Russia regularly launches hundreds of these drones into Ukraine in a single night, which is why Ukrainians are working on cheaper ways of intercepting them.
I just think there is no country else that is more prepared for this than us and that has as much expertise as us.
Here at the Skyfall Academy, they're training Ukraine's military how to use interceptor drones, one of the ways that Ukraine is fighting against Shahed-style drones. And after 4 years of war, it's just another example of how Ukraine has become a leader in drone and anti-drone warfare.
It's just much more cost-effective and easy to deploy and really easy to do it in the mass production.
The Ukrainian government hopes solutions like these could eventually be exported to Gulf countries or even exchanged for interceptor missiles.
What do you think that the world has to learn from Ukraine right now, given what's happening in the Middle East?
I believe that they have to understand that The interceptor drones are part of the defense strategy of every country, and it has to be implemented right now.
In a world where drones are rewriting the rules of war, Ukraine is emerging as a leader in drone defense and interception. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Well, France's President Emmanuel Macron says the government is ready to send armored vehicles to Lebanon. Macron urged Hezbollah to stop attacking Israel and called on both Israel and Iran not to involve Lebanon further in the war. France has also authorized U.S. forces to use one of its bases on the condition it is not used to strike Iran. American troops will have temporary access to a base on French territory. All right, well, let's take a look at some of the other stories we're following at this hour. Kristi Noem is out as Trump's Homeland Security Secretary. Noem had a controversial tenure leading DHS. That's the large federal agency that oversees border security. Al Jazeera's Heidi Jo Castro has more.
Kristi Noem was on stage in Tennessee when President Trump announced her firing over social media, writing that Noem will be moving to be special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. More details on the newly created position, Trump said, would be coming this weekend. On X, Noem responded saying she looked forward to dismantling cartels and building on earlier accomplishments like securing the border. While leading DHS, Noem traveled the world touting Trump's immigration policies, including a visit to an El Salvador prison where she used prisoners as props. She extolled the president in public, and he seemed happy to keep her in the spotlight.
I'm Kristi Noem, from the Cowboys Who Tamed the West.
Until this $220 million ad campaign starring and overseen by Noem. Earlier this week, Noem took heated questions from Republicans about whether Trump approved the cost.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That
well, they
overwhelmingly
were effective in your name recognition. I mean, I personally just, I mean, to me, it puts the president in a terribly awkward spot.
Trump reportedly says he did not approve the cost. As DHS Secretary, Noem also oversaw the brutal immigration crackdown in Minneapolis, in which federal agents killed 2 American citizens. And she was criticized for allegedly slowing the arrival of federal help to deadly flooding in Texas. As for her successor to lead DHS, Trump has selected the Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen. Republicans lined up to congratulate him on Thursday, and a few Democrats said he was at least an improvement.
Kristi Noem is gone. Good riddance. She was a disaster. And
Mullen will need Senate approval to be confirmed and will likely secure it in the Republican-controlled Congress. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Votes are being counted in Nepal after Thursday's general election. Millions turned out to vote in the first poll since youth-led protests toppled the government last year. Tony Cheng reports now from Kathmandu.
Tight security in Kathmandu as voting gets underway. Across Nepal, 300,000 additional security personnel have been drafted in. But inside the voting booths, things appear to be going smoothly. These elections weren't supposed to happen for several years, but youth-led protests in September forced the government to step down.
After the Gen Z protest last year, we realized that if we don't vote, there won't be change.
I voted so that I can have a meal cooked by my mother at home, and so that young people like me don't have to apply for jobs abroad.
Elsewhere in the capital, the interim Prime Minister cast her vote. These elections mark the end of a caretaker administration designed to deliver a free and fair poll. And waiting in the wings, the man who could take her place. Balendra Shah, a former rapper and mayor of Kathmandu. Much of the campaigning happened on social media, and traditional parties struggled to adapt. But this enigmatic celebrity appears to have caught voters' imagination. With polling stations across this mountainous Himalayan nation, it'll take days to count the ballots. But indications of a winner should be known within 24 to 48 hours. And that could be an ominous sign for established political powers.
Nepal is a country rooted in tradition, but there's also a feeling here that those traditions aren't really working. It's what forced tens of thousands of people out onto the streets to protest 6 months ago, and what's forcing millions of people out of the country to earn a living. And it's that desire for change that's pushing them towards the polls today. Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, Kathmandu.
And that is it for me, Scott McLean. Inside Story is next, and then Neve Barker picks up for me in less than 30 minutes from now. Thanks for watching.
Weakened but defiant, Hezbollah has been attacking Israel as it pummels southern Lebanon and parts of Beirut. That's despite the Lebanese government's ban on Hezbollah's military activities. What will be the fallout for Lebanon? This is Inside Story. Hello there, I'm James Bays. Lebanon is once again drawn into a war many of its leaders say is not their fight. Against the government's warnings, Hezbollah has joined Iran in its conflict with Israel. The armed group says it has a right to respond as part of what it calls a resistance campaign. But this time, the Lebanese government has responded by taking the decision to ban Hezbollah's military activities and demanding it disarm. The group has not heeded that warning. Now, as the war between the US, Israel and Iran widens to Lebanon, can Hezbollah's involvement be of any real help to Tehran? And what price will Lebanon pay as a result? We'll talk to our panel of guests in just a moment. But first, this report from Imogen Kimber.
Israeli airstrikes once again rain down on Beirut and batter South Lebanon. And fire rages in the town Tyre after Israeli forces hit an electricity facility. Israel has issued evacuation orders telling residents to move north of the Litani River. So far, more than 83,000 people from the south of Lebanon and southern Beirut have been displaced. Many are now sleeping in shelters and relying on aid to survive. Israel has been pummeling Lebanon near daily, despite a ceasefire with Hezbollah in November 2024. But this current escalation began after Hezbollah fired a barrage of rockets on northern Israel on Monday, in support of its main backer and weapons supplier Iran, after joint Israeli-US strikes killed its supreme leader.
Hezbollah and its Islamic resistance are responding to the Israeli-American aggression, and this is a legitimate right. They wanted a battle in which they reached the furthest limits, but our choice is to confront it until the ultimate sacrifice, and we will not surrender.
Israel has pushed further into Lebanese sovereign territory and says it has troops on the ground.
Northern Command has moved forward and is creating a buffer, as promised, between residents and any potential threat.
But historically, Hezbollah has had some success in ground wars, and analysts say the group may see this as an advantage. Hezbollah was created in 1982 to fight the Israeli occupation of the south, supported by Iran. The group declared victory in 2000 after Israel withdrew from the area. In Lebanon's sectarian political landscape, they have been one of the major representatives of the Shia population in government and provide them with basic services such as schools and hospitals. But many Lebanese people say they act as a state within a state. The Prime Minister has called on Hezbollah to stop its military operations.
The Lebanese state declares its absolute rejection of any military actions launched from the Lebanese territory outside the framework of its legitimate institutions. It affirms that the decision of war and peace is exclusively in its hands, which necessitates the immediate prohibition of all Hezbollah security and military activities as being outside the law and obliging it to hand over its weapons to the Lebanese state.
The November 2024 ceasefire terms included Hezbollah's disarmament, which had begun. The deal came after the group suffered huge losses to Israel during the war that began in October 2023, including the killing of its leader Hassan Nasrallah. And because of that, Hezbollah seems to consider this fight with Israel to be an existential one. Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, let's discuss all of this further with our panel of guests who are joining us today on Inside Story. And in Beirut, we have Heiko Wimmen, the project director for Iraq, Syria and Lebanon at the International Crisis Group. Nimrod Novik is in Tel Aviv, a member of the leadership of Commanders for Israel's Security. He served as a senior policy advisor to the former Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres. And in Washington, D.C., Nabil Khoury, a former US diplomat and non-resident fellow at the Arab Center, Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for joining us on Inside Story. Let me start with you, Heiko, because you are there on the ground in the place where, in recent days, bombs have been falling. What is your assessment of why Hezbollah decided to take the action it did after the death of the Ayatollah?
Well, I mean, I would say I take them at their word. They said right after the attack in the first statement that this was to avenge Khamenei, and like kind of tacked on at the end of that statement was and the defense of Lebanon, which I mean is I would say is a nod to the fact that burning Lebanon on the altar of Iranian interest, as you could put it, is not something that is very popular in Lebanon, including perhaps within the bases, the grassroots support of Hezbollah. So it was certainly that motivation. It was the motivation to join Iran, to join the, let's say, the center of the axis of resistance in this fight. And then we can discuss whether that was an order from Tehran or whether the people here did that on their own accord. But this seems to be the central motivation.
So, Nabil, one of the reasons I'm asking that question is to rewind till last year, June of last year, during the war the war that lasted 12 days. Israel attacked Iran, then joined in by the US. Of course, we didn't know that that was going to be just 12 days at the time. It could have gone on much longer. Hezbollah, on that occasion, its guns remained silent. What's the difference, do you think?
I think it's partially the assassination of Khamenei, but it all goes back to Gaza. People must understand that the sentiment for the Palestinians and the mass murder that they underwent in Gaza resonates deeply with a lot of peoples in Fertile Crescent countries, not just in Lebanon. And Hezbollah took a serious beating from the two-year war. So it's been laying low, and it's been very patient since the ceasefire about a year ago. They have been quiet, but Israel has been engaged in daily bombardment all over Lebanon. So at some point, patience runs out, and you put all the factors together. And therefore, they retaliate.
OK, I want to come to Nimrod in a moment in Tel Aviv about the Israeli response. But first, back to you, Heiko, because I think it's worth adding, is it not, that Hezbollah had, on a political level, we're told, reassured other politicians, as we'd seen those forces arriving, those US forces, that armada of forces arriving, that it wasn't going to be dragged in. Does it suggest to you that perhaps there is some division within their ranks?
Very good question. I mean, so we hear that they gave these guarantees, if you want to call it that. And there have been reports suggesting that there was something of a rebellion, perhaps of parts of the military wing, if that's the right word, against the political leadership about this, about this stance of not engaging. I don't think anybody is in a position to come to a judgment on that. I mean, what exactly goes on in the decision-making processes inside the party, what role perhaps Iranian cadres have at this point. It's pretty much a black box, to me at least. I don't have a lamp to really shine light into that. I would also say at this point it perhaps doesn't matter anymore, because here we are. Hezbollah has joined the Iranian war effort, so to speak. And just to add to the question or to the answer of Nabil, I think one difference between June and now is June 25 and now is that in June 25, I would say that Iran was looking for a calibrated response to the attack. Right now, they're hitting everything, everywhere they can with everything they have. So that perhaps is also a difference. And Hezbollah is just one of the things they have. So use it, even if it may not move the needle much.
Nimrod in Tel Aviv, we saw a very quick, devastating response from the Israeli side. Was this just a response, or was the Hezbollah attack a pretext, a good excuse for something that Israel already planned? Because the attack on Iran by the US and Israel was done at a time of their choosing. Had they always planned when that was going to happen, they were going to hit Lebanon and hit Hezbollah too?
Yes, I think you're right. It was an opportunity that Hezbollah provided Israel with. I think that Nabil was right in referencing Gaza in this context, but from an Israeli perspective, it's a different dimension. Since October 7th, 23, something quite substantial has changed in the Israeli mindset, security and otherwise, and that is a lesson learned not to wait until adversaries strike, and not to count on our appreciation, understanding of intentions, but to rather focus on capabilities. And the pendulum, in my judgment, has swung too far in the other direction, whereas there is a sentiment that if we can, we should. And I think that militarily, I don't think there is doubt that we have the capabilities to deal with multiple adversaries, but what is missing, in my judgment, is the diplomatic leg.
Nimrod, what do you think Israel actually wants? Does it want a stable Lebanon, or does it want a weak, fragile country there?
I think that since the emergence of the current government in Lebanon, the Israeli mindset on this issue has changed. And I think that the concern that Hezbollah was driving everything for decades was replaced with an appreciation that there is a government we can work with, even if it is reluctant to negotiate directly and it has to be via Washington or other mediators. Nonetheless, there is a great appreciation for the courage and resolve of the current government. There are doubts about capabilities, and that's where perhaps diplomacy and other instruments should kick in. But yeah, I think Israel wants a stable Lebanon where Hezbollah might remain as a political force for sure, but is not threatening, neither Hezbollah nor anybody else threatens our civilian population.
Nabil, talk there of the new rulers, the new leaders in Lebanon, because you do have a new top team, a new Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, who has been an international judge and an ambassador, and a new president, Joseph Aoun. They have also taken a new approach, a very different approach, now that conflict has broken out, saying that Hezbollah needs to stop all military activities. Are you surprised by how bold their approach is, and are you worried about where it could lead, though?
Well, I'm not surprised. There's a lot of pressure on them from Washington and from Tel Aviv. but their words have not really been translated into any kind of wise action. And I'm thinking of diplomacy here. There are many analysts in Israel as well as in Washington who understand full well that the Lebanese state, the Lebanese army, does not have the capability to disarm Hezbollah and does not have the political will to do so, knowing also that if they did, another civil war would break out in Lebanon. The problem is that the political appointees, the government, the decision makers in Israel and Washington don't understand or refuse to understand, and they don't care if they push Lebanon towards another civil war. So the question here is, the new government wants to have the exclusive right to decide war and peace. Fine, everybody agrees in principle to that. But the Lebanese state has historically failed to do either. They've never defended the border of Lebanon, and they've never used diplomacy effectively enough, first of all, internally, to agree on a national defense strategy that all Lebanese would agree to, and then use its contacts in the West to help bring about peace, and to begin with, stop the daily harassment by Israeli forces.
Heiko, I mean, the big question, or one of the big questions here is what has Hezbollah got now? What are their capabilities? What is their weaponry? How many missiles have they got left? And that remains a very unanswered question because we don't know how damaged they were in the last war, 2023 to 2024. What's your assessment?
I mean, well, for that you should probably ask our friends in the Israeli military intelligence or think tanks that speak on their behalf. I don't know. I simply don't have no way of knowing, no access to this information. But I think what we see is that there are residual capacities. There is residual capabilities. They can shoot missiles, smaller salvos. They can fly drones. It doesn't seem to be much compared to where they were a year and a half ago, basically before the big Israeli strikes were launched and before the campaign really got serious. But it's still enough to create a nuisance, at least in the northern Israel. It's still enough to send people to the bunkers. It's still enough to give Israel a pretext to say we have to occupy a buffer zone up to the Litani, up to the Awali. We'll see how far they want to go, right? So that capacity is clearly there, and that is important because it suggests that structures of command and control and logistics and communication do work. Even though we still have apparently near complete intelligence penetration by the Israelis. I mean, the way that they do pinpointed attacks on Hezbollah personnel or Iranians clearly indicates that. And this also means if they can do that, if they can coordinate enough and efficiently to actually attack the Israelis under fire, under this kind of pressure, with this kind of intelligence penetration, then they surely can also mount a coherent military response if anybody comes domestically in Lebanon, the Lebanese army, for instance, comes after them and their weapons. And I think this is very important to realize and keep in mind. I mean, there have been suggestions that they're non-existent, that they're completely destroyed, that there's no way of pushing back. If the army would only push once, so to speak, this whole structure would be collapsed like a house of cards. They would be shown like in class. It would look like a Wizard of Oz. I think after these few days, I don't think anybody would propose that anymore. And if he or she does, it's reckless.
Nimrod, let me ask you the same question about the strength of Hezbollah. I know you are no longer plugged into all the secret Israeli intelligence, but you are very plugged into what's being said there in Israel. How strong do people think Hezbollah is? And let me add another part of the question. Also, how strong is Hezbollah's leadership? Because Hassan Nasrallah was killed in the last war. Naim Qassem, many observers say, is no Hassan Nasrallah.
Yeah, I think the sentiment in Israel, you reflected it accurately in terms of the leadership quality, the charisma, the command and control, etc. The perception here, at least in the public domain, I have to be careful, is that Hezbollah has residual capacity to cause considerable damage. They have not used the few dozen longer range missiles that they do have. They used only short-term ones, short-range ones, as well as a few drones. In both categories, in all three categories, they still have residual capacity. I believe that the Israeli security forces are capable, both due to the intelligence penetration that was mentioned and due to other capabilities, is capable of further eroding the capacity of Hezbollah, and I expect that to happen in the coming days. I respectively dispute the assumption that in Jerusalem we don't care or even wish to see a civil war in Lebanon. I believe that is not true. I think we would like to see a stable Lebanon, but in the equation between eroding further Hezbollah capabilities and just sitting by and expecting it to launch at will, we are not going to sit back and just watch it.
Nabil, we've heard lots of talk with regard to the wider war, the US and Israel against Iran, that this is existential for Iran. Is this existential for Hezbollah too? Do they think they're fighting their last war here?
I think this is certainly one of the reasons that caused them to react when they did, is that Israeli daily bombardments have been reaching, as Heikel said, sensitive areas. Their intelligence has been very good. And therefore, in addition to decimating a large part of the leadership of Hezbollah, they've certainly degraded Hezbollah's firepower. And at some point, the feeling in Hezbollah leadership is, if we don't react now, we will lose the ability to react, period. And so they jumped into the fray. And again, they're banking here on Israeli society tiring from this war and Donald Trump tiring from the economic cost, which is huge, which will ultimately affect the average consumer in the US and therefore the average voter. So he may stand to lose a lot of votes in the upcoming elections. So this was a gamble on Hezbollah's part, but in the end, they do have a fight still in them, certainly with Israel, but I think more importantly internally. If there is a confrontation with the Aliyah, which I doubt very much that it will come to that, but if there is a kind of a mini civil war in Lebanon, different weapons, we're not talking about long-range rockets anymore, we're talking about small arms and hand-to-hand, and in that area, Hezbollah is still very strong. So they're still a factor.
Heiko, you are there in Beirut. The Lebanese people have suffered so much over so long. I want to focus on them for a moment. Very resilient, used to real hardship and very weak government. But, you know, we had the war from 2023 to 2024. Before that, financial collapse, the port blast. I mean, how tough is this for ordinary people there in Lebanon right now? I hear the figures of displaced have now gone up to 90,000.
Yes. Look, I mean, it's very different depending to depending on where you sit. Of course, I mean it's a strain and the drain on everybody. Well, I mean, my kid is out of school, right? I mean, I think twice and three times where I move. Yesterday, like somebody was coming, and she was lucky, but an hour after she reached home, like a relative of mine, so 4 people were killed on the airport road. That affects everybody. But we really need to talk about the displaced. So the displaced, it's now 90,000. There have been displacement orders for all Lebanon south of the Litani, which includes Sur, Tyre, city of about 200,000. I mean, if you take these orders literally, these people all have to leave. Today there was a displacement order for all of Dahi, which is half of the metropolitan population of Beirut, 1 million people perhaps. If only 20% of these people flee, there's going to be complete chaos and mayhem, and these people have no shelters. There is no government. The government is completely, cannot respond to this. It would be foolish to blame them. Nobody can respond to this. These people, many of them are displaced for the second time now, and Hezbollah has, for all we know, no capabilities to help these people at this point. It's going to be, a disaster, humanitarian disaster of, I think, for this country, unprecedented size.
Okay.
And there's a potential.
Let me just bring in Nimrod, if I may, one last time. For Israel, this is a second front in the war. For much of the rest of the world, though, this is not the key venue. This is seen as a bit of a sideshow. Does that mean in Israel they think they can take the gloves off right now?
Well, I agree with you that for the world it is a sideshow, which is a sad commentary in and of itself. But no, I don't think that that's the context in which Israel is operating. As a matter of fact, I really hope that if Mr. Khoury is right in his assessment of the leadership calculations in Hezbollah, that's another evidence of how weak that leadership is. Because if they thought that Israel will tire as a result of a few salvos of Hezbollah missiles, they really misjudge us, not for the first time. 2.5 years of war, controversial war in Gaza, didn't tire Israeli society. So no, the resilience of the Israeli society is not in question. Also, I somehow doubt that they reached a conclusion that if they don't fire now, tomorrow they will not be able to, because if that was the case, they would not just confine themselves to a few missiles here and there and a few drones here and there. I think that they were half-heartedly responding to Iranian urgings.
Thank you very much, Nimrod Novik, Heiko Wimmen and Nabil Khoury. Comprehensive coverage of the conflict continues on Al Jazeera with our teams on the ground across the region. You can also go a little deeper with even more context and analysis on our website, aljazeera.com. We'd love to hear from you too. Go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or use X there. Look for @AJ Inside Story. For now, from me, James Bays, and the whole Inside Story team, stay safe and keep healthy. Bye-bye for now.
It is 6 GMT. I'm Neve Barker, and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran that's entered its 7th day. More than 1,300 Iranians have been killed so far. Thousands are injured. The Israeli army says this operation against Iran is moving to the next phase to further dismantle, quote, the regime and its military capabilities. Homes, hospitals, ambulances and entire neighborhoods have been destroyed in a week of unrelenting US and Israeli strikes.
The United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule and at levels that people have never seen before, actually.
Trump has also said that he will have to be involved in picking Iran's next leader. He said he would support exiled Kurdish Iranian fighters to launch an offensive on Iran, quote, if they want to do that. A group of Iranian Kurdish parties formed a coalition last week to challenge the Iranian government. In Lebanon, the Israeli military has launched intense air attacks on Beirut's southern suburbs. Earlier, it issued an unprecedented forced evacuation order for all residents in that area, including Dahia, which is home to hundreds of thousands of people. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. More than 120 people have been killed so far. Iran has launched a barrage of missiles into Israel, including Tel Aviv and West Jerusalem. Explosions have caused significant damage to buildings in Tel Aviv, with debris scattered across the streets and emergency crews responding to multiple incidents. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. And Iran is continuing its attacks on Gulf nations hosting U.S. troops. One hotel and 2 residential buildings have come under attack in Bahrain's capital, Manama. Earlier, a refinery was seen engulfed in smoke after an apparent Iranian strike. In Kuwait, an explosion was reported from an airbase in the south of the country, and Saudi Arabia says it intercepted drones near the Riyadh region. Well, we are live from Tehran, Beirut, Ramallah, Doha, Washington, D.C. also. But first, let's go to Tawhid Asadi in the Iranian capital, Tehran. Good morning to you, Tawhid. So, firstly, walk us through the significant developments overnight. How is the capital functioning following the latest wave of attacks?
Well, over the past few hours, I can say we witnessed one of the most intensified waves of the American and Israeli strikes targeting different places. And I'm not sure if you can see in my background, but for the past 3-4 hours, a thick column of smoke was coming now spread across the city. Then the southern parts of the city cannot be visibly seen due to this smoke that was drifting through the air following the massive explosion sounds, following the blast that took place a few hours ago in the southern east and southern parts of the capital, also in downtown. In different locations, we are receiving reports about the continuation of these strikes, including Nawab, as well as Hor Square in downtown. Of course, this is very close to the office of Iran's supreme leader and Iran's president, somewhere which was actually the beginning of these strikes. On the first day, we saw these places being targeted by the Israelis and Americans. Now, after a week, we still see the continuation of these strikes across the city, in downtown, in different places. Also, reports are constantly coming about more and more strikes happening in different cities outside the capital, including Ahvaz, Shiraz, Isfahan, and elsewhere. We know that more than 170 cities have been targeted, and the latest statistics indicate that more than 1,300 people have lost their lives. This is not an updated statistic because we received it a couple of hours ago, as seeing the very fact that the attacks, the strikes are continuing on an hourly basis, there is an anticipation as a matter of misfortune that this number even could be more and more, and the number of injuries also has increased by a considerable percentage. And of course, it goes without saying that it is not just the military centers, it's not just the political centers which are being targeted, but also public schools, but also hospitals and many other residential areas are the places in which we have witnessed massive strikes taking place, leaving civilian casualties in particular. And on the other hand, we know that from the Iranian side, we've got the spokesperson of the army and the spokesperson of IRGC, both coming out to say that we are ready for a long time a war of attrition. That is currently seeming to be the reality on the ground, part of the scenario that is being taken into consideration seriously by both sides, while the American side is saying that if we are in it, we have to win it. The Iranian side is also saying that they are going to continue their retaliatory strikes, on which we know that they said last night that they have conducted 21st wave of their retaliation, targeting, quote-unquote, the heart of Tel Aviv with hypersonic missiles. And this is part of the very different various lines that are coming in, seeing the very developing nature of the story.
And Toad, Donald Trump says that the US administration is encouraging Iranian Kurds to join the fight against Tehran. Quote, if they want to do that, he said he would support exiled Kurdish Iranian fighters. What is the response from the Iranian leadership to that?
Well, over the past 2-3 days, we have been witnessing the strikes by the Israelis and Americans on the Kurdish cities like Sanandaj, like Bukhan, and there are casualties there in Bukhan. We know that the office of the governor was targeted not once but twice. First, after the first strike happened, then people gathered, and then the second strike happened. Analysts here in Tehran are convinced that there are at least a couple of reasons. 3 of them I can refer to. First, they're trying to target the security, military, and IRGC headquarters to sort of destabilize the situation. Second, they are trying to, in a sense, open the way or support for the Kurdish fighters to come inside the Iranian territories, bringing absolutely chaos and destabilization with them to the Iranian territory. And then it should be a sort of negative signal, a sort of indicative of Iran's weakness in border territories. But still, we know that the Iranian side is saying Iranian foreign minister had a conversation with the Kurdish Iraqi leaders, including Talabani and Barzani. He also had a conversation with the Iraqi prime minister. So they are ready, according to what we hear, to defend the borders, and they are warning about the possible scenarios of destabilization and saying that this is a sort of ground forces that Americans are trying to use instead of having their own boots on the ground. This is the sort of forces that they are using to further destabilize the situation in an already delicate situation.
OK, Toad, thanks for that. We'll come away from Iran now and take you to the western theatre of conflict, because Lebanon's Hezbollah has warned Israeli residents to evacuate towns within 5 kilometres of the border. In a message posted on its Telegram channel, the group says, your military's aggression against Lebanese sovereignty and safe citizens, the destruction of civilian infrastructure and the expulsion campaign it is carrying out will not go unchallenged. Zaina Hodder is live for us in Beirut. Zaina, clearly an ongoing level of defiance coming from Hezbollah when it comes to the ongoing campaign they are trying to launch against Israel and all of this. Can you firstly, though, walk us through the scene in Beirut overnight?
Yes, day 5 of the latest confrontation between Hezbollah and Israel. What you see behind me is just a slice of the reality in Lebanon. There's a growing humanitarian crisis. People sleeping in the streets, cardboard as beds, cold, hungry, tired. We've been speaking to people here, and they tell us we are not animals. We need assistance. Hundreds of thousands of people were forced from their homes late on Thursday after the Israeli army threatened to bombard neighborhoods, a cluster of neighborhoods, Beirut's southern suburbs, where people live and where people work. Hospitals as well have had to be evacuated, at least 2 hospitals. Also in Beirut's southern suburbs, a Palestinian refugee camp. Some of the people here are Palestinian refugees. Others are Syrian refugees. Hundreds of thousands of Syrians also live in Lebanon. So you have this growing humanitarian crisis with a cash-strapped government unable to deal with this emergency. They've already opened many schools, which are now shelters. Even before the latest eviction order, more than 80,000 people were displaced, according to government figures. So now with new displaced civilians, and we can't forget that evacuation orders have also been issued in the south of the country, south of the Litani River to the Israeli border. That's 8% of Lebanese territory. Hundreds of thousands of people used to live there as well. The government is now going to open stadiums to house people, but without international assistance, they will not be able to deal with this crisis. Many of these people rely on daily wages in order to put food on the table at the end of the day.
And on the issue of international assistance, the Lebanese government has issued urgent appeals for international help, hasn't it? Both humanitarian aid, but also a direct appeal to the international community, specifically the GCC and France, to support the Lebanese armed forces. What specifically is being asked for here with these two requests?
Well, before the latest confrontation began, there was an international conference planned to support the Lebanese army security institutions in Lebanon. They're weak, they're underfunded. The salary of a soldier is less than $300 a month. So they wanted more capabilities, more weapons, in order to complete a plan to disarm all non-state actors in Lebanon, reclaim state authority, basically disarm Hezbollah. But the international community, and particularly the United States and Israel, they believed that the Lebanese state, the army, was not doing enough. And, we're hearing from diplomats the very fact that Hezbollah fighters are now along the border targeting Israeli military positions is an indication that the Lebanese army, which claimed operational control over South Lebanon, doesn't have that control in the south of the country. So the French president saying that the Lebanese authorities assured him that they will take control of security and they will disarm Hezbollah. It's not clear whether or not that will be enough for the U.S. to intervene to stop these attacks. The Lebanese president has requested this to the U.S. envoy in Lebanon. We haven't heard any statement from the United States concerning the ongoing escalating confrontation in Lebanon. We talk about airstrikes overnight targeting Beirut's southern suburbs, but as we speak, many areas across southern Lebanon are coming under attack. Also overnight, there have been strikes in the east of the country.
OK, Zena, thanks for the update for now. We'll come back to you later. Let's go to Ramallah and speak to Noor Ode, who's tracking Iran's retaliatory attacks on Israel. Noor, Israel's been balancing an intense 13th wave of airstrikes on Iran with a rapidly expanding ground offensive also in southern Lebanon, as we've just been hearing from Zainab. But first, help us understand the ongoing threat level in Israel from Iran right now.
Well, good morning, Neve. The threat level in Israel is in more than one direction. On the one hand, you have the threat of missiles, the economic impact of keeping people in their homes, limiting in some areas gatherings to 50 people, completely banning those gatherings in northern Israel, for example, where residents spent much of the night either in shelters or very, very close to them. And at the same time, maintaining a rhetoric of victory, of invincibility. Now, this is going to catch up with Israeli leaders, and they understand that. And that's why, in conjunction with all of that, with tallying the damages, which are estimated at about $2 billion in the first week, the cost of war itself at $1 billion, to also think about having, this battle for the long haul. So not just with Iran, but definitely with Hezbollah. And this is a hard sell for Israeli leaders who have to tell their public and convince them that this is worth it, especially given the fact that so far the Iranian missiles have had limited impact on civilian areas. But rockets and missiles and drones coming from Lebanon have a different effect. It's far more impactful psychologically, if not as well in terms of damage. There is very little early warning. There is almost immediate impact. And every time a rocket is shot, either from shrapnel or from the air defense missiles, damage occurs. So there will be a lot of answering come Sunday when the weekend in Israel is over.
Noor, I mean, Hezbollah, we know, has issued a 5-kilometre kill zone, they're calling it, a warning for Israeli border towns. I mean, does it change then with that warning the pace of the Israeli advance into southern Lebanon?
It might. I mean, the Israeli army is talking about going in at least as deep as 8 kilometers into Lebanese territory beyond the area that they already occupy. But let's just remind our viewers, Niamh, the relationship or the contact between Hezbollah and Israelis is personal. It is real. There is memory here. And it's not just over the past 2 years. Israel occupied a large part of southern Lebanon for decades. It experienced the resistance of Hezbollah over those years, and it withdrew from southern Lebanon. So there is that institutional memory. Over the past 2.5 years, there was extensive damage in northern communities. So people understand very well the potential of this war. At the same time, what Israel is doing in Lebanon is very different from previous wars. The way it is re-engineering or attempting to, especially the areas in Al-Dahiya, in Beirut, has parallels with Gaza. And this is not just an interpretation. It is the statement of a very prominent minister, Bezalel Smotrich, the Minister of Finance, who said that Al-Dahiya, the heart of the southern suburb of Beirut, will soon look like Khan Yunis. Now, this has a lot of impact because it does indicate that Israel is planning to really go all the way, and it is expecting Hezbollah's response to be just as ferocious. So the coming days and weeks will test the resolve of both sides. There is no symmetry, of course, in the firepower between Israel and Hezbollah, but there is a determination on Israel's side to maintain that re-engineering agenda, if you will, vacating the south from the Lebanese, re-engineering who can be in Al-Dahiya in terms of who can return, because right now Al-Dahiya is empty of its residents. As we heard there from Zainab, people are out on the street understanding what could have happened because they've been watching it on their screen for over 2 years now.
All right, Noor, we'll check back in with you shortly, but over to Zain Basravi now, who's in Doha. Good morning to you, Zain. And we know, of course, for anybody here in Doha, that there were very loud explosions overnight, loud explosions late morning yesterday. The Al Udeid air base, the home of US Central Command, the largest US military base in the region, has been targeted and we understand hit. What more do we know?
Well, at the moment, we have very little information as to exactly what assessment of damage there may be. Even when Al Udeid air base was confirmed hit a couple of days ago with a ballistic missile, the Qatari government saying 2 ballistic missiles were fired on day 5 of the war at Al Udeid air base. One was intercepted, one did make landfall. Not a great deal of information as to what exactly was hit or what happened at the base. What we do know from the Ministry of Interior this morning is, from the Ministry of Defense, is a statement they put out shortly after 4 a.m., which is around the time where residents of Doha would have heard this latest wave of loud explosions with these interceptions in the skies over Doha. The Ministry of Defense announces that Qatar Emir Air Defense Forces successfully intercepted a drone attack targeting Al Udeid Air Base. That was the latest update, not a lot more of information since then. But what we can surmise from what's been happening over the course of the first week of this war, we're into day 7 now, is that when the Iranians target anything they consider U.S. assets in the GCC, in really any city, they tend to try to zero in. So they will try to attempt to continue targeting until they hit something. Now, yesterday, we saw the U.S. Embassy here in Doha evacuate, the neighborhoods around it evacuated, the threat level considered high for that embassy. Missions, of course, belonging to the U.S. and all around the region have come under attack. And the attacks yesterday seemed to focus on the western part of Doha, where the embassy is, where embassy staff is housed, and in the direction of Al Udeid Air Base. So what we are likely to see is a continuation of that attempt to continue to hit these targets that Iran has identified as fair targets, including embassies and U.S. bases in the region.
And Zain, attacks also in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, where 2 hotels and at least 1 residential building were hit. What's being said about those attacks?
That is correct. An official spokesman for the Saudi government said an interception and destruction of 3 ballistic missiles was carried out. They were launched towards Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, of course, commonly used by U.S. forces over the years. Kuwait air defenses were dealing with hostile missile and drone attacks, according to the Defense Ministry, that had penetrated Kuwaiti airspace this morning. And the Department of State actually yesterday announced the suspension of operations at the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait as well, in tandem with all of the events where we saw different U.S. missions and embassies being targeted around the region over the course of the last few days. In Bahrain, the Ministry of Interior is saying that Iranian forces targeted a hotel and 2 residential buildings in Manama, but there was no loss of life, though we did see in recent days images of a U.S. base in Bahrain on fire from attacks that were carried out there. And this comes after what was previously, the day before, also very busy, and late night very busy as well. Bahrain and Abu Dhabi were under attack. Bahrain, again, parts of that base I mentioned that were on fire, and on TV reporting that they hit a U.S. base at Zayed Airport. And the UAE saying they thwarted multiple attacks across the country in days past, including Ras Al Khaimah. But once again, multiple GCC cities for several days straight, during the day, overnight, into the morning, coming under attack routinely.
All right, well, that is the picture across the Gulf region. We will, of course, Zain, as with the other teams, check in with you later on. Thanks for now. Well, Donald Trump says he wants to have a say in deciding who Iran should have as its next leader. That's after US and Israeli strikes killed the supreme leader Ali Khamenei a week ago. But Trump's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the Pentagon's military objectives haven't changed, and that is destroying Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and stopping it from developing nuclear weapons. From Washington, D.C., here's John Hendren.
From the White House, the U.S. president describes Iranian forces as depleted, demoralized, all but defeated.
Missiles are gone, launches are gone. They're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late.
From the U.S. Central Command in Florida, the defense secretary describes a U.S. military that is ramping up, not down.
We have only just begun to fight. If you think you've seen something, just wait.
Ending with this warning.
The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge dramatically.
Admiral Brad Cooper, head of the U.S. Central Command, said American B-2 bombers had struck within the past few hours and said a ship carrying drones was struck in the hour before the briefing.
U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines.
As the U.S. insists it can continue at the current pace indefinitely, some here fear the next step might be American boots on the ground. But President Trump's suggestion that the war would be wrapped up within weeks suggests the U.S. is content bombing Iranians from the air. The U.S. contention that American warfare will be overwhelming and short confronts an old military saying, no battle plan survives contact with the enemy unscathed. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
And in Washington, D.C. is Rosalind Jordan. Ros, this is turning out to be an extremely costly war by the sounds of it. We heard a few days ago that the Pentagon wants $50 billion more. Do you think the Trump administration really thought this through?
Well, this is certainly something that would have been discussed had there been an attempt to try to get Congress to authorize the war on Iran before it started on Saturday, February 28th. There had not been any discussion of how many troops would be required, what kind of military equipment, what kind of weapons, what the price tag would be, whether or not this is simply an air and sea-based war, or whether this would involve ground troops. All of those factors come with a price tag. And certainly if that had been discussed in Congress before, there would be a real sense of how much this would actually be costing not just the Pentagon's budget, but the U.S. taxpayer. So now this reported $50 billion supplemental, which is supposed to go towards replenishing the missiles and missile systems, the THAAD missile defense system, Patriot missiles, Tomahawk missiles, other equipment that is being used so far in this air war. All of that would have been figured out and considered by members of Congress before last Saturday's action. Now, that's going to raise the question, what are members of Congress going to do, given that they have approved a more than $750 billion budget for the Pentagon in the current fiscal year, and the president is now suggesting that he wants to increase that by another $500 billion, another $500 billion for the coming fiscal year, and then you have additional money that he wants set aside right now just to replenish the warheads that have already been used. Members of Congress are looking at the fact that there is a record budget deficit, that the interest on the federal debt keeps going up, and that they have to keep in mind in an election year, can they justify spending more money on a war that that wasn't, in the Democrats' view, properly discussed? Can they justify this additional expenditure to their voters?
Ros, there have been senior Republicans dismissing the idea that this is in any way a forever war. I mean, House Speaker Mike Johnson labelled it a limited operation. But, of course, in the minds of many Americans, the Gulf Wars, the Afghanistan campaign, they cast long shadows on public perception. I mean, how are ordinary Americans viewing this conflict?
Well, it's falling really basically along party lines. Republicans overwhelmingly support the president's decision to go to war against Iran. Independent voters and Democratic voters are very much opposed to this war. Now, certainly one thing that does seize the attention of U.S. voters is when troops start dying in war. At least 6 have been killed in that air attack by Iran on a facility where U.S. forces were in Kuwait City earlier in the week. And once the images of those soldiers' remains being brought back to the U.S. hits the public airwaves, you might see more people questioning, is this something that they want their loved ones involved in? The active duty military force worldwide is more than 2 million troops. And when you already have 50,000 of those troops in the greater Middle East, and with the potential, even though the U.S. president has seemingly ruled this out, the potential for possibly U.S. ground forces being deployed to Iran, it does seize the public imagination here in the U.S.
I'm sure it does. Rosalind, thanks for that. Rosalind Jordan in Washington, D.C. Now, Donald Trump will meet executives from America's biggest defense contractors at the White House on Friday. They're expected to discuss increasing weapons production, as we've just heard from Rosalind Jordan. The Pentagon is trying to replenish supplies after strikes on Iran and several other locations. Lucia Newman reports from Washington.
At one of the Pentagon's favorite arms factories in Arkansas, an unusual visit from the Secretary of War, where 1,500 workers were given a pep talk.
You are the patriots, ensuring that our warriors are never, ever in a fair fight. The warfighters need you to build, and they need it yesterday.
The White House has fast-tracked a $50 billion arms budget in Congress. And the Pentagon plans to buy 57 Tomahawk long-range guided missiles this year. But that's not enough. The U.S. and its Gulf allies are reportedly running low on interceptor missiles. They also need more medium and short-range missiles to replenish those used so far against Iran and elsewhere. The White House isn't underestimating Iran's offensive capabilities.
They are producing, by some estimates, over 100 of these missiles a month.
Hence the renewed pressure on U.S. arms manufacturers.
President Donald Trump is warning them that manufacturers who are deemed to be underperforming could lose their multi-million-dollar contracts, all the while insisting that the United States has plenty of weapons left. But there's another issue, the impact of this conflict on the economy.
World War II established conditions for future growth and played a role in ending the Great Depression by increasing government spending and increasing employment. But the Vietnam War didn't do the same. And more recently, the Afghanistan and Iraq conflicts were financed by deep deficit spending that actually hurt the economy. Depending on the duration of the current conflict, it could have a catastrophic impact on oil prices and the global economy. Not to mention the biggest cost of all, the human cost. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera, Washington.
It is just past 6:30 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Neve Barker. More than 1,300 Iranians have been killed so far. Thousands are injured. The Israeli army says this operation against Iran is moving to the next phase to further dismantle, quote, the regime and its military capabilities. Homes, hospitals, ambulances, and entire neighborhoods have been destroyed in a week of unrelenting US and Israeli strikes. In Lebanon, the Israeli military has launched intense air attacks on Beirut's southern suburbs. Earlier, it issued an unprecedented forced evacuation order for all residents in the area, including Dahya, which is home to hundreds of thousands of people. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. More than 120 people have been killed so far. Iran has launched a barrage of missiles into Israel, including Tel Aviv and West Jerusalem. Explosions have caused significant damage to buildings in Tel Aviv, with debris scattered across the streets and emergency crews responding to multiple incidents. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. And Iran is continuing its attacks on Gulf nations hosting US troops. One hotel and 2 residential buildings have come under attack in Bahrain's capital, Manama. Earlier, a refinery was seen engulfed in smoke after an apparent Iranian strike. In Kuwait, an explosion was reported from an airbase in the south of the country. And Saudi Arabia says it's intercepted drones near the Riyadh region. Well, the war between the US, Israel and Iran has seen drones deployed across the Middle East this week. Well, it's the first time some countries have come under drone attack. The technology has been used on the battlefield in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And as Audrey McAlpine reports from Kyiv, Ukrainians may have the answer for how to combat them.
The Iranian-made drones that reshaped the war in Ukraine appearing in the Gulf, evading air defenses in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, showing how this weapon is moving beyond a single conflict. Years of deployment by both Russia and Ukraine have refined the technology and driven up production.
This is a Shahed-style drone. Iran developed the design and is believed to have tens of thousands of these drones. Each one cost about $50,000 to produce, but shooting them down can be even more expensive, given that some interceptor missiles cost over $1 million. Russia regularly launches hundreds of these drones into Ukraine in a single night, which is why Ukrainians are working on cheaper ways of intercepting them.
I think there is no country else that is more prepared for this than us and that has as much expertise as us.
Here at the Skyfall Academy, they're training Ukraine's military how to use interceptor drones, one of the ways that Ukraine is fighting against Shahed-style drones. And after 4 years of war, it's just another example of how Ukraine has become a leader in drone and anti-drone warfare.
It's just much more cost-effective and easy to deploy and really easy to do it in the mass production.
The Ukrainian government hopes solutions like these could eventually be exported to Gulf countries or even exchanged for interceptor missiles.
What do you think that the world has to learn from Ukraine right now, given what's happening in the Middle East?
I believe that they have to understand that the interceptor drones are part of the defense strategy of every country, and it has to be implemented right now.
In a world where drones are rewriting the rules of war, Ukraine is emerging as a leader in drone defense and interception. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Well, we are live in Tehran and Doha. Let's start, though, with Zain Basravi here in the Qatari capital. Checking in with you again, Zain, because we do have some questions about the consequences of these drone attacks. And that's been paralysis, of course, on air travel, a huge concern in this part of the world. And a rare piece of positive news, Etihad Airways and a few other regional carriers announced they would resume limited commercial flights starting today, March the 6th, primarily for repatriating stranded residents to hubs like London, Paris and New York. But that isn't the case for Qatar yet. Zain, why are some countries allowing flights, others not?
Well, I think it is an example of doing what they can when they can. The UAE, Dubai, of course, one of the largest, if not it's the world's largest airport by air traffic, by passenger commercial air travel. So the backlog there will be hitting Dubai and other airports in the UAE hardest, no doubt. Doha also a major hub, but the level of traffic that Dubai has to deal with, that the UAE has to deal with, that Zayed International Airport, where Etihad Airlines is hubbed, has to deal with, is certainly something that is placing pressure on the airlines to act. A few days ago, the UAE Airlines did announce they would begin limited commercial flights, limited flights to get people back home, pressure from foreign governments whose citizens reside in these places, tourists that are there. So airlines taking a cost-benefit analysis, even Etihad Airlines in its statement talking about the resumption of flights from today, listed 71 different locations on social media, saying that it would be between Abu Dhabi and a number of these destinations. A full list is on their social media pages. They are saying guests with previous bookings will be accommodated on these flights. So it's not as though you can go and book a new flight and head out. This is for people who already had bookings, and more than 3,000 flights were canceled on the first day of the war about a week ago, so thousands of passengers remain stranded. And they do guarantee that Etihad continues to monitor the situation closely and will operate flights only once safety criteria are met. So an acknowledgement that the airspace over the UAE, over this whole region, remains a source of security threat, especially with the drones, as you say, but primarily what we've experienced with the retaliation coming from Iran have been ballistic missiles, cruise missiles. A few jets were shot down by the Emiri Air Force here in Qatar. So a multi-layered threat here as well as other GCC countries. The UAE obviously taking the step to try to suggest that they can move forward now with operating limited flights. What they're doing is identifying safe corridors for these flights to go through. Flight paths are much different than they used to be. Similar to when there was a blockade over Doha, alternative flight paths had to be used in the airspace. Qatar Airways has come out in the last hour or so putting out a statement saying we are working around the clock to organize additional relief flights where operationally possible, and we will share further updates as soon as they are confirmed. What they mean by this is Qatar Airways operating out of other locations like Oman, like other countries. But with regards to Qatar, they say Qatar Airways will resume operations once Qatar Civil Aviation Authority announces safe reopening of Qatari airspace. So for now, as you say, Qatari airspace remains closed.
And Zain, we've seen since this crisis began multiple embassies around the world whirl into action with their messaging. But following the UAE's withdrawal of its ambassador from Tehran earlier this week, the US embassy in Kuwait has now suspended operations late last night. They're citing the deteriorating security environment. Overall, how at risk are embassies and consulates across the entire region right now?
Well, I think it depends on the country you're from. So far, we have seen diplomatic tension between the GCC and Arab states and Iran result in ambassadors being called, resulting in the UAE, of course, pulling out its mission and its staff from Tehran. There is a great deal of tension between the diplomatic missions of Iran and the Arab states. But so far, the only embassies and consulates to really be targeted are the American ones. U.S. bases have been targeted. U.S. assets have been identified and targeted by Iran. There was a British base, of course, in Cyprus that came under fire as well. But for the most part, the embassies and consulates, in a situation like this, the international standard is a heightened sense of threat level for all diplomatic missions. But if specifically you are working at or living near a U.S. embassy or consulate, then you are, according to Iran, a primary target.
All right, Zain, thanks for the update there. We'll be back with you shortly, no doubt. Let's go to Tehran now, speak to Tawhid Asadi once more. Tawhid, let's open the conversation up, if we may, because we know the US president says he wants to be involved and that all-important selection of a new supreme leader. We know, of course, though, there is a process that is underway. An emergency session in Qom by the Assembly of Experts is underway to precisely make that decision on behalf of the Iranian people. It's been several days since Ayatollah Khamenei was assassinated. We were told this process would be quick. What more do we know about that process?
Well, actually, so far we haven't received any reaction from the Iranian side on the statements by the President Donald Trump. But speaking of the process, the latest lines are coming from yesterday's meeting of the Interim Council of Leadership, which includes actually 3 people: Iranian President, head of Judiciary, as well as 1 member from Guardian Council. This is the temporary body that takes charge of the leadership of the country, but we know that the Assembly of Experts is supposed to choose the supreme leader. They're saying that the process is underway, according to what we heard from the statement based upon which the meeting was held by the Interim Council of Leadership. They said that the planning for the holding of the meeting related to the Assembly of Experts is underway. We have this assembly with 88 members, and they have to make the decision about the next supreme leader of the country. One of the members previously came out to say that consultations are underway, and since this is the most significant decision to be made, it's going to take some time. The Constitution, Article 111, says that it should be conducted as soon as possible, but no specification about the deadline or how long this process could take place, first due to the continuation of American strikes and Israeli strikes, and secondly, because of the significance of this decision. And while we're talking about that, we know that the airstrikes are still ongoing, leaving residential areas affected, leaving many buildings demolished, including my own apartment, which was just reduced to rubble in today's attack.
Toed, of course, a stark reminder that you indeed are living through this also there in Tehran. Many thanks for the time being. Toed Asadi there. Now, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives has narrowly rejected a resolution that would have put limits on President Trump's power to launch a war on Iran. The vote followed senators defeating a similar measure, mostly along party lines. Patty Colhane reports from Capitol Hill.
On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 219. The concurrent resolution is not adopted.
After hours of debate and mostly along party lines, the U.S. House of Representatives declined to order U.S. President Donald Trump to stop these attacks in Iran. Democrats argued he didn't have the authority or a plan.
It is about, and set aside, if you will, for a moment, the Constitution. Should the representatives of the people authorize an action that will kill many of those people and that will consume blood and treasure? Our framers certainly said the answer to that question is yes. Let's not abrogate our constitutional duty or our constitutional power. Vote yes on this resolution.
That plea did not move the majority of Republicans. All but 2 voted against.
This war powers resolution is ill-timed and ill-advised. Congress must stand with the president and our military to finally close, once and for all, this dark chapter of history and pave the way for lasting peace.
The Constitution makes clear the only other branch of government that could have stopped this is Congress. But they could have another chance because the law says that after 90 days, the president has to get congressional authorization, and pressure could be mounting on Republicans.
So let's assess.
Some of the most prominent Trump supporters in the media are outraged for what they see as the real reason for the attacks.
Why did this happen? Now, in this case, there's a really simple answer. This happened because Israel wanted it to happen. This is Israel's war. This is not the United States' war. This war is not being waged on behalf of American national security objectives to make the United States safer or richer. This war is not actually even about weapons of mass destruction, nukes.
Also criticizing the warnings about imminent attacks from Iran, the administration has claimed.
Does it make any sense to you that Iran was planning preemptive strikes against us?
and our civilians, knowing full well of the massive military assets we had moved into the region, the aircraft carriers and so on? Obviously, it doesn't.
In his second term, President Trump has launched strikes on 7 separate countries with little consequence for the American people. But this time that could be very different for the U.S. military and the economy. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera on Capitol Hill.
France's President Emmanuel Macron says the government is ready to send armoured vehicles to Lebanon. Macron urged Hezbollah to stop attacking Israel and called on both Israel and Iran not to involve Lebanon further in the war. France has also authorised US forces to use one of its bases on the condition they're not used to strike Iran. American troops will have temporary access to a base on French territory. Natasha Butler reports from Paris.
Well, there had been some confusion here in France over whether or not the United States was able to use French military air bases in the Gulf. Well, the French military have clarified the situation. What they are saying is that some US aircraft used only for logistical and support purposes can use some French air bases. But here in France, the French military are also saying that they have guarantees from the US military that those aircraft are not at all involved in any airstrikes on Iran. Well, the French President Emmanuel Macron has condemned the US and Israeli airstrikes on Iran as going against breaking international law and rules. And he says that France will remain in a purely defensive position. He's had phone calls with the US President and with the Israeli Prime Minister and mentioned as such. He has called for a de-escalation of tensions, as has the French Foreign Minister, who has spoken to his Iranian counterpart, also calling for a return to diplomacy. Well, meanwhile, France's defensive operations are stepping up. France is sending its flagship aircraft carrier, the Charles de Gaulle, to the eastern Mediterranean. It is expected to get there towards the beginning of next week. It is also joining forces with Italy and Greece in order to try and patrol the Red Sea to ensure those shipping routes there are safe. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Paris.
European foreign ministers have held a meeting with representatives from the Gulf Cooperation Council. The EU has been scrambling to respond after Israel and the United States launched their war on Iran without consulting European powers. The EU's foreign affairs chief says US foreign policy shifts have shaken the bloc's relationship with Washington. Osama bin Javaid has this from Brussels.
Spain has become the latest European country to send its naval assets to the eastern Mediterranean. It will be sending its most advanced frigate off the coast of Cyprus. Italy has also indicated that it will also be sending its naval forces and air defenses. This comes as there has been a meeting in Brussels with European foreign ministers as well as GCC ministers, and the Gulf Cooperation Council has been assured by the European Union that it will stand by its Gulf allies in this time of need. It has said that it is going to try and continue to find ways of de-escalation as well as push for a diplomatic solution, whatever that may look like, for Iran to not develop a nuclear weapon. But it appears that the European Union is also promising that it could provide other defensive support to its European allies.
When it comes to also the drone interceptors, there is a need in both of these wars. So there is really problem with the production. We need to also do more on the European side and really speed up. When it comes to drones and drone interceptor drones, then Ukraine has really been able to produce a lot and can also share this knowledge with the Gulf countries to boost this production.
So as more words of support come from Europe and various European capitals, it remains to be seen how Europe can find its footing in this conflict where essentially it is an American-Israeli decision to go to war. Although there is a lot of impact on European countries and European expatriates, they've not been part of the decision-making process, but there's hope that the Gulf Cooperation Council and the Europeans can talk to their respective spheres of influence and try and find an off-ramp. Osama bin Javaid, Al Jazeera, Brussels.
Oil prices are on track to rise by more than 15% this week, their biggest surge in 4 years. Brent crude is now trading at over $83 a barrel. And 20% of the world's oil supply is usually shipped through the Strait of Hormuz, but Iran has declared the strait closed and attacked ships nearby. Well, as we've been reporting, missile and drone attacks have also hit oil and gas infrastructure, resulting in Saudi Arabia and Qatar suspending production of major energy facilities. Meanwhile, the US has given India a waiver to buy Russian oil for 30 days to ease the pressure on the world's third largest importer and consumer. On Friday, the Indian government ordered oil refining companies to maximise production of liquefied petroleum gas, but only sell it to domestic customers. The country refines and exports petroleum products ranging from jet fuel to chemicals and plastics. In August last year, India was hit with a 25% tariff as punishment by the US for buying Russian oil, which was revoked last month. In the US, stocks tumbled on Thursday following renewed concerns about the war with Iran. Al Jazeera's Kristen Salumi reports from the New York Stock Exchange.
U.S. markets had a down day on Thursday as oil prices continued to creep higher. All three of the major stock indexes in the United States closed in negative territory, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average down more than 1.5%, nearly 800 points. This is happening as the conflict in the Middle East continues to drag on. Concerns about the impact that the ongoing fighting is having on oil and gas production in Gulf states, as well as transportation through the Strait of Hormuz. All of this is weighing on investors and causing extreme volatility in the marketplace. Rising tech stocks have been one bright spot that have helped keep the markets from plunging too much. But these rising oil prices are getting hard to ignore. We've seen the West Texas Intermediate crude, that is a benchmark oil stock, rise more than 7% just today alone. And that's affecting gas prices in the United States. And it's affecting airlines and cruise lines that require a lot of fuel to serve their customers. And those stocks also dropped on Thursday. The worry is that the longer this conflict continues, the greater impact it will have on markets and, of course, the economy writ large. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, New York.
Indonesia's foreign minister says the government has paused discussions with President Donald Trump's Board of Peace because of the conflict in the Middle East. The country's membership has drawn criticism from Muslim groups at home. Barney Below reports from Jakarta.
We're outside the residence of the ambassador of Iran here in Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia. And as you can see here, there's a long row of message boards expressing condolences for the passing. And indeed, people here say the targeted killing of Iran's late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, by the United States and Israel. And inside the ambassador's residence, people filing in to pay their last respects. As you can see, there are photos of the late Supreme Leader Khamenei, as well as other senior leaders who were killed by U.S. and Israeli strikes. People here blaming the U.S. and Israel for what is now a region-wide conflict in the Middle East. They say the U.S. and Israeli attack totally unjustified and unprovoked. They say that there is no evidence that the nuclear program of Iran was anything but for civilian purposes.
The US and Israel are too arrogant. They see themselves as the world's police and believe that even sovereign countries must be monitored by them.
They've crossed the limits of international law. Even in times of war, it is forbidden to harm children and women, but they bombed a school with innocent children.
And now there is immense pressure on the government of Indonesia and President Prabowo Subianto to leave the US-led Board of Peace, which was supposed to oversee post-war efforts in Gaza. People here say the ongoing conflict in the Middle East proof that the Board of Peace was never created in the interest of the Palestinian people, and that it doesn't align with Indonesia's support for Palestinian statehood. Barney Below, Al Jazeera, Jakarta.
Let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. And electricity has been restored to parts of Cuba after a shortage of fuel left much of the island in the dark. Officials say it could take 3 to 4 days to fully restore power as crews work to fix a broken boiler at a thermoelectric plant. Cuba has been dealing with fuel shortages since the US captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. The White House says it will impose tariffs on any country selling Cuba fuel. Kristi Noem is out as Trump's Homeland Security Secretary. She had a controversial tenure leading the DHS, the agency that oversees border security. Heidi Jo Castro has more on that.
Kristi Noem was on stage in Tennessee when President Trump announced her firing over social media, writing that Noem will be moving to be special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. More details on the newly created position, Trump said, would be coming this weekend. On X, Noem responded saying she looked forward to dismantling cartels and building on earlier accomplishments like securing the border. While leading DHS, Noem traveled the world touting Trump's immigration policies, including a visit to an El Salvador prison where she used prisoners as props. She extolled the president in public, and he seemed happy to keep her in the spotlight.
I'm Kristi Noem, from the Cowboys Who Tamed the West.
Until this $220 million ad campaign starring and overseen by Noem. Earlier this week, Noem took heated questions from Republicans about whether Trump approved the cost.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That
they
overwhelmingly
were effective in your name recognition. I mean, I personally just, I mean, to me, it puts the president in a terribly awkward spot.
Trump reportedly says he did not approve the cost. As DHS Secretary, Noem also oversaw the brutal immigration crackdown in Minneapolis, in which federal agents killed 2 American citizens. And she was criticized for allegedly slowing the arrival of federal help to deadly flooding in Texas. As for her successor to lead DHS, Trump has selected the Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen. Republicans lined up to congratulate him on Thursday, and a few Democrats said he was at least an improvement.
Kristi Noem is gone. Good riddance. She was a disaster.
Mullen will need Senate approval to be confirmed and will likely secure it in the Republican-controlled Congress. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Russia and Ukraine are exchanging around 500 prisoners of war. The first groups have already arrived back home, and more expected later this Friday. This is the result of talks mediated by the US and the UAE. Well, as the war in Ukraine rages on, Russia has continued to recruit for the battlefield, even beyond its borders. South Africans promised with lucrative security contracts report being duped into joining the front lines. Famida Miller reports from Inanda.
This is the last group of South African men returning home after what they describe as deception. They say they traveled to Moscow on the promise of job training and employment. Instead, they ended up alongside Russian forces on the front lines of the war in Ukraine. It's illegal for South Africans to fight in foreign wars, and the men could face criminal charges. But they say they were lured to Russia under false pretenses and had no idea they would be sent to the battlefield. One of the men, who does not want to be named, sent this mobile footage of what he says is Ukraine to his brother Mlungisi, pleading for help to come home.
Apparently there was a contract they had to sign that they didn't understand, and they called upon one of the representatives. He didn't know the name at that time, whether it was a guy named Alex Khoza or a different person who actually begged them to sign the contract until the lady by the name of Ututuzile came and then helped them to sign the contract. And he promised that she understands the contract and the contract is okay, there's nothing wrong.
This woman, Duduzile Zuma, daughter of former President Jacob Zuma, is facing questions around the trafficking of more than a dozen men. They say they were sent to Russia to train as bodyguards for her father's political party, the Mkhonto weSizwe, or MK party. Duduzile denies the accusations.
There are investigations that are taking place so that those that are responsible should be held to account. We cannot have exceptions in this law.
Some of the men say they were paid between $2,000 and $3,000 for their time in Ukraine.
In a country battling high unemployment, especially amongst young people, the promise of work and a final bonus of up to $60,000 was an offer they say was too attractive to refuse.
While 4 other men have been charged with trying to join the Russian army, these men say fighting in Ukraine is not what they signed up for. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera in Nanda, South Africa.
It is 7 GMT. Welcome to Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Neve Barker. Oh! More than 1,300 Iranians have been killed so far. Thousands are injured. The Israeli army says its operation against Iran is moving to the next phase to further dismantle, quote, the regime and its military capabilities. Homes, hospitals, ambulances, and entire neighborhoods have been destroyed in a week of unrelenting US and Israeli strikes.
The United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule and at levels that people have never seen before, actually.
Trump has also said that he will have to be involved in picking Iran's next leader. He said he would support exiled Kurdish Iranian fighters to launch an offensive on Iran, quote, if they want to do that. A group of Iranian Kurdish parties formed a coalition last week to challenge the Iranian government. In Lebanon, the Israeli military's launched intense air attacks on Beirut's southern suburbs. Earlier, it issued an unprecedented forced evacuation order for all residents in that area, including Dahya, which is home to hundreds of thousands of people. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. More than 120 people have been killed so far. And Iran has launched a barrage of missiles into Israel, including Tel Aviv and West Jerusalem. Explosions have caused significant damage to buildings in Tel Aviv, with debris scattered across the streets and emergency crews responding to multiple incidents. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. And Iran is continuing its attacks on Gulf nations hosting US troops. 1 hotel and 2 residential buildings have come under attack in Bahrain's capital, Manama. Earlier, a refinery was seen engulfed in smoke after an apparent Iranian strike. In Kuwait, an explosion was reported from an airbase in the south of the country. And Saudi Arabia says it's intercepted drones near the Riyadh region. Well, we are live from Tehran, Doha, Beirut, Ramallah, Washington, D.C. But first, let's go to Towhid Asadi, who's in the Iranian capital, reporting on developments there. Towhid, another night of intense strikes and attacks by Israel. Also, the United States saying that his also has its sights on further targets across Iran. Walk us through all the significant developments overnight. Towhid, how's the capital functioning?
Over the past few hours, starting from the early hours of the morning, we saw a sort of intensified campaign of strikes, as it is the day 7 from the initiation of these strikes by the Americans and Israelis. And the reality on the ground is that this is not just the military and political centers that are being targeted, but also very ordinary civilians, residential areas, hospitals and schools, which are the targets, which are the places which these strikes are happening. And so far, we know that the latest report, the latest statistics comes from yesterday, saying that more than 1,300 people were killed, with many more injured. I can say that this is not an updated statistics, because of the very fact that we are dealing with this ongoing strikes, leaving the fear of casualties being increased to a considerable extent. And of course, we know that this is not just limited to the areas and neighborhoods in the Iranian capital, but also beyond that, we are receiving footages indicating the continuation of these strikes across the country in Shiraz, Isfahan, Qom, Ahvaz, and many other cities. The latest, again, we're not sure if there is an increase or not. Of course, there might be seeing these increased strikes that at least more than 170 cities have been the place and scene of these continued strikes And as we move on, we see that civilian casualties are increasing more and more. The Iranian side, on the other hand, is saying that it's going to continue to strike back. We heard from both a spokesperson of the army as well as the spokesperson of IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, saying that we are prepared for a long-time war, and Revolutionary Guards are talking of different waves, one after another, of retaliatory strikes, the latest of which was 21st, in which they said that they have targeted, quote-unquote, the heart of Tel Aviv with their hypersonic missiles. All in all, what we can say is that we are dealing with a delicate situation which sounds far, far, far from de-escalation.
Towed, I have to ask you this. I know journalists don't like to be the story, they like to tell the story, but this has directly affected you also. Your apartment has been involved in being hit, is that right?
Yeah, indeed. It's nothing. I mean, I'm just one of the many people who are still living in the city. Some considerable proportion of the society, the residents in Tehran, have decided to evacuate the town, but still there are another proportion who are still living in the city despite all these ongoing disastrous situations that we have been witnessing, seeing these airstrikes. And of course, it unfortunately was just rubble to it was reduced to rubble. And again, you know, this is just part of the reality that we have to cope with, alongside with many other people who are living here in the capital. Yeah, that's it. That's life. We can do nothing about it.
That's life, part of an impossible reality. It's difficult for us to get our heads around, Towhead. Let's move the conversation on, if we may, because Iranian officials, we know, have been keen to assert that the Kurdish minority stand for them. Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, has posted on X saying, "I express my appreciation to the proud and honourable people of Kurdistan who have stood by Iran during these historic days. The governor and the armed forces, as guardians of security, are duty-bound to decisively confront any separatist activities." Towhead, let me put this back to you, because this is an important thing to hear from Masoud Pezeshkian, given that Donald Trump has been precisely encouraging Iranian Kurdish forces to launch attacks against Iran as the Middle East conflict widens and deepens.
Oh, well, actually, this is a very important aspect of this story, as it seems that with the continuation of the airstrikes from the American and Israeli side, there is also another intention to create domestic destabilization and chaos inside the country. Over the past 2-3 days, we actually witnessed the continuation of strikes, specifically by the Americans and Israelis, indeed, specifically in the western parts of the country, which is home to Kurdish cities like Bukhan, Sanandaj, and many others. In Bukhan, for instance, the office of governor, the building belonging to the office of governor was bombarded, not once but twice. First it was bombed, and then people gathered, and it was attacked twice, leaving more and more fatalities. In Sanandaj, the IRIB state TV building was attacked. But let me just get back to your question. Iranian analysts here are saying that this is not just for the sake of attacking the security or IRGC or police stations, but to, in a sense, pave the way for the entrance of Kurdish oppositions from Iraqi territories to Iranian territories. And of course, it goes without saying that they are going to bring chaos and instability with them in case there is a chance for them to cross the border. This is the reality on the ground, and of course it is at least intended to be putting a lot of pressure on Iran, which is already dealing with this delicate situation. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi had phone conversation with Iraqi leaders in Iraq, Iraqi Kurdish leaders such as Barzani and Talabani. He also had a conversation with the Iraqi Prime Minister, and all in all, we can say that there is this message of warning that is being communicated between the two sides about the possibility of de-escalation, further destabilization coming from the Iraqi side to the Iranian side. The reality, as some analysts here are convinced, is that since the United States is not that much interested in boots on the ground scenarios, seeing the significant cost that it might have, they're trying to use some proxies, in a sense, some Kurdish opposition proxies, in order to create a sort of domestic destabilization inside the country while they continue their airstrikes at the same time.
All right, Toad, we will, of course, check in with you as the day progresses. But on behalf of our viewers, big thanks, of course, for your commitment to the job, given the horrendous circumstances that you've experienced with your own apartment. Let's move on to the Western Front at the moment. Lebanon's Hezbollah has warned Israeli residents to evacuate towns within 5 kilometres of the border. In a message posted on its Telegram channel, this is what the group said: your military's aggression against Lebanese sovereignty and safe citizens, the destruction of civilian infrastructure and the expulsion campaign it is carrying out will not go unchallenged. Zaina Hodder is live for us in Beirut. Zaina, will not go unchallenged. It's a message of defiance, isn't it? But is it a message that Hezbollah can really live up to?
Well, there is no doubt Hezbollah has been militarily weakened, its capabilities degraded, because Israel launched a wide-scale offensive against the group in late 2024. And despite a ceasefire in November 2024, there have been near daily strikes. But Hezbollah remaining defiant, its Secretary General Naim Assim acknowledging that there is an imbalance in the capabilities. But Hezbollah fighters are on the front lines close to the border. And that is clear because the Israeli military is acknowledging that its soldiers, there have been casualties wounded among its soldiers in villages along the border. So that in itself is quite telling, that Hezbollah still has command and control. It is now threatening, people living in towns in northern Israel to leave. Hezbollah knows it is no match to Israel's superiority. It controls the skies. But if it inflicts enough pain on Israel, they believe it will give it the upper hand. I remember back in late 2024, a statement that Hezbollah officials said themselves: we will see who cries first. But the problem is, Israel is putting a lot of pressure on the people in Lebanon, supporters of Hezbollah. Hundreds of thousands of them are now homeless.
Zaina, we have regularly seen these huge plumes of smoke over the city skyline of Beirut, but that's only half the story, isn't it? Because of reports, too, of clashes south of the Litani River in Lebanon. It isn't just a waterway, it's a strategic threshold that dictates the rules of engagement between Israel and Hezbollah. Can we confirm if the Israeli military has established a permanent foothold there, or is the situation fluid?
It is quite fluid, but Israeli troops have advanced into Lebanese territory. Whether or not they have set up additional positions, it's not confirmed yet. They already control 5 positions within Lebanese territory along the border, and Hezbollah is claiming to have been attacking some of those positions along the border. What we understand as well is that what we have to remember is the past 2 years, Israeli troops have repeatedly advanced into Lebanese territory. They have abducted civilians. They have detonated homes that remain standing. Much of that area is already a no-go zone. And many people fear that what Israel wants to do is create a buffer zone in that area. It's one of the reasons why it told people living between the Litani River all the way to the border, 8% of Lebanese territory, to flee and to leave for their safety. But human rights groups say that these evacuation orders are not about protecting civilians and that they are violating the rules of war. So this is very much an ongoing confrontation, one that is escalating. There are intensive behind-the-scenes contacts by Lebanese officials to at least to try to prevent the carpet bombing of Beirut's southern suburbs. Last night, we counted approximately 13 strikes. So there is intensive contacts. There will be a meeting in an hour from now at the government palace. The prime minister is going to meet foreign dignitaries, to enlist support, not just international humanitarian support, but diplomatic support. But right now, the balance of power is not in Lebanon's favor.
Many thanks for that update, Zaina. The balance of power not in Lebanon's favour. Let's get the other side of the story. I head to Ramallah and speak to Noor Ordeh, who's tracking Iran's retaliatory attacks on Israel. Noor, Israel has been balancing an intense 13th wave of airstrikes on Iran with the rapidly expanding ground offensive, as we've just been hearing from Zaina in Beirut. Give us a sense of the immediate risks, firstly, when it comes to attacks from Iran and West Jerusalem, we understand, and Tel Aviv.
Well, a lot of things are being tested right now in Israel. The patience of the public, Niamh, the credibility of the ruling coalition, and also the ability of the Israeli government to deliver on its promises. And let's remember, the Israeli government has made very big, very ambitious promises, toppling the government in Iran, changing the map of the Middle East, as the president of Israel has said, decimating Hezbollah once and for all. Now, in the meantime, the Israeli public has to endure a state of emergency where, especially in the northern communities, life has not gone back to normal. In fact, it has gotten much, much worse than it was in days past. So the sirens keep going off. Drones, rockets, missiles keep coming into northern communities. And the Iranian missiles have not stopped. In addition to all of that, of course, you also have the American administration, with Donald Trump throwing his hat again into Israeli politics, berating the Israeli president overnight for not giving Benjamin Netanyahu clemency, the pardon that he is seeking, because in the words of Trump, he only wants Netanyahu to focus on the war. So much is happening in Israel right now, so much that has to do with the political survival of all involved. And at the moment, the only contender, the only person who can beat Netanyahu is someone to the right of Netanyahu, because even the opposition is cheering on as Israel pounds Lebanon and Iran.
Given, Noor, everything you've just said there about political opinions on the right potentially dictating the future direction of the country, I wonder how far Netanyahu is prepared to go to show his detractors on the right that, he can kind of, go deeper, go further in Lebanon than ever before to get the job done. Because what is being sent about the extent of the operation there? Because there are fears that Israel is masking a land grab under the guise of creating a buffer zone with Hezbollah.
Well, Netanyahu will have to go all the way. In fact, that is what he's promising. We heard from his Minister of Finance late last evening saying that Al-Dahiya, the Beirut Southern District, will soon look like Khan Yunis. And let's just remind our viewers, in the past 2.5 years, Israel has been setting new normals of forced displacement, of re-engineering of populations, of redrawing the maps. In Gaza, for example, we heard from the head of the opposition just a little while ago saying that the only solution he sees is for Israel to create a so-called sterile area in southern Lebanon, meaning an area empty of Lebanese residents, empty of Lebanese buildings, just like we did in Gaza, he said, just like the Yellow Line. So the forced displacement orders, the routes dictated to those that are being displaced that we saw in Beirut, the forced displacement orders in southern Lebanon, all of those parallels really are coming to bear. And it is no secret that Israel wants to acquire more land in Lebanon to create that buffer zone. It will not create it on its own territory. So the goals, Niamh, are pretty plain. How they will be implemented, well, that's for the coming days to show us.
Noor, many thanks as always. Noor Ordeh there. Let's get the view now from what's happening across the Gulf. A multitude of attacks in multiple locations. Zain Basravi is covering those developments here in Doha. Zain, starting with where we are, of course, in Doha, the Al Udeid base, the home of US Central Command, the largest US military base in the region, targeted once more. What are we noticing about the pattern of attacks here?
Well, once again, at around 4 a.m. local time, residents in Doha would have heard another barrage of loud explosions, those interceptions of drones coming in from Iran. The Ministry of Interior confirming that Qatar was indeed the target of another drone attack. Al Udeid Air Base specifically being targeted by Iranian drones. Now, we're into day 7 of this war, and consistently, since Iran began its retaliation for coming under attack by Israel and the United States, saying that it would attack U.S. assets in the region, has consistently tried to hit specifically CENTCOM headquarters at Al Udeid Air Base. On day 5, we saw that 2 ballistic missiles did get shot at Al Udeid Air Base. One of them was intercepted, but one did make landfall. In terms of damage assessments, there's no clear indication. Security is very tight around all these sensitive areas in Qatar at the moment. But once again, today we hear that they are once again trying to target Al Udeid Air Base. This, of course, after a very, very loud day here in Doha yesterday. Again, early morning hours, the U.S. Embassy in Doha was evacuated, and in the hours that followed, a barrage of attacks to the west of the city, where the U.S. Embassy is, where staff is often housed in those neighborhoods. And Al Udeid Air Base isn't very far away. So what we are seeing is a pattern of behavior here by Iran, not just in Doha, but across the GCC, of trying to narrow in on soft U.S. targets as well as U.S. military bases. And what we see is that if they can't hit, they continue to try day after day. So far, it's taken them 5 days to hit Al Udeid Air Base once. The concern is now in coming hours and days that the strikes on Qatar will only continue, if not in the same frequency and volume, but consistently.
And I think also, Zain, what's worrying a lot of people, civilians, is there doesn't seem to be any clear understanding of whether these attacks are meant to be directly directed at US military installations, because there have been attacks also in Saudi and Bahrain, a couple of residential buildings and a hotel struck in Bahrain. I mean, what's being said about those attacks?
Well, the problem becomes that these bases, certainly Iran has said it will attack U.S. assets. It's gone from attacking U.S. bases to attacking diplomatic missions. It is said if troops are being held in hotels, then those hotels are fair targets because they're attacking U.S. soldiers. Or at least that's what we hear from the statements coming out of Iran. No confirmation on the ground from any of the governments where these things have been happening. We've seen attacks, of course, the UAE being the highest concentration, but that oscillates wildly. We've seen a massive number of attacks on Bahrain as well. So far this morning, the Saudi government saying 3 ballistic missiles were launched towards Prince Sultan Air Base that has hosted U.S. military in the past. Kuwait's air defenses saying this morning hostile missile and drone attacks penetrated Kuwaiti airspace. Air defenses were working. The Department of State announced a suspension of activity at the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait after attacks on, of course, near the U.S. Embassy here in Doha, on the consulate in Dubai, at the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh. And Bahrain's Interior Ministry saying they targeted a hotel and 2 residential buildings in Manama. No loss of life, but it did spark a fire. So consistently, what we seem to be seeing is that Iran is not just targeting U.S. air bases, not just U.S. missions, but the problem is that these places exist within these civilian areas, within these cities that are populated, where there are residences, where other people do live. So even if there aren't any direct hits, debris fall still is quite a risk for those living around these areas, or really anywhere in the region at the moment.
OK, Zain. Thanks as always. Zain Basrawi there, here in Doha. Now, Trump says he wants to have a say in deciding who Iran should have as its next leader. That's after US and Israeli strikes killed the supreme leader Ali Khamenei a week ago. But Trump's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the Pentagon's military objectives haven't changed, and that is destroying Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and stopping it from developing nuclear weapons. From Washington, D.C., here's John Hendren.
From the White House, the U.S. president describes Iranian forces as depleted, demoralized, all but defeated.
Missiles are gone, launches are gone. They're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late.
From the U.S. Central Command in Florida, the defense secretary describes a U.S. military that is ramping up, not down.
We have only just begun to fight. If you think you've seen something, just wait.
Ending with this warning.
The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge dramatically.
Admiral Brad Cooper, head of the U.S. Central Command, said American B-2 bombers had struck within the past few hours and said a ship carrying drones was struck in the hour before the briefing.
U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines.
As the U.S. insists it can continue at the current pace indefinitely, some here fear the next step might be American boots on the ground. But President Trump's suggestion that the war would be wrapped up within weeks suggests the U.S. is content bombing Iranians from the air. The U.S. contention that American warfare will be overwhelming and short confronts an old military saying, no battle plan survives contact with the enemy unscathed. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Rosalind Jordan is in Washington, D.C. Good to see you, Ros, as always. This is turning into an extremely costly war, isn't it, by the day? I mean, the missiles alone cost millions, and the Pentagon wants $50 billion more. I mean, just to put that in perspective, the UN's Food and Agricultural Organization estimates that you could pretty much end world hunger with that amount of money. Has this all been thought through?
Well, if it's been thought through, it wasn't shared with the members of Congress or with the general public before the air war started on February 28th, 7 days ago. Certainly, by comparison, these sorts of discussions did happen in general terms in the run-up to the start of the Iraq War back in March 2003. But that said, even though that war ended up having numerous supplemental bills to pay for additional troops and their equipment requirements, for additional weapons, for other essentials needed to prosecute the Iraq War, this discussion has not happened coming into this war with Iran. Now, the idea is that the Trump administration is supposed to present this proposal on Friday to members of Congress. And that might give some members pause, because much of the discussion for the past year or so has been what to do about the ballooning budget deficit, what to do about the federal debt, how can the government try to make better use of taxpayer dollars. Now there's this war, which is an estimated $1 billion a day, and now you're talking about an estimated $50 billion just to replace Patriot missiles, Tomahawk missiles, and supplement the apparatus for the THAAD missile defense systems, just for those three military weapon systems. Well, how much more is it going to cost? That's a big question that members of Congress are certainly going to be raising once they get a look at this supplemental request.
Rosalind, we know that the Trump administration have successfully been able to essentially eclipse and shout down political opponents, those who are against the war within the political ranks. But what about public opinion? Is any of that being factored in here?
Well, if it was being factored in before they went to war, so far it isn't having a real impact. The support for the war is breaking down along party lines. Republicans in several polls that have been taken since the start of the war on Iran say they overwhelmingly support the Trump administration's decision. Democratic voters and independent voters, who often are the deciding factor in very close elections, are saying that they are opposed to it. Democratic voters strongly opposed. Independent voters, by a margin of about 3-2, say they are opposed. That's still a worrisome factor for the Trump administration. This is an election year. All of the members of the House of Representatives and a third of the members of the U.S. Senate are up for re-election. If this war goes on for longer than 3 to 4 weeks, which had been somewhat suggested by the White House in the first days of this war, if it goes on for much longer than that, that could have an impact, a significant impact on public support or public opposition to what's happening.
Rosalind Jordan, Washington, thank you. Well, as we've just been hearing, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives has narrowly rejected a resolution that would have put limits on President Trump's power to launch a war in Iran. Well, that vote followed senators defeating a similar measure, mostly along party lines. Patrick Olhain has this from Capitol Hill.
On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 219. The concurrent resolution is not adopted.
After hours of debate, and mostly along party lines, the U.S. House of Representatives declined to order U.S. President Donald Trump to stop these attacks in Iran. Democrats argued he didn't have the authority or a plan.
It is about, and set aside, if you will, for a moment, the Constitution. Should the representatives of the people authorize an action that will kill many of those people and that will consume blood and treasure? Our framers certainly said the answer to that question is yes. Let's not abrogate our constitutional duty or our constitutional power. Vote yes on this resolution.
That plea did not move the majority of Republicans. All but 2 voted against.
This war powers resolution is ill-timed and ill-advised. Congress must stand with the president and our military to finally close, once and for all, this dark chapter of history and pave the way for lasting peace.
The Constitution makes clear the only other branch of government that could have stopped this is Congress. But they could have another chance because the law says that after 90 days, the president has to get congressional authorization, and pressure could be mounting on Republicans.
So let's assess.
Some of the most prominent Trump supporters in the media are outraged for what they see as the real reason for the attacks.
Why did this happen? Now, in this case, there's a really simple answer. This happened because Israel wanted it to happen. This is Israel's war. This is not the United States' war. This war is not being waged on behalf of American national security objectives to make the United States safer or richer. This war is not actually even about weapons of mass destruction, nukes.
Also criticizing the warnings about imminent attacks from Iran, the administration has claimed.
Does it make any sense to you that Iran was planning preemptive strikes against us and our civilians, knowing full well of the massive military assets we had moved into the region, the aircraft carriers and so on? Obviously, it doesn't.
In his second term, President Trump has launched strikes on 7 separate countries with little consequence for the American people. But this time that could be very different for the U.S. military and the economy. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera on Capitol Hill.
It is just past 7:30 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Neve Barker.
Oh!
More than 1,300 Iranians have been killed so far. Thousands are injured. The Israeli army says its operation against Iran is moving to the next phase to further dismantle, quote, the regime and its military capabilities. Homes, hospitals, ambulances, and entire neighborhoods have been destroyed in a week of unrelenting US and Israeli strikes. The Israeli military has launched intense air raids across Lebanon, including the capital, Beirut. Earlier, it issued an unprecedented forced evacuation order for all residents in that area, including Dahya, which is home to hundreds of thousands of people. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. More than 120 people have been killed so far. And Iran has launched a barrage of missiles into Israel, including Tel Aviv and West Jerusalem. Explosions have caused significant damage to buildings in Tel Aviv, with debris scattered across the streets, and emergency crews responding to multiple incidents. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. And Iran's continuing its attacks on Gulf nations, hosting US troops. 1 hotel and 2 residential buildings have come under attack in Bahrain's capital, Manama. Earlier, a refinery was seen engulfed in smoke after an apparent Iranian strike. In Kuwait, an explosion was reported from an airbase in the south of the country. And Saudi Arabia says it's intercepted drones near the Riyadh region. Zohra Karamzmi is an associate professor at the University of Tehran. She joins us from the Iranian capital. A warm welcome to the programme. So, firstly, I wonder if you can help us with these reports we're hearing that there apparently 8 members of the Assembly of Experts may have actually boycotted yesterday's emergency session in the city of Qom. That, of course, to choose a new supreme leader. How would you describe that process right now? Is there much, for instance, heavy pressure from the IRGC to essentially bypass tradition and the legal procedures and install perhaps Mojtaba Khamenei, the late supreme leader's son, as the new supreme leader?
Actually, Iran is a sovereign country with its constitution, and the constitution has indicated that how and what are the mechanisms of choosing the next leader. So the presidency council is something that democratically chosen through the electoral processes, and the person they come to conclusion that is the best person to be the supreme leader would be also supported by the popular support and the people. I've been in different squares every single night these nights. The people are coming to the streets, chanting for supporting the Islamic Republic. And among the maxims that people are chanting is not only they are marrying the martyrdom of the Ayatollah Khamenei, but also they express their support for the next leader. So it has nothing to do with IRGC, but it's an absolutely independent mechanism that is very much constitutional.
Can you confirm that that some who were meant to be at that session, though, boycotted it?
Boycott? I mean, the IRGC boycotting the expediency?
No. My question to you is that we are hearing some reports that 8 members of the Assembly of Experts may have actually boycotted that process of choosing the next supreme leader. Is that something that is in any way on your radar?
Yeah, it actually, the mechanism is based on the maximum votes that one wins. I'm not sure that it's Mojtaba Khamenei or anyone else. Is not declared yet, but they are boycotting is absolutely meaningless because they have their own votes and it has some protocols. So I think it's a sort of rumor.
OK, thanks for clearing that up for us. I think it's important to do that. Can you explain why it is taking this long, though, to choose the next supreme leader? We were told that this is a process that would happen reasonably quickly. Obviously, there are processes in place that need to be followed, but it's coming up to a week now. Why are we waiting?
Actually, choosing and declaring are two independent and distinct acts. Maybe he is chosen, but not declared yet, because you know that the United States and Israel are genocidal regimes. They, at mid of negotiations, they attacked and assassinated Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. So it's very rational to preserve the life of the next leader. And I think that it's a very rational security protocol that may be not declared yet.
Widening the conversation, there are these reports of a decisive crackdown ordered by President Masoud Pezeshkian precisely against separatist activities, starting with the Kurds, who Donald Trump, we know, has asked to rise up against the Iranian leadership. What's the fear here? Does the IRGC fear they are being deliberately, potentially spread around the country to quell these possible popular uprisings? I mean, would that potentially leave the cities exposed?
It's not a Kurds uprisings. There are some comments about the Kurds conflict in the West. Number one is that much of the conflict is come from beyond the borders. And it's not only the Kurds, but also the ISIS members, the Uyghurs, that all were the terrorists that already trained by the United States. Number two is that, look at Barzani, that he was just reluctant to take part in this conflict because he already experienced the betrayal of the United States when General Soleimani went and saved them. The third is that if they are Kurds, that they like to liberate the Kurds inside the country, then why they're bombarding, for example, Marivan, Kermanshah? So never the Kurds inside Iran are believing this to be a liberating movement. And fourth is that one of my friends is coming from Kermanshah. Last night he was just informing me that thousands of people every single night come to streets in Kurdistan, different cities and towns, to indicate the support of the Islamic Republic. So I think this is much more a political propaganda, and I think that as the field indicates, Iran is well suppress them, and I don't think they can do anything efficient.
And there have also been claims of multiple strikes on police stations and very localized security forces. I mean, is that your sense, that Israel and the US is perhaps trying to create the groundwork for the Iranian people to rise up as Donald Trump has requested? I mean, how optimistic a view is that from the US president in your eyes?
You know, this propagating on the people's rise up is a lie itself. What we see on the ground, and we see, you know, I'm living in Tehran, everything is in order, number one. Number two is that, yes, you're right, they are targeting the police stations and even the park that is named police. And many believe that these genocidal regimes, Israel, the United States, are choosing their targets based on an AI information. It's very blind. Everything that is named police is targeted. And sometimes you see the police stations that are very local, like, for example, few streets is under their control, is targeted by them, and they are doing a lot of propagating around it. And there's no signs of uprisings here. What I see in Tehran is a high social solidarity and support for the Islamic Republic. Yes, they are right. Trump is right that likes the crowd to come to the street, but the wrong crowd is actually the supporters. And lots of people that were already engaged in riots now are their homes, their assets are blown up by the American missiles. So it's a big, actually, lesson that how Americans are betraying even their own supporters.
OK, that is the view. That's perspective from Zoreh Karazmi, Associate Professor at the University of Tehran. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, tens of thousands of people in Lebanon are fleeing Israeli attacks there. Many are crossing into Syria. Abeda Hito joins us live from the border crossing between Syria and Lebanon. Abeda, this is essentially a form of reverse migration. Many of these people are Syrians who had fled the civil war in Syria into Lebanon and now making this critical decision to return. What's going on there?
Absolutely. As you said, a kind of reverse migration. The inflow of Syrians into Syria from Lebanon continues today, and the numbers continue to increase. 2 days ago, the Syrian officials said that 25,000 people crossed over from Lebanon into Syria, the majority of them Syrian, from 2 border crossings. We are at one of those border crossings, the Jusia border crossing in Homs province. On the other side is the town of Qa in Lebanon. And the numbers have not been updated, but from what I've seen this morning, the flow continues. And we are right now on the Syrian side of the border, actually, outside of the border crossing. And what you're seeing are these vehicles that are waiting here to take people to their next destination. As you mentioned, these people are being displaced inside Lebanon. Thousands of people are moving out of the places where they were settled or where they were living temporarily, and now on the road. And once they reach the border, they need to cross and then figure out how to get home. Not everybody who's crossing the border is from Homs province, so they agree with one of these cars here. Speaking to the drivers, they're telling me it costs about $100 to $150, depending on how many people there are and how much belongings people are carrying with them to get from here to Damascus, for example. And so the journey is not over for these Syrian refugees. Once they cross the border, they've still got a way to go before they get home. Now, that being said, the situation remains calm, but for people who are crossing under these conditions, it's causing a lot of anxiety. People are unsure about the future, and many families have been split apart, actually. You can see that the line of vehicles is very long, and in front of some of these vehicles, you can see women and children. They're negotiating with the drivers. So people have a lot of difficult decisions to make in these very precarious conditions. The Syrian government says that they are prepared to provide all the services that people need to get across the border safely. They're accepting all the Syrians that reach the border. The issue of people crossing in an illegal way is a big issue. We're hearing from Syrian security sources that the numbers of people that are crossing in an illegal way is actually bigger than the number of people that are crossing through the actual border crossing. And that's one of the reasons that the Ministry of Defense has increased its troop presence and border guard presence in these particular border areas. There was also a communication between the Syrian Ministry of Defense as well as the Lebanese Ministry of Defense. The Syrians gave the Lebanese side guarantees that all of the military buildup here on the border is only about protecting Syria's national sovereignty and making sure that the border areas remain calm and secure, and to prevent any kinds of attempts at smuggling. The Ministry of Health here in Syria is also on the border alongside the UN and UN agencies and other international NGOs, providing various services to the people who are coming across. But all that being said, the situation remains very tense, and with the ongoing evacuation orders in Lebanon and the huge amount of internal displacement in Lebanon, Syrian officials say they expect the numbers to continue to grow and people to continue crossing over into Syria over the coming days and weeks.
OK, with the picture there from the Lebanese-Syrian border. Abeda Hiddo, thank you. European foreign ministers have held a meeting with representatives from the Gulf Cooperation Council. The EU has been scrambling to respond after Israel and the United States launched their war in Iran without consulting European powers. The EU's foreign affairs chief says US foreign policy shifts have shaken the bloc's relationship with Washington. Osama bin Javaid has this from Brussels.
Spain has become the latest European country to send its naval assets to the Eastern Mediterranean. It will be sending its most advanced frigate off the coast of Cyprus. Italy has also indicated that it will also be sending its naval forces and air defenses. This comes as there has been a meeting in Brussels with European foreign ministers as well as GCC ministers, and the Gulf Cooperation Council has been assured by the European Union that it will stand by its Gulf allies in this time of need. It has said that it is going to try and continue to find ways of de-escalation, as well as push for a diplomatic solution, whatever that may look like, for Iran to not develop a nuclear weapon. But it appears that the European Union is also promising that it could provide other defensive support to its European allies.
When it comes to also the drone interceptors, there is a need in both of these wars. So there is really problem with the production. We need to also do more on the European side and really speed up. When it comes to drones and intercepted drones, then Ukraine has really been able to produce a lot and can also share this knowledge with the Gulf countries to boost this production.
So as more words of support come from Europe and various European capitals, it remains to be seen how Europe can find its footing in this conflict, where essentially it is an American-Israeli decision to go to war. Although there is a lot of impact on European countries and European expatriates, they've not been part of the decision-making process, but there's hope that the Gulf Cooperation Council and the Europeans can talk to their respective spheres of influence and try and find an off-ramp. Osama bin Javaid, Al Jazeera, Brussels.
Sri Lanka says its navy has rescued more than 200 crew members from an Iranian ship off the island's coast. The vessel was in international waters near the port of Colombo, and the captain asked for help following a US submarine strike on another Iranian ship on Wednesday. Authorities say at least 87 people were killed in that attack. Manal Fernandez joins us live from Colombo. Good to see you, Manal. What more do we know about the situation? I mean, where are the people from this ship being taken and processed?
According to what we heard from President Andra Kumara Dissanayake, who addressed a media briefing late last night about all of this reports about a second Iranian ship, he said that 208 Iranian personnel of that vessel were being evacuated by members of the Sri Lankan Navy. They were being brought ashore to Colombo and would be transferred to a military facility. They would be registered, they have to undergo medical checks, and then basically provided with facilities We have not heard what the long-term sort of preparation would be, but for the moment and initially, they've come off that vessel and the Navy is going to be housing them in a military facility. The vessel itself, from what we heard from the president, will be sailed across to a northeastern port. That is the understanding and agreement which was reached, because having such a military vessel in Colombo port, which is a major commercial hub, is just too sensitive. There are issues with Colombo allowing military vessels into its waters. Remember that this incident happened just outside Colombo and Sri Lanka's territorial waters. It was in the sort of exclusive economic zone, which is the sort of band around it, but that's where it happened. So this is what we're hearing. We've also seen footage released of the survivors of the first ship, the Irish Dina, that again, the Navy responded to a distress call and saved in the international waters. We have seen that footage released again by the Sri Lankan authorities. So, so far, that's what we know. We do know that there's a lot of sort of consular presence even where the survivors are in the hospital down south, and arrangements are also being kind of brought together to handle the dead bodies. There are 84 bodies in that hospital in Gaul, and even recovery operations are still continuing because we still have more than 60 people missing from that first sinking. Neve?
Manel, many thanks for that. Manel Fernandez there in Colombo. Now, the war between the US, Israel and Iran has seen drones deployed across the Middle East this week. Well, it's the first time some countries have come under attack. Drone technology, the technology, of course, is used often on the battlefield in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And as Audrey McAlpine reports from Kiev, Ukrainians may have the answer for how to combat them.
The Iranian-made drones that reshaped the war in Ukraine appearing in the Gulf, evading air defenses in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, showing how this weapon is moving beyond a single conflict. Years of deployment by both Russia and Ukraine have refined the technology and driven up production.
This is a Shahed-style drone. Iran developed the design and is believed to have tens of thousands of these drones. Each one cost about $50,000 to produce, but shooting them down can be even more expensive, given that some interceptor missiles cost over $1 million. Russia regularly launches hundreds of these drones into Ukraine in a single night, which is why Ukrainians are working on cheaper ways of intercepting them.
I think there is no country else that is more prepared for this than us and that has as much expertise as us.
Here at the Skyfall Academy, they're training Ukraine's military how to use interceptor drones, one of the ways that Ukraine is fighting against Shahed-style drones. And after 4 years of war, it's just another example of how Ukraine has become a leader in drone and anti-drone warfare.
It's just much more cost-effective and easy to deploy and really easy to do it in the mass production.
The Ukrainian government hopes solutions like these could eventually be exported to Gulf countries or even exchanged for interceptor missiles.
What do you think that the world has to learn from Ukraine right now, given what's happening in the Middle East?
I believe that they have to understand that the interceptor drones are part of the defense strategy of every country, and it has to be implemented right now.
In a world where drones are rewriting the rules of war, Ukraine is emerging as a leader in drone defense and interception. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Oil prices are on track to rise by more than 15% this week, their biggest surge in 4 years. Brent crude is now trading at over $83 a barrel. 20% of the world's oil supply is usually shipped through the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran has declared the strait closed and attacked ships nearby. Missile and drone attacks have also hit oil and gas infrastructure, resulting in Saudi Arabia and Qatar suspending production at major energy facilities. Meanwhile, the US has given India a waiver to buy Russian oil for 30 days to ease the pressure on the world's third largest importer and consumer. On Friday, the Indian government ordered oil refining companies to maximize production of liquefied petroleum gas, but only sell it to domestic customers. The country refines and exports petroleum products ranging from jet fuel to chemicals and plastics. In August last year, India was hit with a 25% tariff as punishment by the US for buying Russian oil, which was revoked last month. And in the United States, stocks tumbled on Thursday following renewed concerns about the war with Iran. Al Jazeera's Kristen Salumi reports from the New York Stock Exchange.
U.S. markets had a down day on Thursday as oil prices continued to creep higher. All three of the major stock indexes in the United States closed in negative territory, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average down more than 1.5%, nearly 800 points. This is happening as the conflict in the Middle East continues to drag on. Concerns about the impact that the ongoing fighting is having on oil and gas production in Gulf states, as well as transportation through the Strait of Hormuz. All of this is weighing on investors and causing extreme volatility in the marketplace. Rising tech stocks have been one bright spot that have helped keep the markets from plunging too much. But these rising oil prices are getting hard to ignore. We've seen the West Texas Intermediate crude, that is a benchmark oil stock, rise more than 7% just today alone. And that's affecting gas prices in the United States. And it's affecting airlines and cruise lines that require a lot of fuel to serve their customers. And those stocks also dropped on Thursday. The worry is that the longer this conflict continues, the greater impact it will have on markets and, of course, the economy writ large. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, New York.
OK, let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. The US and Venezuela have agreed to re-establish diplomatic relations just 2 months after the US captured and detained President Nicolas Maduro on drug trafficking charges. Maduro broke off ties with the United States in 2019 following a disputed election where Washington recognized the opposition candidate Juan Guaido as the winner. The State Department said that the restoration of diplomatic ties would help Venezuela's transition to democracy. Electricity has been restored to parts of Cuba after a shortage of fuel left much of the island in the dark. Officials say it could take 3 to 4 days to fully restore power as crews work to fix a broken boiler at a thermoelectric plant. Some residents have resorted to using wood stoves to cook food. Cuba has been dealing with fuel shortages since the US capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. And the White House said it would impose tariffs on any country selling fuel to Cuba. Somali lawmakers have voted in favour of a long-awaited new constitution. It will see politicians directly elected by the public for the very first time. The president will select the prime minister, though the parliament will be able to dismiss them. Presidential terms will also extend from 4 to 5 years. Russia and Ukraine are exchanging some 500 prisoners of war each. The first groups of 200 have already arrived back home, and more are expected later this Friday. This is the result of talks mediated by the United States and United Arab Emirates. The negotiations have been put on hold due to the current situation in the Middle East. Well, as the war in Ukraine rages on, Russia has continued to recruit for the battlefield, even beyond its borders. South Africans promised a lucrative security contract, report being duped into joining the front lines instead, and many have since returned home. Famida Miller is in Inanda in South Africa and has this report.
This is the last group of South African men returning home after what they describe as deception. They say they traveled to Moscow on the promise of job training and employment. Instead, they ended up alongside Russian forces on the front lines of the war in Ukraine. It's illegal for South Africans to fight in foreign wars, and the men could face criminal charges. But they say they were lured to Russia under false pretenses and had no idea they would be sent to the battlefield. One of the men, who does not want to be named, sent this mobile footage of what he says is Ukraine to his brother Mlungisi, pleading for help to come home.
Apparently there was a contract they had to sign that they didn't understand, and they called upon one of the representatives. He didn't know the name at that time, whether it was a guy named Alex Koza or a different person who actually begged them to sign the contract, until the lady by the name of Ututuzile came and then helped them to sign the contract. And he promised that she understands the contract, and the contract is okay, there's nothing wrong.
This woman, Duduzile Zuma, daughter of former President Jacob Zuma, is facing questions around the trafficking of more than a dozen men. They say they were sent to Russia to train as bodyguards for her father's political party, the Mkhonto weSizwe, or MK party. Duduzile denies the accusations.
There are investigations that are taking place so that those that are responsible should be held to account. We cannot have exceptions in this law.
Some of the men say they were paid between $2,000 and $3,000 for their time in Ukraine.
In a country battling high unemployment, especially amongst young people, the promise of work and a final bonus of up to $60,000 was an offer they say was too attractive to refuse.
While 4 other men have been charged with trying to join the Russian army, these men say fighting in Ukraine is not what they signed up for. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, in Nanda, South Africa.
It is 8 GMT. I'm Neve Barker, and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between Israel, the US, and Iran that's now entered its 7th day. More than 1,300 Iranians have been killed since the conflict began. Thousands more are injured. The Israeli army says its operation against Iran is moving to the next phase to further dismantle, quote, the regime and its military capabilities. Homes, hospitals, ambulances, and entire neighborhoods have been destroyed in a week of unrelenting Israeli and US strikes.
The United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule and at levels that people have never seen before, actually.
Trump also said that he will have to be involved in picking Iran's next leader. He said he would support exiled Kurdish Iranian fighters to launch an offensive, quote, if they want to do that. A group of Iranian Kurdish parties formed a coalition last week to challenge the Iranian government. In Lebanon, the Israeli military's launched intense air attacks on Beirut's southern suburbs. Earlier, it issued an unprecedented forced evacuation order for all residents in that area, including Dahya, which is home to hundreds of thousands of people. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. More than 120 people have been killed so far. Iran has launched a barrage of missiles into Israel, including Tel Aviv and West Jerusalem. Explosions have caused significant damage to buildings in Tel Aviv, with debris scattered across streets and emergency crews responding to multiple incidents. At least 11 people have been killed in Israel since Saturday. And Iran is continuing its attacks on Gulf nations hosting US troops. In Bahrain's capital, Manama, 1 hotel and 2 residential buildings came under attack. Earlier, a refinery was seen engulfed in smoke after an apparent Iranian strike. In Kuwait, an explosion was reported from an airbase in the south of the country, and Saudi Arabia says it's intercepted drones near its capital, Riyadh. Well, we are live from Tehran, Beirut, on the Syrian-Lebanese border, Ramallah, Doha and Washington, D.C. But first to the Iranian capital, Tehran, and Tawhid Asadi. Tawhid, it's been a 24 or 48 hours of significant developments in the capital, more waves of attacks. How is Tehran and indeed other cities and towns that have been targeted functioning in the wake of these attacks?
Well, actually, over the past few hours, specifically starting from the early hours of morning today, Tehran has been a scene of continued air strikes by the Americans and Israelis, targeting different places, important military headquarters, as well as the political centers which are being constantly hit over the past few days. And on the latest, we know that Pastor neighborhood, which is housed to the office of Supreme Leader as well as the office of Iran's president, was said to be targeted. It was the same place that was hit just from the very early hours of the first day of the initiation of these strikes. As you can see in the background, the city is surrounded by smoke as a result of these constant missiles coming in. And of course, this is not just limited to the military headquarters, but this is the very civilian infrastructures, residential buildings, as well as hospitals and schools, which are being impacted not just in the Iranian capital, Tehran, but also across the country, and on which we know that there are reports from Shiraz, Qom, Isfahan, Ahvaz, and other cities about these continued air strikes on the country, leaving severe, serious concerns about the fatalities, specifically when it comes to civilians. We know that the latest reports are saying that, according to the Red Crescent of the country, at least more than 1,300 people have lost their lives. Of course, this is not an updated statistics because it was just coming last night, and seeing the continued strikes, we can unfortunately rest assured that these death tolls could be increasing any moment as a result of these continued strikes. This is one side of the story. On the other hand, we know that the Iranian side is talking about the continuation of retaliatory strikes. We heard from the spokesperson of both Army and IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, talking about their further retaliatory actions. IRGC said 21st wave of their strikes was conducted targeting, quote unquote, the heart of Tel Aviv. And this is a sign of escalation that we have been witnessing, seeing the ongoing actually exchange of fire between the two sides, or three sides to be correct.
And Tawed, we know that an interim leadership council is running affairs in Iran for the time being. That, of course, until a supreme leader is selected. Just for our viewers, the three-body temporary council includes Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, Chief Justice Gholam Hossein Mohseni Ejai, and senior cleric and member of the Guardian Council, Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi. Tawed, it's been a week, hasn't it, since Ali Khamenei's assassination. The funeral's yet to be held. There's no word on who the new supreme leader will be. Help us understand what's going on here.
Oh, well, actually, as you mentioned, right now, the leadership of the country is under control of this interim leadership council composed of those three people that you mentioned. And of course, speaking of the latest, we know that in the past day they had their fourth meeting, and the agenda on the table in that meeting was the process of actually announcement of the new leadership, for which we need a meeting for assembly of experts, as in Persian they call Majlis Khobregan, to be held. These are 88 clerics who are supposed to be choosing the next supreme leader of the country after the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. In the very first day of the Israeli and American strikes, we know that according to the Article 111 of the Constitution, the process should be conducted as soon as possible. But how soon is something that we don't know, first because of the fact that there is no specification on that in the Constitution, and then secondly, seeing the very complicated situation and many actors and factors at work when it comes to this critically important, I would say the most important decision to be made, seeing the huge amount of power and authority that this office has, seeing that any person taking that office is going to have final saying in many different issues when it comes to domestic aspects, when it comes to foreign affairs, and of course when it comes to the trajectory of countries' behavior in this ongoing war that is taking place. There might be a paradigmatic shift taking place or not, seeing that there is now this oscillation that people, specifically analysts, are talking about between a switch between pragmatism and ideological tendencies inside the country. But however that goes, we know that many eyes here in Iran are on these people, on these experts, on this assembly of experts to make the final decision about the future and destiny of the next supreme leader of Iran.
Iran has just made an announcement, Towhead, suggesting that the country will gradually restore administrative activity starting from March the 20th. We presume administrative activity includes the civil service, state apparatus, things like banks, etc. Can you shed any light on what I've just mentioned there?
Well, actually, we know that the entire performance of the administration, specifically when it comes to the government, is impacted by these strikes. We know that many buildings belonging to the government were attacked over the past few days. And of course, now the government is coming out to say that they're trying to get back to the normal. We had a chance to talk to the spokesperson of the government, Fatemeh Mohajirani, a couple of days ago. She said that they're trying their best to make sure that the lives of ordinary citizens are not impacted, specifically when it comes to the supply of medicine, supply of food, and other exigencies and basic needs that people are very much worried about in this current situation. They are trying to restore these activities, but we know that even when it comes to municipality buildings, there are reports that they have been targeted. This is being influenced by these strikes and, of course, by the very fact that some of these officials have said to be killed, and that is putting a certain amount of impact when it comes to the performance of the government.
OK, thanks for that, Toa. Just to repeat, the Iranian authorities saying that they will gradually restore administrative activity from March the 20th, so not that far to wait. Now, thousands of people have been fleeing their homes in Lebanon as Israel steps up its attacks across the country. These are pictures of the latest strike in southern Lebanon. Israel's issued forced displacement orders for southern Beirut, which is home to hundreds of thousands of people, and also southern parts of the country. France says it will provide armoured transport vehicles and other support to strengthen its cooperation with the Lebanese armed forces. Zaina Hodder is live for us in Beirut. Zaina, firstly, let's start with the situation in Beirut. Given the consistency of strikes across the city, how are the authorities responding there to an influx of people leaving these neighbourhoods, given that the shelters, we understand, are mostly full?
Yes, it was a violent night. More than a dozen Israeli strikes targeting Beirut's southern suburbs. There hasn't been any strike in the past few hours, but Israeli warplanes are back flying over the Lebanese capital. The government is struggling with a growing humanitarian crisis. Hundreds of thousands of people were forced to leave their homes from the neighborhoods behind me. And it's not only from Beirut. Hundreds of thousands of people who lived south of the Litani River until the Israeli border, the deepest point being approximately 25 kilometers, 8% of Lebanese territory. The Israeli military forced those people to leave or risk their lives. Shelters have been opened. Schools, public schools, are now housing the displaced. But before these latest evacuation orders, the latest wave of displacement, the government was already struggling with a number of more than 80,000. So you can imagine how difficult the situation is now. They're planning to open stadiums to house the people. We saw people earlier today. You saw how they were, sleeping on the side of the roads, just using cardboard as bed. Many of them don't have mattresses. They're cold. Their children are, they just escaped with whatever they could. And some people don't even have vehicles to leave. A lot of people who live in the southern suburbs of Beirut are poor. Some of them are Syrian refugees. Others are Palestinian refugees. There's a Palestinian camp there as well. And people like them, they don't have vehicles to head to the north, for example, which is where the Lebanese government said people should go because there are, more shelters that can house them. So there's a meeting in the next hour or so at the government palace, the prime minister inviting envoys of foreign countries, Arab nations, to appeal for international assistance. But it's not just humanitarian assistance that Lebanon is requesting. It is also diplomatic assistance to try to contain this conflict and put an end to the ongoing hostilities.
And Zaina, on the issue of international support, I understand the Lebanese government has issued appeals not only for humanitarian support, but but also direct aid from the GCC and France to support the Lebanese armed forces. Given what we know of Israeli incursions in the south, how does that all connect?
Well, the Lebanese army is underfunded, under-resourced. A soldier earns $300 a month. There's an economic collapse since 2019, a government cash-strapped, nearly bankrupt, refusing to implement economic reforms. Now, the international community has been putting a lot of pressure on the state, on the army, to reclaim sovereignty across the country, basically to disarm Hezbollah. The Lebanese army at the end of last year said they have now full operational control of the area south of the Litani River and that they have been able to dismantle Hezbollah's military infrastructure. They haven't begun disarming the group north of the river. It's not only about capabilities. There's a lack, I mean, at the end, it's a question of will. And the problem is, Hezbollah has said it will not cooperate. And in many ways, it has issued veiled threats to the state. And that's why the army and the government is treading carefully, because they don't want internal tensions as well inside the country. Hezbollah accusing the Lebanese government of following Israeli dictates. Yesterday, the Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam responding to Hezbollah's Secretary General, saying it was you, Hezbollah, who dragged the country into a war it did not want for external interests, making really a reference that Hezbollah is doing this on behalf of Iran. So those tensions alone, yes, we keep talking about Israeli airstrikes, the escalation, the displacement crisis, but political tensions are at an all-time high. The relationship between the political leadership and Hezbollah is really facing a big test right now.
Zaina, as always, thanks. Zaina Holiday in Beirut. Well, tens of thousands of people in Lebanon are fleeing as Israel's offensive there intensifies, and many are crossing into Syria to the north. Abida Hitto joins us live from a border crossing between Syria and Lebanon. Abida, this is essentially a kind of form of reverse migration. These are people that had fled to Lebanon, escaping the civil war in Syria, now saying it's just too dangerous in Lebanon. It's time to return. Tell us about what's going on the border there, how organised the response is from both the Lebanese and the Syrian side.
I'm going to show you exactly what's going on here right now. Since we spoke last time, we made it actually now inside the border crossing. And what you're seeing is the people that have crossed from Lebanon into Syria in this particular position inside the border crossing, packing all of their belongings or what they've been able to bring with them from Lebanon onto these vehicles. The border crossing officials have organized with the drivers of these cars to pack people into the cars, their belongings into the cars, and then get them across the border. I want my cameraman to just move a little bit out of the way so we can see this truck as it pulls out. Although everybody here is exhausted, you can see this large truck. It has all the family's belongings packed into it, including mattresses, even furniture, couches, shelves, closets, clothing. And this is something we're seeing constantly over and over again since we've been here in the morning. Hundreds of people have made their way across the border in this way. And Syrian officials say they expect these numbers to continue growing. The Syrian Ministry of Defense is here on site with other international NGOs, the UN and UN agencies providing various different types of services to everybody who's...
All right, we apologise for that. Clearly the line with Abida Hitto there on the border between Lebanon and Syria is letting us down. But as you said, large numbers of Syrians leaving Lebanon given the Israeli strikes in the country and going back to their country, Syria. Now, Lebanon's Hezbollah has warned Israeli residents to leave towns within 5 kilometres of the border. In a message posted on its Telegram channel, the group says, "Your military's aggression against Lebanese sovereignty and safe citizens, the destruction of civilian infrastructure and the expulsion campaign it is carrying out will not go unchallenged." Let's head to Ramallah, speak to Noor Oda, who's tracking Iran's retaliatory attacks on Israel. So, Noor, what is the plan for the thousands of Israeli citizens currently displaced from the northern border who are being moved, I understand, into central hotels?
Well, I mean, this is a nightmare for those communities once again. Look, in 2024, some of those communities like El Manara, Kibbutz, or Limtille suffered damages to 60 or 70% of the buildings. 35% of businesses that closed in 2024 in Israel were in those northern communities. So these residents understand very well that Hezbollah has the capacity to exact a lot of damage in retaliation to the bombardment that Israel is carrying out in Lebanon. Of course, the government is promising that they will be taken care of, that they will be provided with assistance, that this situation will not persist, and that the operation itself, the attack on Hezbollah, the campaign to crush it, as the army says, is intended to make sure that this threat ceases to exist. This is a promise that has been made time and time again for Israelis, so it's a bit difficult to sell it at this point, this early on in the confrontation, especially given the history. In the meantime, the Israeli army is promising more, not less firepower in Lebanon, having forcibly displaced the residents up to 420,000 by estimates of the Israeli army from the south of Lebanon, and even more than that from Beirut itself. I'm not sure you can hear it, Niamh, but right now in the background we're hearing interceptions. This is the first wave of Iranian missiles that makes it to Israel and much of the occupied West Bank in the day.
Okay, of course, we'll keep an eye on the skies there, Noor. I mean, on that note, I mean, Israel has been balancing, hasn't it, an intense 13th wave of airstrikes on Iran with... Obviously, it's rapidly escalating ground offensive in southern Lebanon. But how is all of this actually affecting life in Tel Aviv, in West Jerusalem? What's the level of threat? What's the level of risk there?
Well, the level of risk is very high because there are measures in place, Niamh, to restrict gatherings to no more than 50 people, northern communities excluded at this point, to restrict economic activities. Schools have not returned yet. About 7,000 or so Israelis have been repatriated from the over 100,000 stranded outside the country. 10,000 have left the country in the past 2 days in an effort to reach their original or their intended destination. So there is an economic cost. There's also a political cost. Israel has tied its fate in this battle with Iran to that of Donald Trump, who is also intervening in domestic politics, berating the Israeli president, demanding that he issues a pardon for Benjamin Netanyahu for his corruption charges. And in the meantime, election looms. Election is scheduled for November, could have happened as early as June. But as far as Netanyahu is concerned, the first poll is not very promising. He's not gaining any support. In fact, the only one gaining support is his possible contender to the right of Netanyahu. So there are a lot of considerations here, not just how much this is going to cost the Israeli taxpayer.
Noor, we've got our eyes on the sky above the port of Haifa in Israel. Very recognizable plumes of smoke in the sky, little white puffs there that clearly show the interceptors are working. I want to ask you, Noor, about the occupied West Bank, because the Israeli military, I understand, has extended the closure of the Jenin and Tulkarem Palestinian displacement camps until March the 31st, citing an increase in attempted infiltrations from the West Bank to Israel. Now, I mean, this isn't a sealed border, but why is this a perceived security concern for the Israelis in the midst of this Iran conflict?
Well, look, the Israeli military establishment it treats all Palestinians as a security threat. That's not an exaggeration. It is the daily reality of Palestinians. They're not treated as people entitled to rights, but rather as residents of a place occupied by Israel whose existence must not interfere with illegal settlements and the Israeli army. cracking down on areas that have been the subject of Israeli military campaigns is quite usual. It's in line with previous conduct of the Israeli military. In times of tension, the Israeli military tries to assure the residents of Israel and the illegal settlements that they're taking all precautions, that all so-called trouble areas will be under control. And so you see those campaigns, you see those nightly raids escalate, you see those mass detention campaigns also escalate, and movement restrictions get to a chokehold for Palestinians moving, for goods moving from one place to another in the occupied West Bank. That is the way that Israel can keep a stranglehold on the population here and assure its public, especially in the right wing, that everything is under control, that the war effort can continue without any interference.
Noor, many thanks. Noor there in Ramallah, monitoring all the developments across Israel and indeed the occupied West Bank. Now, European allies are trying to boost defences of Cyprus after drone attacks been hitting a British base there. John Soropoulos joins us from RAF Akrotiri, that is in Cyprus, where sirens, we understand, were blaring just a short while ago. John, tell us more.
That's right. The sirens here were on as we arrived, and they have been sounding for 25 minutes. They stopped a short while ago, as you said. That is a long siren alarm. By the standards of this week, at least, it may actually be the longest. We don't yet know what occasioned it. There is usually a sighting of some suspicious object in the air, in the airspace around Cyprus, that does so. But what tends to happen after these alerts is that the Cypriot government spokesman will come out and say it was nothing, it was a false alarm, it was not headed towards Cyprus, whatever it was. Part, I suspect, of the Cypriot government's efforts to reassure public opinion. Many people are beginning to think that and say that, and to play down any threat to the Republic of Cyprus, which is not a belligerent in this war. It is very much the opinion of people here and the government who say it openly, that it is the RAF bases on the island solely that are attracting any drone attacks or missile attacks. The only attack that has actually happened so far that has reached the bases here was very, very late on Sunday night and the first few minutes of Monday morning, when a suspected drone, a Shahed-type drone, the British Defence Ministry said, struck a hangar. And ever since then, the news has been from the authorities that either drones were downed in the sea off Cyprus, that happened on Monday, or that it was a false alarm. So we expect that whatever has happened offshore here today to be basically denied.
All right, John, many thanks for that update. We will, of course, keep a close eye on any further developments from Cyprus. John Soropoulos there. Now, there have been more Iranian missile and drone attacks across Gulf nations hosting US troops. These are the countries that have come under attack over the last several hours. A hotel, apartment, buildings and an oil refinery were attacked in Bahrain. Explosions have also taken place in Kuwait, and there are reports of interceptions both in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. Zain Basravi is with us. He's monitoring developments across the region from Doha. So a broad sweep of attacks in the Gulf region, Zain.
That is correct, and very, very specifically talking about Doha, the Ministry of Interior confirmed that there was another barrage of drones at around 4 a.m. local time here in the skies over Doha, targeting, they said, Al Udeid Air Base. Now, Al Udeid has been the sort of trophy for Iran as part of its retaliation for coming under attack by the U.S. and Israel. It's been trying to target Al Udeid since day one. We're into day 7 now. On day 5, just a couple of days ago, a ballistic missile did hit Al Udeid Air Base, where CENTCOM is headquartered, U.S. Central Command. And there are mixed reports of whether or not the latest wave of drones overnight into this morning did any damage on Al Udeid Air Base. But at the moment, the security threat level remains high, security remains very tight, and information remains very difficult to come by. So we're still waiting to hear of any damage assessment, not just from this morning, but from days past, but consistently. What we are seeing here in Doha and areas all across the Gulf Arab states at the moment is that U.S. assets, U.S. missions, U.S. air bases consistently being targeted. Bahrain, multiple targetings over the last few days of U.S. facilities there, U.S. military bases there. Riyadh, areas in Saudi Arabia, an air base there, Prince Sultan Air Base that is regularly used by U.S. forces, consistently coming under attack. Assets like the consulate in Dubai, like the areas of Abu Dhabi where U.S. forces are said to be. Iran continuing to target places that it thinks U.S. assets are based.
And there is something of an information war at play at the moment as well. And the real concerns, particularly we're seeing here in Doha from the Qatari authorities about misinformation and rumours spreading online. What are we hearing about this?
Absolutely. Since we've been covering this conflict, even in the days before, there was so much footage being put out, and it's difficult to make sure what is or isn't accurate, what is old, what is new, what is largely generated by now artificial intelligence. So what we are seeing here, especially in the Gulf Arab states, where image really matters, where these places are a safe haven of security, of stability. It is a place to come as a tourist and be safe. It is a place to come and work and build a life and be safe. The trade-off is these are some of the most heavily monitored security states on the planet. So when conflict like this breaks out, when there's emergencies like this, we see a very strong approach by the government, and perhaps from their point of view with very, very good reason. What we know from the Ministry of Interior is a statement they put out earlier today, or just late yesterday actually. The Economic and Cyber Crimes Department at the General Directorate of Criminal Investigation has arrested 194 individuals for filming and circulating videos, as well as publishing misleading information and rumors that incite public opinion. That's from the Ministry of Interior in Qatar. And throughout the course of the last week, governments across the Gulf Arab nations, the GCC, have been telling people not to go to the sites where things have happened, not to film, not to post. And this really is to avoid panic. There's also been controls on the prices of food and water and things like that. So a real effort to try to maintain stability at this time of sheer instability in the skies over these cities.
Thank you. Zain Basravi here in Doha. If you're just joining us, here's a quick update of the latest developments in the Israel-US-Iran war. More than 1,300 Iranians have been killed since the conflict began. Thousands more are injured. The Israeli army says its operation against Iran is moving to the next phase to further dismantle, quote, the regime and its military capabilities. In Lebanon, the Israeli military's launched intense air attacks across the country, including in the capital Beirut. On Thursday, it issued an unprecedented forced evacuation order for all residents in that area, including Dahya, which is home to hundreds of thousands of people. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. Iran has launched a barrage of missiles into Israel, including Tel Aviv and West Jerusalem. Explosions have caused significant damage to buildings in Tel Aviv, with debris scattered across the streets and emergency crews responding to multiple incidents. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. Trump has said that he will have to be involved in picking Iran's next leader. The US president said he would support exiled Kurdish Iranian fighters to launch an offensive, quote, if they want to do that. A group of Iranian Kurdish parties formed a coalition last week to challenge the Iranian government. Now, at least 2 people have been injured in northern Iraq after an Iranian strike hit a camp housing Kurdish fighters. The fighters are part of a 6-party alliance of Kurdish parties. Iran's military has stepped up its attacks on Kurdish armed groups in Iraq. US President Donald Trump has encouraged Kurdish fighters in Iran to take up arms against the government. For more on this, let's go to Assad Beg. His live for us on the outskirts of Erbil in northern Iraq, where that camp is located. Assad, what is the extent of the destruction that we're hearing about where you are there?
Yes, we understand that there were 2 drone strikes here last night on the camp of the Khobat organization of Iranian Kurdistan. Now, we understand 2 people were injured, and the damage has been quite extensive. It's not a particularly large camp, but if I could just show you here some of the damage that's been done, and shrapnel was spread across this camp. The authorities did come here and collect what was left of some of the drone. I can tell you here on the floor here we have pieces of the front of the drone and shrapnel spread across the wall over here on the camp. We've been speaking to the members of this organization. Now, they say that they've had no contact with the Americans, no contact with the CIA or the Israelis, but they say that they are determined that for 47 years that they've always wanted to go against and fight against the Islamic Republic of Iran. They say they want a democratic country, that they're not separatists. But this organization is also a part of a 6-party alliance of Iranian Kurdish groups. Now, but the authorities here in northern Iraq are extremely worried. They've said very openly that they don't want any part of this conflict or any military escalation. They've worked hard to have a stabilized northern Iraq. They have relative peace. But what they're really worried about is the words of US President Donald Trump saying that he wants these groups to mount a ground operation. Now, some of these groups have said that they won't, but others are saying that they are prepared, and we don't know the numbers yet. We don't know how many have been armed, how many have been trained, and how many are actually ready to go in and fight. But if it does happen, it will cause chaos, but will put Erbil and northern Iraq at the crossroads of this battle, because they have Iran on one side and they have Iranian allied groups in Iraq, which have also been targeting these camps and these groups. So it will put northern Iraq, Iraqi Kurdistan, in a very, very difficult position.
And perhaps it is precisely those words of Donald Trump encouraging Iranian Kurds and Kurds in Iraq to join the fight against Tehran, which is why Iran essentially sees them as a threat, Assad.
Absolutely. Iran has been very vocal in terms of anyone that they perceive as a threat. We understand that the Foreign Minister, Arachi, Iranian Foreign Minister, has contacted his counterparts here in northern Iraq and has expressed his concern. But the concern is also that if America decides to back these groups, what is it that the authorities here can do? Now, they've been saying that they want no part in this conflict, that they don't want this to escalate. But also there's an agreement between Iraq and Iran going back to 2023, a security agreement saying that these Iranian Kurdish groups will not use Iraqi territory to attack Iran. Now, that's going to be very, very difficult if these groups do launch a ground operation, because Baghdad has this agreement with Iran, but this part of the country will become in the crosshairs, the cross sights of Iran and those groups in Iraq, in other parts of Iraq. And in fact, the 2 drone strikes that took place here, we've been speaking to people here, they believe it was launched by groups inside Iran that are allied to Iran.
Assad Beg, many thanks for that.
Groups inside Iraq which are allied to Iran.
Thank you, Assad. Assad Beg there in Erbil in Iraq. Let's show you these images. In the skies above Tel Aviv, the very clear and recognizable signs of interceptions from Israel's Iron Dome, shooting down Iranian missiles that have been targeting the port of Haifa, Tel Aviv and West Jerusalem. These missiles coming, of course, thousands of kilometers from Iran, going over Iraq, where they face being shot down there, Jordan, where they face being shot down. And then, of course, they face multiple layers of defenses, David Sling and finally the Iron Dome, and also the possibility of being intercepted by warships off in the Mediterranean. So extraordinary, really, to think that these missiles have made it that far, of course, raising huge security concerns, continued security concerns for those in Israel. Right, in Iran, officials have been eager to show that the Kurdish minority stands by them. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has posted on X saying, "I express my appreciation to the proud and honourable people of Kurdistan who have stood by Iran during these historic days. The governor and the armed forces, as guardians of security, are duty-bound to decisively confront any separatist activities. Azora Karazmi is an associate professor at the University of Tehran. She joins us from the Iranian capital. Welcome back to Al Jazeera. So just to clarify here, Donald Trump, we know, has said he would back the Kurds joining the fight against Tehran. We have seen the IRGC launching strikes against Kurdish positions to disrupt, in their words, the imminent infiltration into the country. What is Tehran's view on what's happening here, particularly in the wake of Donald Trump's words? Clearly, President Pezeshkian wants to extend a hand to the Kurds.
Yeah. Divide and rule is an old and rugged technique of the imperialists, and it's not something new in the region. So what we are understanding from the field is that in Kurdistan, however, these so-called liberating Kurds have been bombarding the people in Kurdistan, like Marivan, like Kermanshah, in excuse of actually liberating them. That's very sort of, ridiculous. At the same time, the Kurds in Iran have indicated through different demonstrations these days and nights to support the Islamic Republic. Already we had different events that the Kurds came to Ayatollah Khamenei's center in Tehran many times to actually indicate that how they are abiding by the Islamic Republic. So I think the adherence and the attachment and the sense of belonging the Kurds have to Islamic Republic is something much more deeper. And the United States is very ignorant again about this culture. And at the same time, you see that those that are fighting us now in the West under the name of Kurds are not Kurds. They are maybe some Kurdish separatists, but also at the same time the ISIS that were just freed from Syrian, for example, prisons. I don't know, the Uyghurs, different. It's a sort of combination of terrorists that already were trained by the United States. So Iran sees itself in the legitimate self-defense position against them. And if they come on the ground, it's even worse for them because there are millions of people here, volunteers who actually fight them on the ground. That's maybe on airstrike they cannot help, but on the ground they will be very helpful. And even the Iranian allies in Iraq are working well to suppress them. So what these Kurdish provinces in Iraq may lose is that even they are losing their sovereignty and oil resources rather than achieving something new.
Okay, nevertheless, this is a potential security risk, isn't it, for the Iranian leadership? They're already having to counter perceived threat of, quote, infiltration by Kurdish forces in the west of the country. It does mean that Iranian forces within Iran itself could find themselves being spread thin across the nation, and that means that they're less able to guard the cities, Tehran itself, from the potential for uprisings there. Another thing that the United States is trying to actively encourage.
Yes, United States is to encourage, but these days what we are witnessing in the field is absolutely different. A high social solidarity among the Kurds, among the Turks, among the Forex, Baluchs. I know that the Western media is very much censoring these images, but if they are released, the people see that how every single night, this is Ramadan here, so after iftar and after actually, in the evening, people are gathering together in these cities with different ethnic groups, thousands of coming to streets to indicate their solid block and attachment and belonging to the Islamic Republic. They are mourning for the Ayatollah Khamenei's martyrdom. At the same time, they are having Maxims supporting the next leader. So it's the illusion of Americans.
Let me just jump in there. I mean, is it really entirely the illusion of the Americans, as you say, to make it sound as if there's absolutely zero opposition to the Iranian leadership that the thousands of people that have been on the streets in multiple towns and cities across the country is somewhat an illusion of Western propaganda, and that everyone now is rallying around the flag? Is that really the situation there?
No, I never mean that opposition is zero, because still there are a few people that are deceived by the satellite channels. You know that the United States is always working on the soft power in Iran as well, Iran International, Manoto, lots of channels, satellite channels.
So you're saying if it wasn't,
that the United States can save them.
Okay, Zora, you're saying so if it wasn't for Western propaganda, there would be no opposition within Iran. Is that what you're saying?
There's no. I've never said that there's no opposition, but I said that it's not comparable in size, and even in these days, there is no chance of really meaningful uprisings as the United States try to propagate.
Let me ask you another question, because in light of the first ever suicide drone strikes hitting the Nakhchivan district in Azerbaijan, is Tehran signaling now a deliberate widening of the war to include basically any regional state seen as facilitating the US-Israeli campaign? That is at least the perception of Ilham Aliyev, the leader of Azerbaijan.
Actually, Iran is very consistent. Already, when they were at the negotiations, Iran many times declared that any American assets, interests, bases in the region would be targeted if they are mad enough to start this adventure of war. And they did so. So Iran is consistent with the declared agenda of just targeting the American assets and interests. And Azerbaijan or these Arab dictatorships in the region are the complicit in this war, so they cannot stand alone, safe and secure.
Zora Kharazmi, important to get your perspective. Many thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister says his country has no option but to put an end to American military presence in the region. Speaking from a forum in New Delhi, Saeed Khatibzadeh justified attacking neighbouring countries hosting US forces.
We have no option just to put an end to the presence of United States in the surrounding area of Iran. We told Americans and we told our neighbors that if they would like to put an end to the existence of the greatest civilization on earth, or the oldest continuous civilization on earth, then we have no option just to put an end to the existence and presence of United States in the Persian Gulf area.
Donald Trump says he wants a say in who who decides Iran's next leader and who it should be. That's after the United States and Israeli strikes killed the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. That was a week ago now. But Trump's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the Pentagon's military objectives haven't changed, and that includes destroying Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and stopping it from developing a nuclear weapon. From Washington, D.C., here's John Hendren.
From the White House, the U.S. president describes Iranian forces as depleted, demoralized, all but defeated.
Missiles are gone, launches are gone. They're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late.
From the U.S. Central Command in Florida, the defense secretary describes a U.S. military that is ramping up, not down.
We have only just begun to fight. If you think you've seen something, just wait.
Ending with this warning.
The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge dramatically.
Admiral Brad Cooper, head of the U.S. Central Command, said American B-2 bombers had struck within the past few hours and said a ship carrying drones was struck in the hour before the briefing.
U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines.
As the U.S. insists it can continue at the current pace indefinitely, some here fear the next step might be American boots on the ground. But President Trump's suggestion that the war would be wrapped up within weeks suggests the U.S. is content bombing Iranians from the air. The U.S. contention that American warfare will be overwhelming and short confronts an old military saying, no battle plan survives contact with the enemy unscathed. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Rosalind Jordan is in Washington, D.C. for us. Rosalind, always good to see you. I mean, when we crunch the numbers, the figures for keeping this war going are extremely expensive, astronomically pricey. It's difficult to imagine that these numbers really resonate with an American people. What exactly is going on in terms of the Trump administration going cap in hand for more money, more investment?
Well, considering that there was very little consultation with Congress before the air war started on February 28th, 7 days ago, it's probably coming more as a shock, not just to members of Congress, but to the general public about how much this air war for now is costing the U.S. government, an estimated $1 billion a day. And the Pentagon has apparently put together a $50 billion supplemental budget request in order to replace the Tomahawk missiles, the THAAD missile defense systems, and the Patriot missiles that have already been used in the first 7 days of this war, as well as replacing other equipment that may have been damaged or worn out because the military burn rate has been rather high. The Congress has been already concerned about the budget deficit and the interest on the federal debt. And given that it has just approved a $750 billion budget for the Pentagon for the current fiscal year, getting another $50 billion request might give some legislators pause.
Ross, interesting line here from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. He stated that the U.S. has already delivered, quote, twice the air power of 2003 shock and awe, a.k.a. Operation Iraqi Freedom. I mean, obviously doubling the payload of missiles and bombs fired at Iran doesn't double the prospect of peace, does it? How is all of this being viewed by the American people?
Well, I haven't been able to do a direct comparison to what was done in the first days and weeks of the Iraq War back in March 2003 with what's happened in the last 7 days. It is also worth noting that in the Iraq War, not only did you have the initial airstrikes, but you also had U.S. ground forces going in. So this may not be an accurate direct comparison to that war some 23 years ago, I should say. That said, the polling in the first several days after the start of this air war, Republicans overwhelmingly support the Trump administration's decision to go in. Independent voters and Democratic voters are opposed, Democratic voters more vigorously opposed than independent voters. But given that this is a midterm election year for the members of the Congress, for all members of the House of Representatives, and for 1/3 of the U.S. senators, this is something that could become a campaign year issue for those legislators, especially given that they seem to be playing catch up on how to have congressional input into the conduct of this war.
Ross, always good to hear from you. Rosalind Jordan there, Washington, D.C. Before we move on, let's take a close look at these pictures on your screen. We've been talking about the arithmetic of conflict and a lot of the munitions that are fired into Lebanon. This is the capital, Beirut, are obviously supported, funded by the United States. Israel as a financial hotline, I suppose, to Washington, D.C. when it comes to protecting its airspace and its territory. We've been seeing attack after attack on multiple neighborhoods in Beirut, largely, and Dahya, that neighborhood synonymous with Hezbollah influence, but also in other neighborhoods as well, and a couple of Christian neighborhoods too, closer to where some of the embassies are. We'll, of course, keep a very close eye on that theatre of war. Oil prices are on track to rise more than 15% this week. That's their biggest surge in 4 years. Brent crude is now trading at more than $80 a barrel. 20% of the world's oil supply is shipped through the Strait of Hormuz, but Iran has declared the crucial waterway closed and attacked ships nearby. Missile and drone attacks have also hit oil and gas facilities, forcing Saudi Arabia and Qatar to suspend production. Meanwhile, the US has given India a waiver to buy Russian oil for 30 days to ease the pressure on the world's third largest importer and consumer. On Friday, The Indian government ordered oil refining companies to maximise production of liquefied petroleum gas, but only sell it for domestic customers. The country refines and exports petroleum products ranging from jet fuel to chemicals and plastics. In August last year, India was hit with a 25% tariff as punishment by the US for buying Russian oil, which was revoked last month. Well, Asia relies heavily on energy supplies from the Middle East, making the region vulnerable to disruptions. China is the world's largest buyer of crude. About half of its oil comes from the Middle East. Japan imports around 95% of its oil from the region. Much of it passes through the Strait of Hormuz, which Israel has closed. South Korea gets roughly 70% of its oil and about 20% of its gas from the region. And crude from the Middle East accounts for more than half of India's exports. Go Katayama is a principal insight analyst at Kepler, where he focuses on global liquefied natural gas markets. He joins us from Tokyo. Very warm welcome to you. Let's start with Japan, where you are, which depends on the region for more than 90% of crude oil. How would you describe the level of risk there at the moment?
Yes, well, I'll focus on liquefied natural gas. So around 90% of LNG comes from the Qatar and UAE to the Asian buyers. So I think it really depends. The mood really depends on where you are in Asia. Northeast Asia has a lot of buffer, whether it comes in storage of LNG inventories. China, Japan, Korea have multiple, 7 million tons in China, 4 million tons in Korea, 4 million tons as well in Japan of buffer. So they can withstand this crisis of the Hormuz, for at least the next 3 or 4 weeks. If the tension continues onwards, they're going to have to find replacement cargoes, and that's going to tighten global LNG markets. But for now, Northeast Asia has that buffer, and they're kind of waiting to see what will happen, as things go on. Other regions are a little bit more price sensitive in South Asia, such as India, Thailand, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Pakistan, depends 99% on Qatari LNG cargoes. So, and they don't have as much LNG storage and buffer, so they will be a little bit more exposed to this crisis, and so we will see some demand destruction as there's only a finite amount of supply in the market. Although the U.S. exports are growing, there's not enough currently for marginal cargoes. So you will see some demand destruction from Southeast Asia and South Asia, while Northeast Asia will try to muddle it through with their inventories for now.
We mentioned earlier Russia potentially set for a windfall when it comes to being an alternative source of supplies. Also, the United States potentially stands to financially benefit in the short run by being a place where gas can be imported from. How long do you think those windfalls will last? And will, at the end of the day, all of this balance out when supplies hopefully are eventually re-established?
Yeah, great question. And we think, as our base case, the disruption, we think about a 3 or 4 week disruption. It could be longer. But for now, we are working with that assumption. And that's about 6 million tons of supply taken away from the markets. So the balance in Asia has to find a way to balance, those cargoes. And that means, Asia is going to have to compete with Europe for cargoes. And so Asian spot prices will have to be at a premium to European prices, which we will probably see in the forthcoming. And at the same time, existing projects from Australia, Southeast Asia on the supply side will have to ramp up to supply, Asian markets. But there's just not enough of upside because not a lot of new projects are coming online. And so we have to wait until the new expansion from the U.S. projects come in second half of this year, which could, alleviate some of the tension. But if at the same time Asia has a very hot summer, and then this tension continues and the U.S. projects are delayed, then that's going to keep the markets quite tight, and the balance will be very difficult. And you'll see further demand destruction in South Asia, as I mentioned earlier.
Go Katayama, it's been fascinating hearing your expert opinion on exactly what's going on in the energy markets and its impact, obviously, on governments around the world. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. OK, let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. And the US and Venezuela have agreed to re-establish diplomatic relations 2 months after US forces captured and detained the president. Nicolas Maduro is facing drug trafficking charges in the US, which he denies. Maduro broke off ties with the US in 2019 after it recognised an opposition candidate as the winner in a disputed election. And Nick Clark will be here in a moment with much more of the day's news. For the time being, as the war in Ukraine rages on, Russia has continued to recruit for the battlefield, even beyond its borders. South Africans promised a lucrative security contract, a report being duped into joining the front lines. Many, though, have since returned home. Famida Miller is in Ananda in South Africa. She sent this report.
This is the last group of South African men returning home after what they describe as deception. They say they traveled to Moscow on the promise of job training and employment. Instead, they ended up alongside Russian forces on the front lines of the war in Ukraine. It's illegal for South Africans to fight in foreign wars, and the men could face criminal charges. But they say they were lured to Russia under false pretenses and had no idea they would be sent to the battlefield. One of the men, who does not want to be named, sent this mobile footage of what he says is Ukraine to his brother Mlungisi, pleading for help to come home.
Apparently there was a contract they had to sign that they didn't understand, and they called upon one of the representatives. He didn't know the name at that time, whether it was a guy named Alex Koza or a different person who actually begged them to sign the contract until the lady by the name of Ututuzile came and then helped them to sign the contract. And he promised that she understands the contract and the contract is okay, there's nothing wrong.
This woman, Duduzile Zuma, daughter of former President Jacob Zuma, is facing questions around the trafficking of more than a dozen men. They say they were sent to Russia to train as bodyguards for her father's political party, the Mkhonto weSizwe, or MK party. Duduzile denies the accusations.
There are investigations that are taking place so that those that are responsible should be held to account. We cannot have exceptions in this law.
Some of the men say they were paid between $2,000 and $3,000 for their time in Ukraine.
In a country battling high unemployment, especially amongst young people, the promise of work and a final bonus of up to $60,000 was an offer they say was too attractive to refuse.
While 4 other men have been charged with trying to join the Russian army, these men say fighting in Ukraine is not what they signed up for. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, in Nanda, South Africa.
Hello, it's 900 hours at GMT. Welcome to Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Nick Clark. More than 1,300 Iranians have been killed since the conflict began. Thousands more are injured. The Israeli army says its operation against Iran is moving to the next phase to further dismantle, quote, the regime and its military capabilities. Homes, hospitals, ambulances, entire neighborhoods have all been destroyed in a week of unrelenting Israeli and US strikes.
The United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule and at levels that people have never seen before, actually.
Trump also said he will have to be involved in picking Iran's next leader. He said he would support exiled Kurdish Iranian fighters to launch an offensive, quote, if they want to do that. A group of Iranian Kurdish parties formed a coalition last week to challenge the Iranian government. In Lebanon, the Israeli military has launched intense air attacks across the country, including in the capital, Beirut. On Thursday, it issued an unprecedented forced evacuation order for all residents in that area, including Dahir, which is home to hundreds of thousands of people. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. And Iran has launched another barrage of missiles at Israel. These are the latest pictures of interceptions above Tel Aviv. Overnight, explosions there caused significant damage, with debris scattered across the city. At least 11 people have been killed in Israel since Saturday. And Iran is continuing its attacks on Gulf nations, hosting U.S. troops. In Bahrain's capital, Manama, one hotel and two residential buildings came under attack. Earlier, a refinery was seen engulfed in smoke after an apparent Iranian strike. In Kuwait, an explosion was reported from an airbase in the south of the country. And Saudi Arabia says it has intercepted drones near its capital, Riyadh. All right, we're live from Tehran, from Erbil in northern Iraq, from Beirut, Ramallah, Doha and Washington, D.C. But first, let's go to Tehran, the Iranian capital. Tahir Asadi is standing by for us there. So, Tahir, first up, just bring us up to speed on the latest situation there and how the nation is bearing up under these repeated assaults.
Well, actually, Iranians are now waking up to the day 7 since the commencement of the Israeli and American campaign of strikes targeting different places and locations across Iran, including here in the capital. From the early hours of the morning, we have been witnessing an intensified airstrike targeting different neighborhoods, including downtown Pastor neighborhood, in which the office of President and the office of Supreme Leader is located, and other neighborhoods. And right now, if you can see behind me, the city is surrounded by smoke. And hours ago in the early morning, we saw columns of smoke drifting through the air as a result of this recent multiple blasts that we were able to hear, and we were able to feel the shockwave here at the bureau. We are dealing with a delicate situation as there are growing concerns about the number of fatalities, in addition to the places, the military headquarters, or actually the political centers that are being targeted. It goes without saying, and as the footages are showing, that residential areas are being targeted as well. We have reports about the Red Crescent's building in one of the cities being targeted, several schools, hospitals, buildings belonging to municipality. These are all creating a long list of targeted areas inside the Iranian capital, as well as other cities across the country. Speaking of the civilian casualties, we know that the latest statistics indicate that at least 1,300 people have lost their lives, even though this statistics comes from yesterday. And seeing the ongoing nature of these strikes, we can say that the number could be higher, and of course many more being injured in that regard. All in all, there is this frustration, fear and anxiety among the ordinary citizens here in the capital, while the country is talking about the continuation of the retaliatory strikes. We've got the spokesperson for the army on the one hand, the IRGC on the other, all talking about the continuation of retaliatory strikes, saying that the country is ready for a long-time war, and that is showing that we see anything but any sign of de-escalation at the time being.
All right, and Tahir, we know that in the background to all of this, that this interim leadership council, that's running affairs in Iran until a new supreme leader is selected. We have this three-body temporary council that includes the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, Chief Justice Gholam Hossein Mohseni-Ejei, and senior cleric and member of the Guardian Council, that's Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi. But the thing is, Tahir, it's been, nearly a week since Ali Khamenei's assassination, and the funeral, indeed, is yet to be held, and there is no word on who the new supreme leader will be.
Yes, indeed. There is no single word about who is going to be the next supreme leader of the country. And of course, this is perhaps the most important political question at the time being, seeing the situation inside the country. And speaking of the same council that you were talking about, the interim leadership council, we received a statement from the state saying that the fourth meeting of this council was held, and the agenda was focused on the planning for the meeting of the assembly of experts to be held. And then at the end of the day, there is going to be this assembly of experts making the final word about the next supreme leader of the country. We know that the Constitution, and in particular the Article 111 of the Constitution, says this is the responsibility of this body, the Assembly of Experts, to appoint this new supreme leader. But again, according to the Constitution, there is no specification. It is just saying that it should be conducted as soon as possible. How soon is something that we have to keep waiting, at least due to two reasons. First, due to the complexity of the issue, one of the members came out a couple of days ago to say that they are doing some consultations and it's going to take some time for the process to be completed on the one hand. Then on the other, we know that the Israeli and American strikes are just putting a sort of challenge ahead for this meeting. We had this report from City of Qom about one of the buildings belonging to the Assembly of Experts being targeted, even though none of the members were reportedly killed, and it was just 3 employees of that building which were said to lose their lives. All in all, this is a delicate situation, and of course, seeing the huge amount of authority and power in possession of which the supreme leader is, it's going to be a meticulously calibrated decision to be made. And now there is discussion about who this person is and the characteristics of that person, because of the very fact that he is going to be the person to actually devise the trajectory of the country when it comes to domestic policies, when it comes to foreign issues, and when it comes to the continuation of this current ongoing war that the country is located in. So we are waiting to see. All eyes are on this Assembly of Experts for their final decision, and whether that person is going to be a pragmatic one or something in between, or continue the same ideological legacy of former Supreme Leader of the country, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
All right, that's a picture inside Iran. Meanwhile, at least 2 people have been injured in northern Iraq after an Iranian strike hit a camp housing Kurdish fighters. Now, the fighters are part of a 6-party alliance of Kurdish parties. Iran's military has stepped up its attacks on Kurdish armed groups in Iraq. And US President Donald Trump has, in the background to all this, encouraged Kurdish fighters in Iran to take up arms against the government. For more on this, let's go to Asad Beg. He's live for us on the outskirts of Erbil in northern Iraq, where that camp is located. And of course, as said, Kurds an important part of this whole confused picture. What more do you have from there, Asad?
Yes, they are an important part of this larger picture, more so now, since we've heard voices, and including the President of the United States, Donald Trump, talking about how he'd like for Kurds within Iran to take up arms, and also leaked reports about CIA supporting groups and wanting them to mount a ground operation. Now, this particular group on the outskirts of Erbil, the Hubat Organization of Iranian Kurdistan, they were hit last night, 2 drone strikes last night, injuring 2 people. Now, they were caught completely off guard from what we can tell. And if I can just show you some of the damage now behind me, you can see the impact of the drone. This area, it's not a particularly large camp, but what it is, and they won't tell us how many members they actually have, but they say that they are willing to mount a ground operation. They've always been willing since 47 years. But they're waiting for the right opportunity. And you can see even here some of the remnants of the drone. Now, speaking to some of the fighters here, they believe the drone wasn't launched from Iran. They believe groups aligned to Iran, based in Iraq, launched those drones. Now, one of these fighters has just returned. You can see his head bandaged. He was one of those that were injured. But at the time of this attack, again, caught completely off guard. The room behind me, they were cooking, and some of that food is still out there in the pots. Now, speaking to the fighters here, they say they've had no contact with the Americans, no contact with the CIA, no contact with Israel or Mossad. They've had no support from them. But what they are saying is that they are willing to mount ground operations. But the politicians in northern Iraq are painting a different picture. Now, the president, Najrivan Barzani, has said that Iraqi Kurdistan will not be a part of any conflict or military escalation.
Asad Beg there, reporting from northern Iraq, clearly demonstrating how this is drawing in many nations, not least of which is Lebanon, of course, where thousands of people have been fleeing their homes as Israel steps up its attacks across the country. Israel has issued forced displacement orders for southern Beirut, which is home to hundreds of thousands of people. Israel has been striking southern Beirut for several days now. France says it will provide armoured transport vehicles and other support to strengthen its cooperation with the Lebanese armed forces. Let's cross now to Zaina Hodder, who's live for us in Beirut. So, Zaina, first of all, just give us a countrywide picture of the shape of things as the Israeli assault continues there.
Yes, Israel's military offensive continues. The latest Israeli strike to target Beirut's southern suburbs was just in the past few minutes. We saw that strike come in. It was a violent night. Israel targeting various areas across Beirut's southern suburbs, which is now largely empty of residents, following that unprecedented evacuation order by the Israeli army for hundreds of thousands of people, not just to flee their homes, but their livelihoods as well. Many people live and work in the southern suburbs of Beirut. There's even a Palestinian refugee camp. Hospitals were forced to be evacuated, patients taken to other hospitals. So this military offensive continues, not just in Beirut's southern suburbs. In the south of the country, there have been a number of airstrikes in a number of towns. Also, there are evacuation orders for 8% of Lebanese territory from the Litani River to Lebanon's southern border with Israel, which at its deepest point is approximately 25 kilometers. And then there are strikes in the east of the country, in the Bekaa, Baalbek region. Now, these three areas that are coming under fire are considered to be places where Hezbollah has influence and where Hezbollah supporters live. So this is being seen really as an Israeli message, especially we're seeing this escalation just 24 hours after Hezbollah's Secretary General Naim Assim made clear that Hezbollah does not intend to surrender. It will not lay down its arms, and it intends to confront what it is calling the Israeli-U.S. aggression.
All right, stay with us there, Zaina. I'll be back with you shortly, but let's head to Ramallah. Before that, we can speak to our correspondent Noor Day, who's tracking Iran's retaliatory attacks on Israel. And Noor, so thousands of Israeli citizens, first up, are currently displaced from the northern border. Tell us what's happening to them.
Well, there is no mass evacuation from the northern communities as occurred in 2023 and 2024, Nick. But certainly those communities had sustained a lot of damage in the confrontation that ended in November of 24. And now there is heavy damage suffered by many of the buildings in the communities that are targeted. And so people will have to be moved. Really, overnight, the residents of the border area spent their night in the shelter or very, very close to it. Remember that if missiles are coming from Iran, Israel has a multi-layered air defense system that can give Israelis some warning, a few minutes warning before the missiles actually reach Israeli airspace. That is not the case when it comes to drones or rockets fired from Lebanon. So it's a lot more personal, it's a lot more impactful, and it's been going on for a lot longer. Israelis know and remember how high the price Hezbollah is willing to exact on them in retaliation for attacks, or for that matter, for the occupation of territory in Lebanon, which was there up until 2000 and only ended because of a drive by Israelis to end that occupation because of that price. So a lot is going on in those northern communities, while Israelis across Israel also, Nick, continue to head to the shelters because of incoming Israeli missiles that are also causing up to $1 billion in damages so far.
Yeah, tell us more about that, Noor, if you would, the security threat within Israel's borders.
Well, look, the threat is twofold. On the one hand, there are only so many missiles that Israel has and can fire at incoming Iranian missiles. Each of those ballistic missiles, Nick, has to be confronted with at least or up to 3 missiles from Israel. So they're running through them quite fast, quite quickly, and these missiles can't be manufactured fast enough, not at this pace. Anyways, Israel says that Iran is firing far fewer missiles. The security establishment estimates that that's because Iran is preparing for the long haul. That means restrictions on gatherings in Israel will continue. Right now, only 50 people are allowed to gather in any one place, so long as that place has a safe room, a shelter that people can seek shelter in and safety in the case of incoming missiles. School and instruction has been disrupted, and the economic cost will no doubt start being felt by Israelis. About 500,000 workers have not had a day of work in the past week, Nick. So again, the dangers are not just security, they are economic and psychological, because Netanyahu is also looking at his political career. This is the gamble of his life, and elections could be held as early as June.
All right, from Ramallah back to Beirut, back to Zaina Hoda. So Zaina, the Lebanese government has issued urgent appeals for help from the international community, both humanitarian aid, but also a direct appeal to the GCC and to France to try and support the Lebanese armed forces. What specifically is being asked for, as far as you know, and why?
Well, there have been high-level diplomatic meetings, and as we speak, the Prime Minister is holding a meeting at the Grand Sarai with foreign envoys, Arab and Western envoys, appealing not just for humanitarian aid, but for diplomatic support to stop Israel's ongoing attacks. There has been a lot of meetings as well to prevent the carpet bombing of Beirut's southern suburbs. And there's also appeals for help to, give the Lebanese army what it needs in order to be able to extend security across the country. There was supposed to be an international conference this week in Paris, a donor conference, to help fund an under-resourced and under an army, really, which has been struggling because of an economic collapse, with soldiers earning only $300 a month. This is one of the arguments that the Lebanese government has been using for its inability to disarm Hezbollah. But there's also another reality, and that is Hezbollah's refusal to cooperate with the Lebanese army to disarm could ignite internal strife. And that's why the Lebanese authorities have also been very careful, treading carefully as they try to extend state authority and ensure all weapons are in the hands of the state. The government has already banned Hezbollah's military wing, but Hezbollah continues to fire missiles across the border, saying that it is doing this to protect the country and defend the people. So, and really, the relationship between the political leadership and Hezbollah is only deteriorating, with the Prime Minister answering back Hezbollah's Secretary General, saying that Hezbollah's Secretary General is inciting discord in Lebanon by saying that the government is trying to, or is implementing, if you like, Israel's wishes. So we also have political and internal tensions on top of this war, and also on top of a growing humanitarian crisis.
Zaina, thanks for that. Very difficult situation there in Lebanon, as we've been hearing. What about Gulf states? Well, there have been more Iranian missile and drone attacks across the Gulf, hosting US troops. These are the countries that have come under attack over the last few hours. A hotel, apartment buildings and an oil refinery were attacked in Bahrain. Explosions have taken place in Kuwait, and there are reports of interceptions in Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. Iran's deputy foreign minister says that Tehran has no option but to put an end to US military presence in the region. Speaking from a forum in New Delhi, Saeed Khatibzadeh justified the attacks on neighboring countries hosting US forces.
We have no option just to put an end to the presence of United States in the surrounding area of Iran. We told Americans and we told our neighbors that if they would like to put an end to the existence of the greatest civilization on earth, or the oldest continuous civilization on earth, then we have no option just to put an end to the existence and presence of United States in the Persian Gulf area.
Over to Zain Basrabi now, who's right here in Doha, the capital of Qatar. So Zain, the US Embassy has released some updated advice. What have we been hearing about that?
Certainly listening to the Deputy Foreign Minister there, the United States and as well as missions across this region are thinking the same thing. The longer this conflict drags on, the more likely it is to continue to drag on much longer. So whereas it was hoped to have been something that went on for a few days, then the U.S. government announced it would be 5 weeks. Now it feels like it's going to carry on much longer, and U.S. missions are changing their tune in the beginning. Almost every embassy had said that we are unable to help you at this time. The U.S. State Department put out a note saying that you should leave, but the State Department is in no position to help Americans evacuate the region. And if you can leave on your own, leave by commercial means or shelter in place. Now, a little more than an hour ago, a very different security alert coming from the U.S. Embassy in Qatar saying that the U.S. government is ready to help Americans leave the Middle East if you choose to take advantage of the options available. If you go on their website, there's a form to fill out, and there's a bunch of advice about how people are able to leave. It says the U.S. Embassy in Doha is currently exploring options to assist U.S. citizens in reaching a safe destination. If safe to do so, Americans should leave Qatar now. It gives you options to depart. It talks about airspace closures, the Abu Salam crossing with Saudi Arabia, and there's a bunch of other useful information there. So certainly a departure from the early days of the war as far as the footing is concerned with the U.S. State Department and U.S. Embassy officials here in Doha.
Zain, in a war like this, and indeed in the age that we
ओके गाइस एक नेचुरल क्रूड ऑयल में ध्यान रखना ये एक एंट्री लेवल पे है कैंडल के कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है तो डायरेक्टली बाय नहीं कर सकते ठीक है प्राइस थोड़ा सा डाउन आके इस लेवल के नीचे क्लोज हो इसमें एंट्री बन जाएगी अगर ये कैंडल लेटर सपोज ऊपर ही क्लोज होती है 7525 के ऊपर तो फिर इसमें एंट्री नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि उस केस में पॉसिबिलिटीज वेरी हाई कि प्राइस ऊपर ही जाएगा नीचे आने के चांसेस कम है एक तो ऐसी एसएल बड़ा है सो जस्ट वेट एक कैंडल लेटर सपोज नीचे क्लोज होती है देखते हैं 5 मिनट और हैं अगर ये नीचे क्लोज नहीं आई याद रखना 7525 के नीचे तो इसमें एंट्री बनेगी नहीं बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी रेंज के बाहर निकला है थोड़ा बहुत बाकी अगर ये यहाँ से नहीं निकलता है तो फिर नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस 7800 ही है लेकिन नेचुरल गैस अगर आएगा तो देखेंगे इसमें भी 81 के आसपास एक वापस सेलिंग का ध्यान रखना ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे एंट्री डायरेक्टली नहीं होगी मार्केट रेजिस्टेंस पे कहीं पर रुक ही नहीं रहा ऑलमोस्ट कंटिन्यूअसली बुलिश ऑल पुल बैक जस्ट एक्ट लाइक एज अ सपोर्ट ऐसा हो सकता है ये यहाँ पर ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना के जाए एंट्री ना कराए और फिर वापस बाद में नीचे आ जाए उसको फिर आने देंगे कोई सुनिए उस केस में कोई मेन इशू नहीं आएगा क्योंकि उस केस में अगर नीचे आता भी है तो दैट इज़ अ फेक ब्रेकआउट कांट एंटर इन दैट केस बेटर है कि नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस का वेट करें क्योंकि उस केस में फिर ये लेवल पॉसिबिलिटी है सपोर्ट के तौर पे कंसिडर हो जाएगा मार्केट वहाँ पर वापस रुकना स्टू कर देगा 3 मिनट में ये अपने लो के नीचे आ जाना चाहिए नेचुरल गैस में भी एक सपोर्ट एक्सपेक्टेड था यहाँ पर बाइंग के लिए, लग रहा था आएगा, नहीं आया ये भी एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे। मॉर्निंग पे गैप अप जरूर हुआ, मुझे लग रहा था एग्जैक्टली हिट करके ऐसे जाएगा, कुछ आया ही नहीं एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे। वी नीड टू वेट, क्योंकि अब यहाँ पर वापस आके अगर आता भी है तो रुकेगा चांसेस कम है। प्राइस पॉसिबिलिटी है नीचे सपोर्ट के नीचे ब्रेक करे और फिर अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 267 इसके नीचे, 270 के नीचे कहीं भी जाए, 267 68 और फिर निकले ऊपर की, दैट इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ हाई। मुश्किल है, 2 मिनट। नेचुरल गैस भी देखो पहुंचता है तो यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान यहाँ पर भी है। कैंडल का ध्यान रखेंगे, ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बनना चाहिए, जैसे ये एक ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल था, इस तरह की कैंडल बनेगी तो वो एंट्री के लिए सही नहीं होती, मैंने बार बार रिपीट किया है। दैट काइंड ऑफ कैंडल नॉट गुड फॉर सेल साइड एंट्री। सिमिलरली ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन रही है तो फिर बाइंग साइड काइंड ऑफ एंट्री यहाँ पर भी सेम होना चाहिए, ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बनना चाहिए, ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बनेगा तो वी विल गो फॉर द एंट्री अगेन। क्वांटिटी कम ही रखेंगे बिकॉज हायर टाइम फ्रेम के रेजिस्टेंस है तो मुझे लग रहा ज़्यादा रिस्क आना चाहिए। ठीक है, बाकी 4 आवर की एक कैंडल जरूर ध्यान में रखना, लास्ट कैंडल के ऊपर अगर ये कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो फिर वापस से 7380 वाला जो ये लेवल रहेगा दैट बिकम अ सपोर्ट। इन दैट केस वो फिर ऑटोमेटिकली सपोर्ट बन जाएगा। हाँ, क्लोज नहीं हुई देन इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग, बिकॉज उस केस में तो फिर हम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं ये हायर टाइम फ्रेम का फेक ब्रेकआउट है। फोर आवर टाइम फ्रेम कैंडल इन दैट केस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सो रिमेंबर, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं क्रिएट होनी चाहिए सेलिंग के वक्त, जैसे यहाँ पर ये क्रिएट हुई थी ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल। रिमेंबर दिस थिंग। सेम फॉर नेचुरल गैस, यहाँ पर भी सेम ही है, रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है, देखना पड़ेगा, ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बनना चाहिए। रिमेंबर दीज आर द हायर टाइम फ्रेम रेजिस्टेंस 4 आवर के, वो भी सस्टेन नहीं हो रहा है तो पॉसिबिलिटी फेक ब्रेकआउट की हो सकती है। वाह, क्या मोमेंटम आया क्रूड ऑयल में इस कैंडल में। वही सेलिंग जो नहीं है वो। 4 आवर की कैंडल का भी ध्यान रखना इंपॉर्टेंट है, लास्ट कैंडल के ऊपर क्लोज होने में अभी भी टाइम है वैसे तो, बट अगर ये क्लोज होती है 2 घंटे के अंदर 7380 will become support then again। shipping through the Strait of Hormuz is experiencing a near total halt. Bloomberg reports. लग रहा है तभी क्रूड ऑयल इतना बुलिश हो गया. कल वैसे रिपोर्ट आई थी दैट ईरान से इस स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मोज ब्लॉक नहीं किया है, वहां से सब कुछ जा सकता है, बट लुक्स लाइक ऐसा कुछ है नहीं. ब्लूमबर्ग की रिपोर्ट आई है, स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मोज ऑलमोस्ट वहां से कुछ भी नहीं जा रहा है. ऐसा होता है तो वैसे दोनों के लिए पॉजिटिव है, क्रूड और नेचुरल गैस बोथ. कितना यहाँ से मूव करेगा, वैसे अभी वेसल भी देखोगे तो वहां पर भी कुछ मोमेंटम नहीं है. ऑलमोस्ट वैकेट ही हो गया यहाँ पर. इफ यू लुक एट द मरीन tracking right now, this Strait of Hormuz is almost blocked. These are live picture. This is Persian Gulf, this is Gulf of Oman, this is Strait of Hormuz. ये छोटा सा एरिया. You can see there is no oil tanker over here. ये भी एक छोटा सा दिख रहा होगा आपको, ये भी मुझे लग रहा है इन्हीं का है, आसपास ही किसी कंट्री का. ब्लूमबर्ग डेले ऑयल प्रोडक्ट टैंकर, ये तो ईरान का ही है. दिस इज ईरान, ये ईरान का ही है. इंडिया का क्रूड ऑयल टैंकर यहाँ क्या कर रहा है? क्रूड ऑयल टैंकर इंडिया, देश वैभव, ये भी ईरान का ही है. ठीक है, जितने भी ऑयल टैंकर हैं कुछ जा तो नहीं रहा है यहाँ से, मुझे लग रहा है सब साइडवेज हो गए. लुक एट दिस, ये सारे के सारे यूएई के पोर्ट पे, और यहाँ मुझे लग रहा है ओमान के पोर्ट पे. दे आर जस्ट स्टैंडेड एट दिस पॉइंट, नो वन इज मूविंग. कंप्लीट हॉल्ट. ये तो मैं दिखा रहा हूँ आपको क्रूड ऑयल टैंकर्स, क्रूड ऑयल से रिलेटेड जो टैंकर है. कार्गो शिप भी देखोगे, कार्गो शिप भी नहीं जा रही है यहाँ से. मुझे लगता नहीं कुछ भी जा रहा है यहाँ से अब. यस, कंप्लीट ब्लॉकेज है. ये तो ईरान का ही है, जनरल कार्गो. ये भी ईरान का ही है. नहीं, जनरल कार्गो ये ईरान का नहीं है. ऑलमोस्ट ब्लॉक है, कंप्लीट ब्लॉकेज. यहाँ पर अगर देखोगे इसको रिमूव करके ऑयल टैंकर सिर्फ देखें अगर, लुक एट दिस. ये आपका आई थिंक इराक, जो हम परसों बात कर रहे थे, इराक का पोर्ट है, सदर्न पोर्ट बासरा. यहाँ पर परसों ही बॉम्बार्डमेंट हुई थी. इनके सारे के सारे क्रूड ऑयल टैंकर यहाँ पर लगे हुए हैं लाइन से. लुक एट दिस, सब के सब क्रूड ऑयल टैंकर जस्ट स्टैंडेड एट द पोर्ट. कतर का भी यही हाल है क्या? कतर एक्सपोर्ट करता है 20% नेचुरल गैस अराउंड द ग्लोब. तो अगर ये भी completely क्लोज हो गया है तो दैट इज ऑल्सो not a good news for natural gas as well. एक छोटे से एसएल के साथ ट्राई करते हैं नेचुरल गैस में भी. दोनों ही रेजिस्टेंस पे आ गए एक साथ. ठीक है, इतना तो गोल्ड भी मूव नहीं कर रहा, ऑब्वियसली नीचे ही आ रहा है गोल्ड भी, गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर unnecessary momentum, crude and natural gas, gold, silver still falling. डॉलर इंडेक्स देखो भाई, कल $99 को हिट किया था, सस्टेन नहीं कर पाया। $100 का टारगेट देखा हुआ है, पता नहीं कब जाएगा $100। $99 के ऊपर तीसरी बार कल गया था ये, ब्रेक भी किया था इंट्राडे में, सस्टेन नहीं हुआ, फिर से $99 की और 98.948 पे करेंटली। मार्केट भी क्लोज, 10 मिनट बचे हुए हैं, बैंक निफ्टी ज़्यादा ही गिर गया 2%, निफ्टी 1%, बैंक निफ्टी ऑल टाइम हाई से 6%। क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना है दोनों जगह पे, क्रूड ऑयल में स्पेसिफिकली, न्यूज़ बेस्ड मोमेंटम में कहीं जाता ही ना रहे, हम जस्ट पुल बैक के लिए वेट करें, थोड़ा पुल बैक आए तो बाई करें, वो भी नहीं आ रहा है। निफ्टी फ्यूचर भी ऐसे देखो कि डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे सपोर्ट पर ही क्लोज हो रहा है शायद, नहीं सपोर्ट के ऊपर क्लोज हो रहा है थोड़ा सा। सपोर्ट के आसपास ही क्लोज हो रहा है बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर डेली टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग। देखना पड़ेगा सस्टेन करता है नहीं 57,000 टू 58,000। कतर एनर्जी मिनिस्टर फोरकास्ट क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस में रीच $150। क्या बात कर रहे हैं, $150 पर बैरल सून। एनर्जी मिनिस्टर क्रूड ऑयल $150। कतर एनर्जी मिनिस्टर एक्सपेक्ट गैस प्राइस शुड रीच $40 पर MMBTU। ज़्यादा ही नहीं कह रहे क्या? US natural gas currently is $3 and they're expecting at $40। नेचुरल गैस के भी अच्छे दिन आने वाले हैं क्या? $40 भाई, हिस्ट्री में नहीं गया $40 तो। क्रूड ऑयल $150। लग रहा है स्क्वीज होगा अगर ऐसा कुछ होता है इन केस। क्रूड ऑयल अपर सर्किट पर है MCX में। अभी भी अपर सर्किट पर ही है। देखिए फॉरेक्स में अपर सर्किट तो लगता नहीं है वहां पर अभी। करंट कैंडल पे एमसीएक्स में तो नहीं चल रही है कैंडल, खैर अपर सर्किट पर रुकी हुई है स्टिल। वहां पर थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग है, ज़्यादा नहीं। स्टिल मार्केट ऑन द सेम लेवल। फॉरेक्स क्रूड ऑयल इज सुपर बुलिश। ऊपर हुआ अपर सर्किट। फॉरेक्स में भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, एमसीएक्स में भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, बट मुझे लगता नहीं वापस जाएगा तो वापस अपर सर्किट लगा सकता है ऊपर की ओर। कुछ ज़्यादा ही बुलिश हो गया, थोड़ी देर पहले स्टेटमेंट लग रहा है कुछ ज़्यादा ही स्ट्रॉन्ग आई है। वेयर कतर फॉरेन मिनिस्टर फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर सेज क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस विल गो टुवर्ड्स $150 एंड नेचुरल गैस प्राइस गोज टुवर्ड्स $40। $40 मतलब यहाँ से ऑलमोस्ट 70% इन क्रूड ऑयल अगर $150 जाता है। क्रूड ऑयल जा भी सकता है, नेचुरल गैस का तो मैं नहीं कहूँगा इतना, क्योंकि नॉर्मली यूएस नेचुरल गैस, कतर नेचुरल गैस कितना एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है, इंपोर्ट तो नहीं करता, एक्सपोर्ट कितना कर रहा है उसके बजाय यूएस के वेदर पे और यूरोप के वेदर पे ज़्यादा डिपेंड करता है। तो नेचुरल गैस का मुझे नहीं लग रहा $40 इज इमिनेंट। ठीक है, यूएस नेचुरल गैस में अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम आती है वहाँ पर सप्लाई डिस्टर्ब हो जाती है, दैट इज़ अ सेकंड थिंग। क्योंकि नॉर्मली यूएस नेचुरल गैस यूएस और यूरोप के वेदर पे सबसे ज़्यादा डिपेंड करता है। हाँ, क्रूड ऑयल में फिर भी एक पॉसिबिलिटी बनती है बिकॉज ऑफ क्रूड ऑयल मोस्टली सबसे ज़्यादा वहीं से एक्सपोर्ट होता है, गल्फ ऑफ स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मूज, गल्फ ऑफ ओमान एंड गल्फ ऑफ। हाँ ठीक है। क्रूड ऑयल में ना पैराबोलिक मूव आया है आज के लो से, देखोगे ऑलमोस्ट पैराबोलिक मूव है। आगे क्रूड ऑयल ओवरऑल बुलिश ही है, बेरिश तो है नहीं, याद रखना। पुल बैक आ जाए तो बाइंग ही करेंगे, अगर आ गया तो। थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आ रही है, प्रॉफिट बुकिंग दैट इज आल्सो यूज फॉर बाइंग। लुक एट द क्रूड ऑयल, प्रॉफिट बुकिंग भी बाइंग के लिए यूज हो रही है। एंड रिमेंबर दीज आर नॉट द 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम जोन्स, ये हायर टाइम फ्रेम 4 आवर के टाइम फ्रेम के जोन के अराउंड है, वहाँ पर भी रिजेक्शन नहीं है। Kuwait Defense Ministry says that 67 army personnel has been injured since the beginning of Iran retaliation campaign.
finish this one. What's happening with Cuba is amazing, and we think that we want to finish this one first, but that will be just a question of time before you and a lot of unbelievable people are going to be going back to Cuba. Hopefully not to stay. We want you back, and we don't want to lose you. We don't want to make it so nice that they stay.
Are happening, and some Israeli soldiers have been treated in hospital for wounds sustained in those battles.
Yeah, so Israel has this kind of two-pronged defensive in tandem, if you like. First, the 13th wave of airstrikes on Iran, and then this expanding ground offensive in southern Lebanon. But what's the security threat within Israel's borders right now?
Well, look, the state of emergency is still in place. In the north, there are no public gatherings allowed at all. In the rest of the country, in the rest of Israel, and even in the illegal settlements of the occupied West Bank, the Israeli government is trying to ease restrictions, allowing Israelis of 50 or less to gather in one place for work and other activities if those places are well equipped with shelters up to the required code. Now, there have been no school has been allowed to return to instructions, to in-person instruction, and the traffic in the airport is all but halted. Only flights repatriating some of the 110,000 Israelis stranded outside the country have been allowed to return, and at the same time, about 10,000 Israelis and others have left the country on those same flights. So there are those economic concerns, Nick, but politically speaking, Netanyahu is gambling his entire career on this, not just the war with Hezbollah, which he thinks that he can prolong for however long possible, but the confrontation with Iran, a confrontation that is hurting the economy, that is depleting the air defense systems that Israel has, and that is depleting the political capital that Netanyahu and Israel have in the United States. And that's where the threat, the political threat, becomes strategic. Politically speaking, Netanyahu was looking for possibly early elections in June. Now that might not seem like a good idea because he's not gaining support. In fact, his contender to the right might be gaining more ground than he is. And so a lot is riding on the coming weeks.
Indeed. All right, Noor, thanks a lot. That's the picture from Ramallah. So let's have a look now at what's going on in the Gulf region. There have been more Iranian missile and drone attacks across Gulf nations, which are hosting US troops. In fact, in recent hours, several countries have been targeted. A hotel, apartment buildings, and an oil refinery were attacked in Bahrain. Explosions have taken place in Kuwait, and there have been also reports of interceptions in Saudi Arabia and in the United Arab Emirates. Iran's deputy foreign minister says that Tehran has no option but to put an end to US military presence in the region. And speaking from a forum in New Delhi, Saeed Khatibzadeh justified attacks on neighboring countries hosting US forces.
We have no option just to put an end to the presence of United States in the surrounding area of Iran. We told Americans and we told our neighbors that if they would like to put an end to the existence of the greatest civilization on earth, or the oldest continuous civilization on earth, then we have no option just to put an end to the existence and presence of United States in the Persian Gulf area.
Let's get the very latest from Zain Basrabi, who's here in Doha in Qatar. So Zain, just give us an overview of the broad sweep of attacks across the Gulf region, first of all.
Well, as you say, there's been a number of attacks in Saudi and Bahrain and the UAE. We've seen attacks in Doha. Again, this morning, the Ministry of Interior confirming a wave of drones were attacking Al Udeid Air Base, where U.S. CENTCOM is hosted once again. So really, it is a continuation of what we've seen over the last 7 days. We're into a week of this conflict. And what we are seeing is diplomatic missions are beginning to take more seriously the fact that they may have to begin thinking of getting their citizens living in this part of the world out of harm's way. And that the United States, in the beginning days of this war that they started with Israel, put out a statement saying that do not expect any help from the U.S. State Department or from diplomatic missions. There are no evacuation points. If you want to get out, you should, but you should have to do so using commercial means on your own. A week later, just a few hours ago, the U.S. Embassy here in Doha putting out a very different statement, saying that the U.S. government is ready to help Americans leave the Middle East if you choose to take advantage of the options available. On their social media page, on the State Department US Embassy for Doha website, they detail different ways of how they can get out. There's a form you can register on. They are beginning to look at getting people out of the area if they wish to go. If they wish to leave at this stage. It also goes on to give a bunch of security guidance, and one of the points that they make really does give you a sense of where they think, where the U.S. thinks the threat from retaliation, the direction in which this conflict is going to go in coming weeks. In it, it says to shelter in place, and the security guidance is, to the extent possible, remain inside your residence, hotel, or another structure, and stay away from windows. Please remain vigilant, as the Iranian government and its proxies may seek to target Americans in retaliation for U.S. strikes against Iran.
And saying in a wide-reaching conflict like this, and indeed in the times we live in, misinformation and rumour spreads everywhere, doesn't it? And there are concerns about that right now. So tell us a bit about that, if you would.
That is correct. Exactly. Especially here in the Gulf Arab states. Now, the trade-off for living in a peaceful, secure environment with a good income is oftentimes here in these Gulf Arab countries. It is some of the most heavily monitored security state apparatus in the world. And when conditions like this happen, then the expectation is that that security apparatus will go into play. And that's what we're seeing. In the early days of this conflict, there was a number of videos circulating of aftermath of different attacks, of debris fall, of fires going off. And the concern is for governments here that they want to maintain stability. They don't want to start a panic. And so what we're seeing here in Doha is the Ministry of Interior put out a statement saying a number of people were arrested for what they say is spreading misinformation. The Economic and Cyber Crimes Department at the General Directorate of Criminal Investigation has arrested 194 individuals for filming and circulating videos, as well as publishing misleading information and rumors that incite public opinion. Now, that is from the Ministry of Interior here in Doha. That issue, that statement issued just yesterday. So certainly, very, very strict security guidelines in place as the threat level here remains high.
Zain, thanks for that. Zain Basrabi here in Doha. US President Donald Trump says he wants to say in deciding who Iran's next leader should be. That's after US and Israeli strikes killed the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei a week ago. But Trump's defense secretary, that's Pete Hegseth, says the Pentagon's military objectives, they haven't changed. And that includes destroying Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and stopping it from developing a nuclear weapon. From Washington, D.C., here's John Hendren.
From the White House, the U.S. president describes Iranian forces as depleted, demoralized, all but defeated.
Missiles are gone, launches are gone. They're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late.
From the U.S. Central Command in Florida, the defense secretary describes a U.S. military that is ramping up, not down.
We have only just begun to fight. If you think you've seen something, just wait.
Ending with this warning.
The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge dramatically.
Admiral Brad Cooper, head of the U.S. Central Command, said American B-2 bombers had struck within the past few hours and said a ship carrying drones was struck in the hour before the briefing.
U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines.
As the U.S. insists it can continue at the current pace indefinitely, some here fear the next step might be American boots on the ground. But President Trump's suggestion that the war would be wrapped up within weeks suggests the U.S. is content bombing Iranians from the air. The U.S. contention that American warfare will be overwhelming and short confronts an old military saying, no battle plan survives contact with the enemy unscathed. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Stay in Washington, D.C., but live. Ros and Jordan are standing by for us. And Ros, if you start to count up the cost of all this, you need to do it in the billions, don't you? Is that going to be a problem for the Trump administration down the line?
Well, it's going to raise questions on Capitol Hill, where legislators have been grappling with the size of the federal debt and with trying to make certain that the interest on the federal debt can be paid. And also, they are just approved a $750 billion so one-year budget for the Pentagon. So the notion that the White House is about to ask for $50 billion just to replace the Patriot and Tomahawk missiles, as well as replenish the THAAD missile defense system, just in the first 7 days, $50 billion, that may well raise questions among legislators, both Republican and Democratic on the Hill. This is something that possibly could have been discussed if Congress had been properly consulted under the terms of the U.S. Constitution about just how much this war on Iran was going to cost. But considering that there's still a government shutdown when it comes to the Department of Homeland Security, this is going to raise some political issues for the White House.
Ros Jordan there in Washington, D.C. Well, as U.S. in Israel pound cities and towns across Iran, Tehran is retaliating, as we've been hearing, with its own missile and drone attacks in the region and indeed beyond. Al Jazeera's defense editor, Alex Katopoulos, looks now at the Patriot air defense system that countries are using to defend themselves.
This long-range conflict is being fought with aircraft, missiles and drones. Iran's huge inventory of missiles has been the target of US and Israeli airstrikes as launchers, launch sites and component factories are systematically targeted and destroyed. Israeli estimates of Iran's missile stocks before the war sat at around 2,500. Its inventory of armed drones, cheaper and easy to make, is much larger and in the tens of thousands. The main weapon Gulf nations, Israel and the US, are using to stop Iran's missiles is the Patriot air defense system. Its advanced PAC-3 interceptors, moving at speeds in excess of 6,000 kilometers per hour, can detect and hit incoming missiles from up to 160 kilometers away. But they're expensive, at $4.5 million per interceptor, and usually 2 or 3 are fired for every incoming missile. The Patriot interceptors are accurate and advanced, but they take a long time to make. Last year, Lockheed Martin, the manufacturer, made a total of 620, and these have to be divvied up between Ukraine, NATO allies, Japan, Taiwan, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar and Saudi Arabia, as well as to protect the US bases in the region.
Let's take this on with Andreas Krieg, who's an associate professor at the School of Security Studies, King's College London, joins us from London. Andreas, thanks for joining us here. Interesting hearing about those the constituent parts of the weapons that different countries have. But what about the resources, the stocks of those, and how long they may last? I mean, how long can Iran keep firing missiles into Israel, into the Gulf, and how long can the Gulf defend itself? How long, indeed, can Israel fire and defend itself with the stocks that they currently have? And that, because how long all these missiles last and all the stocks of weapons last has a fundamental impact on how long the war is going to last.
No, I mean, we have to differentiate between the different types of weapons that are being used by the Iranians. So their ballistic missiles are limited in terms of they're depleting their stockpiles, and they won't be able to replenish them as quickly as, for example, their stockpiles of drones. But they have thousands and thousands of drones, very cheaply made, and they can continue producing them. And also there is a different sort of set of objectives here. So if you're striking Israel, you're trying to inflict pain, you're using your ballistic missiles. We see the rate of firing to go down, but they're also using more sophisticated technology to target Israeli targets. In the Gulf, the situation is slightly different, because in the Gulf, they don't necessarily want to inflict pain through these warheads. What they're trying to do is trying to disrupt the flow of trade, trying to disrupt the freedom of navigation, trying to disrupt aviation and basically free movement through airspace. All of that can be achieved with very little. You don't need to use ballistic missiles. You can use a drone a day to disrupt the airspace, and basically thereby putting pressure on the Gulf states trying to intercept them. And yes, at the moment, the stockpiles obviously are winding down, but the UAE and Qatar in particular do have quite a significant stockpile. This is also true for Saudi Arabia. But if the rate at which we've seen these interceptors being used over the last couple of days, particularly the first 4 days of this conflict, at that rate, obviously the Gulf states couldn't sustain it for weeks. But if we're seeing now these attacks winding down, they could potentially sustain it for quite some time. But I do think time is on Iran's side, and all they need to do is disrupt from time to time, and thereby kind of paralyzing the Gulf.
What do you make of the Iranian strategy of targeting Gulf countries, neighboring countries, in the way that it has? And do you think the Trump administration made that calculation that it would go as far as it has?
Absolutely not. There's no way that the Trump administration had a plan or a strategy. It's quite clear they don't. We've seen probably 4 or 5 different plans being communicated to the press from Washington over the last couple of days, with different timelines, different objectives. It seems like it's a bit of an improv military operation where they're trying to improvise and see what comes next. So there's absolutely no plan. They certainly didn't plan for the Iranians to escalate in the way they did, although everyone in the Gulf, everyone who's done Gulf security, anybody who's ever done any war game on the Gulf has planned for this worst case scenario. And this is the scenario that we're seeing now, with the Strait of Hormuz practically closed, with attacks on energy and critical national infrastructure, attacks on ports and airports. That is something, kind of what the Iranians are trying to do is hit the center of gravity and the livelihood of these Gulf states. That was to be expected. It's going all out. It's certainly inflicting pain and massive disruption, not just for the Gulf states, because we're now seeing how relevant the Gulf states are for the global economy, but it really disrupts GDP potentially down the line, with energy prices going up. That will have ripple effects across the world. There's no one in the world who will not be affected by this war, and with every day that this continues, this is an attack by Iran on the global economy to put pressure on the world and on different states to put pressure on Trump to say this has to stop.
Much has been made in the United States, at least, and certainly in Israel with Benjamin Netanyahu, of regime change. What about the potential for that being affected by the United States in Israel without boots on the ground?
This has never been done in history without boots on the ground. Regime change has never been achieved from the air with stand of munitions. At the moment, the US does not have boots on the ground, even if they're now trying to arm the Kurds and are thinking about going into Baluchistan. These are extremely, extremely reckless attempts to trying to build a surrogate force on the ground that will never be able to take Tehran, but it will be able to disrupt. And that sort of disruption can spill over into neighboring countries, and it certainly will. So it's really playing with fire. It's reckless. It's certainly not strategic in any way. And what you would require is considerable boots on the ground, not a few special forces here and there. What you would need are hundreds of thousands of boots on the ground to make this actually an operation that can be achieved. I cannot see, and we've been proven wrong by Trump now this time around, but I cannot see how the US has the stomach to kind of put boots on the ground in an Iraq 2.0 sort of operation. I cannot see that happening. There is absolutely no majority for this in the America First movement. There's no majority within the Republicans. There's no majority within the American public. And it would be an escalation that, and it could still not succeed. So I think that is a red line. I cannot see for the Americans to do that.
Appreciate your analysis, Andreas. Thanks very much. That's Andreas Krieg joining us there from London. So it is just past 10:30 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's extended coverage of the conflict between the United States, Israel and Iran. I'm Nick Clark. More than 1,300 Iranians have been killed since the conflict began. Thousands more are injured. The Israeli army says its operation against Iran is moving to the next phase to further dismantle, quote, the regime and its military capabilities. Iran has launched another barrage of missiles at Israel. These are the latest pictures of interceptions above Tel Aviv. Overnight explosions there caused significant damage with debris scattered across the city. At least 11 people have been killed in Israel since Saturday. In Lebanon, the Israeli military has launched intense air attacks across the country, including in the capital, Beirut. On Thursday, it issued an unprecedented forced evacuation order for all residents in that area, including Daya, which is home to hundreds of thousands of people. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. Excuse me. Now, the UK has arrested 4 men accused of spying for Iran. One of the men has an Iranian citizenship and 3 others are dual Iranian-British nationals. London's Metropolitan Police says the suspects were surveilling Jewish sites and individuals. Let's join Camille Nedelec, who's in London. Camille, tell us more.
So there were a further 6 men arrested, and that was under suspicion of aiding a suspect. There are police searches ongoing at a number of properties in and around London, and this was part of a pre-planned long-term operation. So this isn't a direct response to those strikes that we saw led by the US and Israel on Saturday, or to the resulting escalation in the Middle East. But what it does speak to is a renewed sense of urgency in the UK to ensure that that worsening conflict doesn't then translate into domestic threats. And that's essentially something that the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer touched upon in his speech on Thursday, in which he said the UK government was reaching out to Muslim and Jewish places of worship to ensure that they do have appropriate security in place. And even in the wake of those strikes on Saturday, just a few hours later, the German anti-Semitism commissioner warned that he expected to see an uptick in attacks on Jewish life. And these strikes that were spearheaded by the US and Israel were, in the words of the White House, designed to make the West, including Europe and Britain, safer.
Camille, what's the UK's government position on the conflict as far as we know it?
So the UK's government position, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, he was saying that the special relationship between the UK and the US is still very much in operation. And that's off the back of criticism from Trump that the UK wasn't doing its bit. Trump notoriously saying that Starmer is no Winston Churchill, but in an unusual veiled criticism of Trump, Starmer said that the UK would be making decisions, it would stand by its values and not be pressured to do anything that wouldn't be in accordance to that. So essentially, Starmer stands by the UK's initial decision not to take part in the original strikes. But then the equation changed. When Iran started attacking other British allies, Britain is now, in the words of Keir Starmer, in more of a defence posturing. So there were British jets in the sky in the following hours on Saturday, and then again on Wednesday in Qatari airspace. And that's obviously likely to continue as there'll be 4 additional Typhoon jets sent to Qatar. There's another point on which the two leaders don't see eye to eye, and that's exactly how long this conflict is expected to last for. The US President Donald Trump has said that the operation is going ahead of schedule, and that couldn't be further from Keir Starmer's perspective. He was saying that the British public need to be ready for a conflict that could last for some time.
Camille Nedelec there in London, thank you. Well, at least 2 people have been injured in northern Iraq after an Iranian strike hit a camp housing Kurdish fighters. Fighters are part of a 6-party alliance of Kurdish parties. Iran's military has stepped up its attacks on Kurdish armed groups in Iraq. US President Donald Trump has encouraged Kurdish fighters in Iran to take up arms against the government. Asad Beg went into the community hit in the outskirts of Erbil in northern Iraq and explains how Kurdish fighters in the region could play a role in the conflict.
They are an important part of this larger picture, more so now, since we've heard voices, and including the President of the United States, Donald Trump, talking about how he'd like for Kurds within Iran to take up arms, and also leaked reports about CIA supporting groups and wanting them to mount a ground operation. Now, this particular group on the outskirts of Erbil, the Hubat Organization of Iranian Kurdistan, they were hit last night, 2 drone strikes last night, injuring 2 people. Now, they were caught completely off guard from what we can tell. And if I can just show you some of the damage now behind me, you can see the impact of the drone. This area, it's not a particularly large camp, but what it is, and they won't tell us how many members they actually have, but they say that they are willing to mount a ground operation. They've always been willing since 47 years. But they're waiting for the right opportunity. And you can see even here some of the remnants of the drone. Now, speaking to some of the fighters here, they believe the drone wasn't launched from Iran. They believe groups aligned to Iran, based in Iraq, launched those drones. Now, one of these fighters has just returned. You can see his head bandaged. He was one of those that were injured. But at the time of this attack, again, caught completely off guard. The room behind me, they were cooking, and some of that food is still out there in the pots. Now, speaking to the fighters here, they say they've had no contact with the Americans, no contact with the CIA, no contact with Israel or Mossad. They've had no support from them. But what they are saying is that they are willing to mount ground operations. But the politicians in northern Iraq are painting a different picture. Now, the President, Najarivan Barzani, has said that Iraqi Kurdistan will not be a part of any conflict or military escalation.
So it has been a week since the assassination of Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. His funeral yet to be held, and a new Supreme Leader yet to be chosen. So let's take a closer look at this crucial role. Under the Constitution, the Supreme Leader is head of state and commander-in-chief. He controls the armed forces, appoints the head of judiciary, selects members of oversight bodies and confirms the president. He's not directly elected by the public, and he's chosen by this assembly of experts, which are 88 clerics elected by the public every 8 years. Candidates must first be approved by the Guardian Council. If the Supreme Leader dies, which is the case now, or becomes incapacitated, the Assembly of Experts must select a successor. The decision is made in a closed-door session. There's no public vote on it. Until a new supreme leader is appointed, interim arrangements manage authority. Iran's constitution is designed to ensure a swift transfer of power and prevent a vacuum at the top. OK, let's explore this further with Luciano Zaccaria, who's an Iran and Gulf analyst, joins us here in the studio. Luciano, great to have you back. I mean, yeah, there's much that's been made of no new supreme leader has been announced, but perhaps he's already been selected and not announced because Israel has said as soon as they do, they'll target them.
Exactly. I mean, 3 days ago, they targeted the Assembly of Experts building when they were announcing that the next meeting would take place. But of course, we all assumed that they wouldn't be so naive of gathering together, informing everybody when they're going to meet to decide the leader. We have to bear in mind that the only one that this process took place, which was in 1989 when Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic, died. It took only 3 days to choose him. On the 6th of June, he died. On the 9th of June, there was already a leader, and it was a meeting, 2 meetings at the end of the day in which they made the decision. Then it was a record of that, and then later on the record of this meeting that was broadcast everywhere, was leaked. So we know how the process was. So most probably this already took place in a different place, in a different setting, because the Islamic Republic cannot continue this way without a leader for many days, because they need a religious and legal justification for the acts of their
so he could well be in place and already orchestrating what's going on. Donald Trump, what do you make of this? Donald Trump says he wants to be involved in choosing Iran's next supreme leader.
Well, he already is the interim president of Venezuela, as far as we remember. He said that as well. So maybe he wants to be part of, he wants to be the new leader. I mean, I'm not surprised about this thing, because he keeps saying that the other day when he was meeting with the German chancellor, he was saying, oh, I hope the next one is not going to be as bad as the new one, so he wants to be involved. But of course, Iran will not going to choose someone to please Trump. Most probably they will choose someone that dislike Trump. There is no way that this process will end with someone that the first thing he would do is to say, oh yeah, we were going to make a peace with the United States. This is not on the map. This is not on the roadmap.
Right. What's your overview, Luciano, of the current situation with all the ongoing attacks into Iran and Iran firing out against Gulf countries like here in Qatar and elsewhere, and indeed the back and forth between Iran and Israel?
Well, I think that Iran is playing a very dangerous game. We said since the very beginning, once you enter in this game, miscalculation can happen, and actually they are happening. The problem is if all this was already miscalculated from the very beginning, because Iran was expecting that in a few days it will be able to do what they are actually doing, but the result would be much more favorable to Iran. I think it's not. It is true that Iran, with the involvement of all the other countries closing the Strait of Hormuz, etc., is having a global impact. But this shows that it's not enough to push the United States to stop. So Iran is now running out of time and running out of guns, weapons. So burning all the bridges without a short-term outcome that would be beneficial for Iran. Beneficial here, we don't mean winning the war. This is a war that Iran cannot win.
Right.
It's only
making
a war.
It last.
Exactly. I mean, it's to reduce the cost of losing this war, or to remain in a situation that they can still discuss something, a ceasefire with the United States. We are not talking about now discussions about the nuclear issue. This is out of the picture again. Is to reach a ceasefire that can save face to the regime, which is at the end what Trump wants. Trump wants to negotiate something.
As we're chatting, Luciano, we're looking at pictures of the southern suburbs of Beirut, a great pall of smoke above there as Israel continues to assault the Beirut capital and indeed across the country in the south too. What do you make about that expansion of this conflict?
I think it's still going to be very limited. So far, we don't see more than Hezbollah that is engaging in this war. No other group. I mean, the Houthis, everybody's surprised about the Houthis, how quiet they are. Maybe it could be something strategic, or maybe since the Houthis are much more independent than any other group allied to Iran, they don't want to engage in this because they know that it's not going to end very well. So I don't see that this is going to represent the big expansion of the war as far as we are concerned. More states getting involved with the retaliation, or entering into a war against one side or against the other.
Certainly having a huge impact in Lebanon itself and across the borders. Luciana, thanks for that. Luciana,
thank you very much.
Well, Donald Trump is due to meet executives from the biggest U.S. defense contractors at the White House on Friday. They're expected to discuss increasing weapons production. The Pentagon is trying to replenish supplies after these strikes on Iran and several other locations. Lucia Newman has this now from Washington, D.C.
At one of the Pentagon's favorite arms factories in Arkansas, an unusual visit from the Secretary of War, where 1,500 workers were given a pep talk.
You are the patriots, ensuring that our warriors are never, ever in a fair fight. The warfighters need you to build, and they need it yesterday.
The White House has fast-tracked a $50 billion arms budget in Congress. And the Pentagon plans to buy 57 Tomahawk long-range guided missiles this year. But that's not enough. The U.S. and its Gulf allies are reportedly running low on interceptor missiles. They also need more medium and short-range missiles to replenish those used so far against Iran and elsewhere. The White House isn't underestimating Iran's offensive capabilities.
They are producing, by some estimates, over 100 of these missiles a month.
Hence the renewed pressure on U.S. arms manufacturers. President Donald Trump is warning them that manufacturers who are deemed to be underperforming could lose their multi-million-dollar contracts, all the while insisting that the United States has plenty of weapons left. But there's another issue, the impact of this conflict on the economy. World War II established conditions for future growth and played a role in ending the Great Depression by increasing government spending and increasing employment. But the Vietnam War didn't do the same. And more recently, the Afghanistan and Iraq conflicts were financed by deep deficit spending that actually hurt the economy. Depending on the duration of the current conflict, it could have a catastrophic impact on oil prices and the global economy. Not to mention the biggest cost of all, the human cost. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera, Washington.
The war between the United States, Israel and Iran has seen drones deployed across the Middle East this week. And while it's the first time some countries have come under drone attack, the technology has been used on the battlefield in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And as Audrey McAlpine now reports from Kyiv, Ukrainians may have the answer for how to combat them.
The Iranian-made drones that reshaped the war in Ukraine appearing in the Gulf, evading air defenses in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, showing how this weapon is moving beyond a single conflict. Years of deployment by both Russia and Ukraine have refined the technology and driven up production.
This is a Shahed-style drone. Iran developed the design and is believed to have tens of thousands of these drones. Each one cost about $50,000 to produce, but shooting them down can be even more expensive, given that some interceptor missiles cost over $1 million. Russia regularly launches hundreds of these drones into Ukraine in a single night, which is why Ukrainians are working on cheaper ways of intercepting them.
I just think there is no country else that is more prepared for this than us and that has as much expertise as us.
Here at the Skyfall Academy, they're training Ukraine's military how to use interceptor drones, one of the ways that Ukraine is fighting against Shahed-style drones. And after 4 years of war, it's just another example of how Ukraine has become a leader in drone and anti-drone warfare.
It's just much more cost-effective and easy to deploy and really easy to do it in the mass production.
The Ukrainian government hopes solutions like these could eventually be exported to Gulf countries or even exchanged for interceptor missiles.
What do you think that the world has to learn from Ukraine right now, given what's happening in the Middle East?
I believe that they have to understand that the interceptor drones are part of the defense strategy of every country, and it has to be implemented right now.
In a world where drones are rewriting the rules of war, Ukraine is emerging as a leader in drone defense and interception. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Sri Lanka says its navy has rescued more than 200 Iranian naval crew from a warship off the island's coast. The vessel was in international waters near the port of Colombo. The captain asked for help following a US submarine strike on another Iranian warship on Wednesday. Authorities say that attack killed at least 87 Iranian naval crew. Manil Fernandez is in Colombo and has the latest from there.
According to what we heard from President Andra Kumara Dissanayake, who addressed a media briefing late last night about all of this reports about a second Iranian ship, he said that 208 Iranian personnel of that vessel were being evacuated by members of the Sri Lanka Navy. They were being brought ashore to Colombo and would be transferred to a military facility. They would be registered, they have to undergo medical checks, and then basically provided with facilities. We have not heard what the long-term sort of preparation would be, but for the moment and initially they've come off that vessel and the Navy is going to be housing them in a military facility. The vessel itself, from what we heard from the President, will be sailed across to a northeastern port. That is the understanding and agreement which was reached, because having such a military vessel in Colombo port, which is a major commercial hub, is just too sensitive. There are issues with Colombo allowing military vessels into its waters. Remember that this incident happened just outside Colombo and Sri Lanka's territorial waters. It was in the sort of exclusive economic zone, which is the sort of band around it, but that's where it happened. So this is what we're hearing. We've also seen footage released of the survivors of the first ship, the Irish Dina, that again the Navy responded to a distress call and saved in the international waters. We have seen that footage released again by the Sri Lankan authorities. So, so far that's what we know. We do know that there's a lot of sort of consular presence even where the survivors are in the hospital down south, and arrangements are also being kind of brought together to handle the dead bodies. There are 84 bodies in that hospital in Gaul, and even recovery operations are still continuing because we still have more than 60 people missing from that first sinking.
To some of the day's other news now. And in Nepal, the party of a rapper turned politician is leading in at least 2/3 of seats in Thursday's general election. 35-year-old Balendra Shah was the mayor of Kathmandu, and his popularity has surged since the youth-led uprising against government last year. Tony Cheng has this report now from Kathmandu.
A day after the election, and counting is still going on all across Nepal. The Election Commission estimates they won't have a proper result for 4 days or as long as a week. And that's not surprising given the geographic complications of this mountainous Himalayan nation. But what we are seeing in the results that have been counted is a very clear shift to the RSP, the National Independence Party. What some people here are calling a blue wave. Now, we didn't have much of a sense before the election because of the tight restrictions the Election Commission put on polling information. But that was what we were hearing from people that we spoke to, that they wanted to vote for a change. And the question now seems to be not is the RSP going to win, but by how much? And will they get the 2/3 majority that will allow them to change the constitution? That also suggests that Balendra Shah, the charismatic rapper and former mayor of Kathmandu, could be heading towards the job of prime minister. It also signifies a huge change for politics here in Nepal, with people deserting the traditional parties that have ruled for decades. But it certainly seems to reflect what people told us as they were voting yesterday, and that was that they wanted a change. Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, Kathmandu.
The United States and Venezuela have agreed to re-establish diplomatic relations. That's 2 months after US forces captured and detained the president. Nicolas Maduro is facing drug trafficking charges in the US, which he denies. Maduro broke off ties with the US in 2019 after it recognized an opposition candidate as the winner in a disputed election. The State Department says the move will help Venezuela transition to democracy. US President Donald Trump has fired Kristi Noem, his embattled Homeland Secretary. Noem had a controversial tenure leading at DHS, the large federal agency that oversees border security. Al Jazeera's Heidi Jo Castro has this now from Washington, D.C.
Kristi Noem was on stage in Tennessee when President Trump announced her firing over social media, writing that Noem will be moving to be special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. More details on the newly created position, Trump said, would be coming this weekend. On X, Noem responded saying she looked forward to dismantling cartels and building on earlier accomplishments like securing the border. While leading DHS, Noem traveled the world touting Trump's immigration policies, including a visit to an El Salvador prison where she used prisoners as props. She extolled the president in public, and he seemed happy to keep her in the spotlight.
I'm Kristi Noem, from the Cowboys Who Tamed the West.
Until this $220 million ad campaign starring and overseen by Noem. Earlier this week, Noem took heated questions from Republicans about whether Trump approved the cost.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That
they
overwhelmingly
were effective in your name recognition. I mean, I personally just, I mean, to me, it puts the president in a terribly awkward spot.
Trump reportedly says he did not approve the cost. As DHS Secretary, Noem also oversaw the brutal immigration crackdown in Minneapolis, in which federal agents killed 2 American citizens. And she was criticized for allegedly slowing the arrival of federal help to deadly flooding in Texas. As for her successor to lead DHS, Trump has selected the Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen. Republicans lined up to congratulate him on Thursday, and a few Democrats said he was at least an improvement.
Kristi Noem is gone. Good riddance. She was a disaster. And
Mullen will need Senate approval to be confirmed and will likely secure it in the Republican-controlled Congress. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Russia and Ukraine are exchanging 500 prisoners of war. The first groups of 200 detainees have already arrived back home in their respective countries. More are expected later on Friday. The exchange is a result of talks mediated by the United States and the United Arab Emirates. Well, as the war in Ukraine rages on, Russia has continued to recruit for the battlefield, even beyond its borders. South Africans, promised of lucrative security contracts, report being duped into joining the front lines. Many have since returned home. Famida Miller is in Inanda in South Africa, from where she filed this report.
This is the last group of South African men returning home after what they describe as deception. They say they traveled to Moscow on the promise of job training and employment. Instead, they ended up alongside Russian forces on the front lines of the war in Ukraine. It's illegal for South Africans to fight in foreign wars, and the men could face criminal charges. But they say they were lured to Russia under false pretenses and had no idea they would be sent to the battlefield. One of the men, who does not want to be named, sent this mobile footage of what he says is Ukraine to his brother Mlungisi, pleading for help to come home.
Apparently there was a contract they had to sign that they didn't understand, and they called upon one of the representatives. He didn't know the name.
The democracy depends on an open debate where you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree. He said democracies only live if they are sustained over a period of time by a thoughtful, rational discourse. A discourse in which you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Bersecci in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
the sentiment clearly is anxiety-ridden.
We didn't call for some of the geopolitical risks that we're seeing, but we expected it to start to increase.
There is a risk that this goes on for longer than what people are pricing in today.
The picture right now is more nuanced, and we're advocating for hedges.
When we look out over the next 2 to 4 to 6 months, we think stocks look very good.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. Coming into Friday with crude at fresh highs.
My administration announced decisive action to help keep down the oil prices, including offering political risk insurance for tankers transit to the Gulf, as you know, pretty dangerous territory. Further action to reduce pressure on oil is imminent, and the oil seems to have pretty much stabilized.
The White House weighing its options to put a lid on the price of energy as traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is grinding to a complete halt. The U.S. is granting India a temporary waiver to buy Russian crude. Oil is up 20% so far this week.
Yeah, it's the biggest weekly gain going back to 2022 at the height of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We're looking at a situation where it doesn't seem like there is an off-ramp, number one, but number two, we're getting to a level in time where even if there is an off-ramp, the supplies are building up. Qatar talking about how potentially there could be a complete cessation of any exports of oil from the region, talking about $150 a barrel in the next few weeks unless this gets resolved.
This is getting real right now for Asian refineries, and it's getting real for the administration as well, as they compromise, arguably, some of their foreign policy objectives elsewhere. This from the Treasury Secretary. To enable crude to keep flowing into the global market, the Treasury Department is issuing a temporary 30-day waiver to allow India refiners to purchase Russian crude. That's quite a headline.
Especially given all of the sanctions and given the fact that this administration has been trying to pressure Russia to come to some sort of end with the war in Ukraine. A question about whether this prolongs that, whether that hastens the end or some sort of resolution to that. This is specified as only barrels that are on the sea right now. So this isn't necessarily things that could be shipped from Russia going forward. So there is an expiration date. Nonetheless, it shows the compromises and the difficult decisions that are having to be made at the White House.
So all conversations around this table keep going back to the same thing, the calendar. What's the duration of this operation? To try and figure that out, you've got to go through the goals. So let's go through the objectives piece by piece. Take out the missiles, take out the Navy, prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon. But what about leadership? That's where things get a little bit more confusing. Some comments from the president to Axios yesterday and to NBC. Here's the quote to NBC. "We want to go in and clean out everything. We want them to have a good leader. We have some people who I think would do a good job."
Yeah, unclear exactly who those people are. We know who he doesn't think will do a good job, and that would be the son of the recent Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khomeini. There's a question here going forward about how involved the United States will be and what the U.S. will settle for, not only who is going to potentially have the clout within Iran to actually be a leader. A lot of questions, the calendar not very much on the side of either the economy or some of the policymakers.
3 minutes into the program, it's the first time we're going to mention it. It's Payrolls Friday, by the way. 2 hours and about 27 minutes away, we get a payrolls report. The estimate in our survey is 55K, and rate pricing is changing for different reasons. It's not about the payrolls report. The data's been okay. We're pricing out rate cuts because of what's happening abroad as well. And at the ECB, the pricing of that story has become very, very interesting. We're now pricing in a rate hike by the end of the year.
Yeah, which is pretty shocking considering the deflationary effect, or at least the hit to growth that could really be experienced by the region as a result of prices. Look, we've priced out one rate cut this year for the Federal Reserve, so now there's just one rate cut fully priced for this year. I was expecting that we wouldn't mention non-farm payrolls until the 8 a.m. hour, because right now it is really important in order to meet a threshold showing strength in the U.S. economy. If that comes in below, that is the red alarm, the 5-alarm fire for markets saying, hold on, this is going to get really extreme.
The jobs report at 8:30 Eastern Time. Equity futures this morning, missed session lows with negative 0.4%. Coming up this hour, Stuart Kaiser of Citi as volatility grips markets. Dan Stroyven of Goldman Sachs with crude set for its biggest weekly gain in 4 years, and Claudia Salm of New Century Advisors with inflationary risk ramping up. We begin this hour with stocks little changed and crude climbing above $85 a barrel. Stuart Kaiser of Citi looking ahead to payrolls, writing the impact of a weak print will be far larger than an upside surprise given underlying market stress. Stu joins us now for more. Stu, good morning.
Good morning.
How important is the underlying market stress right now?
I mean, extremely. I think the market's obviously a little more fragile, a little more on edge, than it otherwise might have been. U.S. obviously holding out a lot better than the rest of the world. But, to Lisa's point, I think, you kind of want to get through this payroll is almost as a nothing done so we can kind of, get back to the rest of it. Our economists lowered their forecast a bit yesterday just because of the healthcare strikes. But it seems like people are expecting, payrolls in the 30 to 50K range, kind of unemployment rate 4.3 to 4.4. I think if you get kind of an inline print, the market's going to be fairly happy with that. One less thing to worry about, and we can get back to other things.
Well, let's worry about the other things. Market direction right now dictated by arguably the hardest asset class to forecast. And that asset class, the guys in it, energy forecasters right now, the energy experts, the geopolitical experts, they seem far more concerned about the moment we're in than the equity market participants that we speak to on any given day. What explains the difference?
I think a couple things there. I think one, equity markets tend to focus on the middle of the oil curve. So front month crude is up, call it 20%. 2-year crude is up 5%. And equities tend to respond more to that medium to longer term oil price. So I think that's a bit of it. Equities are also, I think, in a little bit of a once bitten, twice shy on this. When you think back to Russia, Ukraine, there was all these concerns. Oil's going to 120, oil's going to 150. It never quite got there. And then, equity markets were able to kind of compartmentalize that and move on. So I think you're in a situation where the underlying fundamentals, earnings, economy, et cetera, are still pretty positive, and people want to own this equity market. They're sort of being held on the sidelines now by these incredible uncertainties that you just don't know how far they could spill out. I would say the bar for bad news is quite high right now. I mean, some of the headlines we've seen, in isolation, you would have thought would have been extremely negative for U.S. equities. And the 5-day trading range in the S&P is less than 3%. I mean, it's been pretty well contained in the U.S. Europe and EM, obviously, a different discussion.
That's the difference I wanted to explore. The comfort you might have around the U.S. story. Do you have that comfort for the international trade?
I would say definitely not right now. I mean, Korea, I think, is more of a positioning issue, but clearly Japan and Europe are trading based on the increased or the higher exposure they have to energy cost inputs and shipping, and that's kind of impacted them. Look, it helps that the U.S. is a net energy exporter as well, but it certainly seems like, and you're seeing that with ECB pricing as well, right? The market is pricing a much trickier balancing act in Europe than they are in the U.S. right now.
This is essentially turning the entire narrative of 2026, at least in January and most of February, on its head. How violent has this rotation been, given the fact that everyone was saying, go outside of the U.S.? The U.S. is going to underperform. The rest of the world is where the outperformance is going to be.
It feels a little like last year, doesn't it? Everybody was piling into the Europe, and then you got Liberation Day, and then everybody came back to the U.S. So maybe there's a little bit of a logic to this. Who knows?
Well, hold on a second. No, but just to build on that, I mean, there's a question of how much the sort of technical underpinning of short the dollar has been blown out, of sort of long EM has been blown out, how much the speculative trades have actually fully been unwound. Do you have a sense of where we are in that, or are people trying to hold on, waiting for some sort of further catalyst to fully throw in their chips?
Look, at least I don't think we've seen much.
फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाया है शायद. ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल की कैंडल का ध्यान रखना, अभी एंट्री के लिए थोड़ा सा वेट करेंगे. डायरेक्ट एंट्री मत करना क्रूड में अभी. जस्ट वेट फॉर दिस कैंडल एक बार लेवल पे जाने दो, फिर देखते हैं. हाँ ठीक है, श्योर. ठीक है, डायरेक्ट एंट्री मत करना क्रूड में, थोड़ा सा वेट करेंगे. ये कैंडल एक रिजेक्शन लेना जरूरी है, रिजेक्शन लेगी तभी एंट्री करेंगे, नहीं तो नहीं करेंगे. फिर से सेम लेवल पे, इस लेवल पे ध्यान रखना अभी एंट्री के लिए. कैंडल थोड़ा सा रिजेक्शन लेगी यहाँ से क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे, तभी एंट्री करेंगे. फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, नहीं रिजेक्शन लेती है तो फिर अवॉइड करेंगे. रिजेक्शन इन द सेंस ऑफ ये थोड़ा सा ऊपर क्लोज हो, सॉरी ऊपर जाए और फिर नीचे आ जाए वापस लेवल के. सेम फॉर नेचुरल गैस में भी सेम सिचुएशन है. ये रिजेक्शन लेना जरूरी है. ठीक है, अभी आया नहीं है लेवल पे. 281.5 से एक रिजेक्शन लेगी तभी एंट्री करेंगे. रिजेक्शन जरूरी है. ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं चलेगा कि सिर्फ ऊपर गया, टच भी नहीं किया ऊपर और नीचे आ गया, लेट इट गो, फिर जाने देंगे और हो सकता है फिर और ऊपर जाए. वी नीड अ रिजेक्शन कैंडल बिकॉज मार्केट इज ओवरऑल सुपर बुलिश. रिजेक्शन नहीं मिलेगा तो प्रॉब्लम है, भले ही फिर प्राइस क्यों ना चला जाए नीचे. हाँ ओके इस पे है क्रूड पे है ना, विल सी दैट। वो फिर काफी बड़ा एसएल हो जाएगा ना। ऊपर और लिक्विडिटी है ऊपर उस प्यास। मौका है अभी क्रूड ऑयल के पास, रिजेक्शन मिल जाए तो बेटर है इसी लेवल से। ठीक है देखो रिजेक्शन नहीं मिला तो पॉसिबिलिटी है फिर से ऊपर जा सकता है, और मान लो ये ऊपर ही क्लोज हो गई या फिर रिजेक्शन मिला ही नहीं यहीं से नीचे आ गई, लेकिन देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी की प्राइस हो सकता है थोड़ा सा और ऊपर चला जाए। हायर टाइम फ्रेम का रेजिस्टेंस है तो एग्जैक्टली लेवल बड़े हैं, स्मॉलर लेवल पे कन्वर्ट करना मुश्किल हो जा रहा है। थोड़ा सा और ऊपर चाहिए, नहीं यहाँ पर नहीं होगा। ऑन 3 मिनट और है, नहीं तो फिर वही 7980 तक जा सकता है उसके, अदरवाइज रिजेक्शन नहीं मिला था। ठीक है नेचुरल गैस भी पहले ही नीचे आ रहा है, ये लेवल पे नहीं गया अभी भी, लेवल से पहले ही रिजेक्शन ले रहा है। यार, थोड़ा सा होल्ड करेंगे। नहीं, रिजेक्शन नहीं मिला, कहीं भी नहीं मिला। ठीक है, स्टिल देखो दोनों ही लेवल पे रिजेक्शन नहीं मिला है अभी भी। मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था इस पर रिजेक्शन मिले, नहीं मिला। अब तो ये नेचुरल गैस में ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल बन गई है। मत लेना यहाँ पर एंट्री, मत करना। भले ये नीचे आ सकता है यहीं से, बट आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड। थोड़ा और ऊपर जाए अब, अभी तक रिजेक्शन मिल जाना चाहिए था। सेम फॉर क्रूड ऑयल, लास्ट कैंडल पे नहीं गई, कैंडल ही नहीं गई है ऊपर, रिजेक्शन तो छोड़ दो। हो सकता है यहीं से सेलिंग आ जाए, बट नॉट इंटरेस्टेड नाउ। ठीक है, इस तरह के केसेस में प्राइस थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर खिसकने की कोशिश कर सकता है, लाइक अपने नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस तक जाने की कोशिश कर सकता है। होगा कुछ नहीं, बस थोड़ा सा रेजिस्टेंस शिफ्ट हो जाएगा। नहीं, इस क्रूड में अभी अवॉइड करो। थोड़ा सा एक्सपेक्टेड है। 3 पॉइंट इज इनफ। 1:3 पे ही डाल दो, रिजेक्शन ही नहीं मिल रहा। नेचुरल गैस में तो मैं सेलिंग ही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ। क्रूड ऑयल में फिर भी थोड़ा बहुत हो सकता है प्राइस और ऊपर चला जाए। इसका ऊपर चला गया, सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस शिफ्ट हो गया। क्रूड ऑयल रेजिस्टेंस शिफ्ट। क्रूड ऑयल का रेजिस्टेंस शिफ्ट ऊपर हो गया थोड़ा सा और। एसएल बड़े होते जा रहे हैं इसके। पुल बैक आ ही नहीं रहा। एक पॉसिबिलिटी बन सकती है कि थोड़ा सा ऊपर जाए रेजिस्टेंस पे, and then they just selling over there. ओके देखो क्रूड ऑयल ने फिर से नेक्स्ट एक्सपेंडेड रेजिस्टेंस तक आने की कोशिश कर रहा है। नॉर्मल कैंडल है, ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं है, ये ध्यान रखना। इसका ओपन 7771, लो 7768 है। हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे 7980 से रेजिस्टेंस स्टार्ट हो जाएगा येलो कलर के बॉक्स से। पर एसएल काफी बड़ा बन रहा है, कुछ ज्यादा ही बड़ा एसएल हो रहा है। ठीक है, इसमें ऑप्शन सेल कर सकते हो और ऑप्शन बाइंग पुट बाइंग में तो कुछ फायदा नहीं है। एसएल काफी बड़ा है, इंट्राडे 15 मिनट का लेवल है नहीं। 4 आवर के अकॉर्डिंग यही एक लेवल बनेगा। पुल बैक आता तो पुल बैक भी नहीं आ रहा है, कंटिन्यूसली बुलिश। बाकी एमसीएक्स दूसरे अपर सर्किट की ओर जा रहा है। 7.99 सेकेंड अपर सर्किट होता है, सॉरी 8.99 सेकेंड अपर सर्किट। ऑलमोस्ट 1.5% और ऊपर जाता है तो सेकेंड अपर सर्किट लग जाएगा। कि ये नेचुरल गैस में ना अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो। 630 होने वाला है। नहीं, पुट द एसएल ऑन कॉस्ट, या फिर इसमें बहुत ही छोटा एसएल रख दो, बस 1 पॉइंट का जाएगा तो जाएगा, निकल जाना। 1 पॉइंट से बड़ा एसएल मत लेना। बेस्ट है एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो, नहीं तो 1 पॉइंट का एसएल, नॉट मोर देन 1 पॉइंट। वाई का डेटा कुछ ज़्यादा ही मोमेंटम है। लुक एट दिस वाई डेटा। फिट कर रहा हूँ, नेचुरल गैस में अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लेना। ये आ गया तो अब नीचे आ गया, नहीं आया तो फिर कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट निकल जाना। 1 पॉइंट भी मत लो एसएल, जस्ट पुट योर एसएल एट कॉस्ट। नहीं ठीक है, उसको चलाना। 6 PM हो गया, 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा, ध्यान रखना। फिर से वॉल्यूम आने के चांसेस हैं 6:30 पे अगेन। सेवन PM पे डेटा भी है यूएस का, रिटेल सेल्स और कोर रिटेल सेल्स का, विल सी दैट डेटा एज वेल। गैस बार बार ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल क्यों फॉर्म कर रहा है, आई डोंट नो। जितना ऐसा है उतना ही रखना, अगर जाएगा कैंडल क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे तो निकल जाएंगे। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है तो थोड़ा संभल के ओपन देखोगे 281.7, लो 281.7 फॉर दिस कैंडल इन नेचुरल गैस। यहाँ पर भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना था एक कैंडल, दिस वन। नेक्स्ट कैंडल फिर नॉर्मल था, ये भी नॉर्मल था, इसके बाद फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू लो। तो फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू लो है इन नेचुरल गैस। कैंडल क्लोज होगी तो ऐसा चला जाएगा इसमें। जाता है छोटा सा 1 पॉइंट का एसएल नेक्स्ट लेवल से, फिर ये सेम एक और ट्रेड रहेगा। मैं सेलिंग ही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ, बाइंग नहीं कर रहा हूँ अभी एक्सपेक्ट। एसएल मान के चलो एक कैंडल क्लोज ही हो जाएगी मोस्टली।
there and wait. For us, thinking about the longer term in terms of policy, this is something we're just going to have to kind of put off for now. It's not clear this will be one shock after another after another.
That was the Fed Governor Chris Waller on the shock coming out of the Middle East in anticipation of what we might see in a payrolls report 13 minutes away. Going into that jobs report, equity futures declining by 0.6% on the S&P, down by 0.8 on the Nasdaq. In the commodity market, quick update on what's happening in commodities right now for Brent and for WTI. Brent just off session highs, but still up by 4%, and WTI just short of 86 at 85.83. Let's get you some morning calls. That's the price section. First up, Barclays upgrading Maersk to equal weight, saying the Red Sea reopening is unlikely in the short term, keeping freight rates elevated. Elsewhere, Piper Sandler upgrading defense company Carmen to overweight, saying the war in Iran is serving as the latest funding-driven initiative. And finally, JP Morgan upgrading Dow to overweight, citing inflationary pressures in the energy sector and shipment restrictions across the Middle East. Dow is up in a pre-market by 3.8%, and that's kind of the inflationary story we're all keeping on top of at the moment.
And how much do some of these companies have the pricing power to actually pass that through to customers? Well, there's some price inelastic customers looking for materials right now, so this actually might be a real boon for the companies doing the providing.
Are you thinking of some tech spending?
I am thinking of some tech spending.
$650 billion of capex.
A lot of money to go around. You can spare an extra few dollars. I think I've got some spare coins in my
We do a whip around on Blackstone.
Let's do a whip around and see. I can come up with some spare metal if you can give me a couple $100 million.
8:30 Eastern Time, the jobs report is 12 minutes away. Mike Collins of PGIM Fixed Income writing, while the Fed's hands may be tied for the next couple of quarters, the longer-term potential for much lower interest rates is not fully appreciated. Mike joins us now for more. Mike, welcome. You've got to build on that for me, buddy, because right now there's a threat to lower interest rates. Why do you think ultimately that's the direction of travel?
Yeah, certainly in the near term, Jonathan, as Governor Waller just said, you know, there's a lot of challenges for the FOMC to move the dial at all right now, right? It seems like the path of least resistance is for them to sit on their hands, to wait for the shakeout from this war in the Middle East to play out in terms of energy markets and inflation and the economic impact. But also, you know, looking at the jobs market, what is the trend there? Has it stabilized? We'll get more in a few minutes, obviously. But, you know, what the markets are pricing in is that the Fed cuts twice, basically for the rest of our lives, right? And gets the funds rate down into the low threes and keeps it there for a while and then eventually hikes it back up toward 4, right? I think that is the mispricing I'm talking about over the long term. I don't think the markets are really pricing in a scenario where you do have a decline in global economic activity. Maybe you have disinflation, right? Maybe this AI capital investment results in a productivity enhancement that creates disinflation, which is the playbook, right, for productivity. And that could allow the Fed to cut, you know, 200 basis points, not 25 basis points, right? Remember, you have a president, a Treasury secretary, and ultimately a new Fed chair in Kevin Warsh, who all want rates to be a lot lower, right, over the long term. So that's something that we're always kind of thinking about in terms of positioning our portfolios.
So, Mike, is that an argument for 10-year bond yields to be closer to 3 than they are to 4?
You know, I've been telling our clients, Jonathan, if you're kind of between 4 and 4.5 on the 10-year, that's kind of the buy zone. Anything above 4.5 is an overshoot. We've breached that a couple times in the last year or two, and has been a buying opportunity. I think 3.5 to 4, at least for the next couple of years, feels like closer to fair value for me. Anything below 3.5, it means you're having that big slowdown or that big disinflationary event. But yeah, I mean, we're looking when bond yields back up into the kind of lower to mid 4s. We've been adding duration tactically generally. And I do think that is the right trade over the longer term. I know it's not working today, but over the longer term, and I know we've talked about this, Lisa, on this program before, I do think the hedging qualities of high quality fixed income, of having duration, will benefit your portfolios. It will work as a hedge in a real flight to quality, in a real risk off.
Michael, you talked about a couple of different scenarios for why rates would go down, and they have polar opposite ramifications for risk assets. One is a potential global slowdown that's significant. Another is increased productivity from artificial intelligence that allows growth to continue, with a Federal Reserve chair that wants to cut rates at the same time that inflation is coming down. Which do you think is more probable? How do you position for risk?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most probable scenario, our base case, as we put it, Lisa, is that the Fed does what the markets are pricing in, and maybe they cut once or twice. They probably don't do anything for 3 or 6 months, and maybe Warsh can get a couple of cuts in over the next 12 months, and that seems like a reasonable scenario. But again, over the longer term, if you do have this productivity boost, and you do have this disinflation reemerging, which I think is actually a reasonably high probability that the markets really aren't pricing in that much. I mean, obviously, if you look at the inflation rate that's priced in over the long term via TIPS markets and inflation swaps, it's been very sticky, right? Like 2.3%. I mean, the markets are not pricing in this runaway inflation. So the markets have been pretty sanguine on inflation, but what's not priced in is kind of, a disinflationary trend. You've seen it in other places like in Europe, right? And obviously in China, they're fighting deflation. And I wouldn't discount that scenario, right? And you're looking at consumers. We'll get retail sales this morning as well, who are strapped. I mean, 80% of consumers in this country and probably in the world are really strapped on spending their next discretionary dollar. And I think you're seeing more companies realize that and have the inability to pass through any higher prices and with regards to these tariffs. So that, I think, is something that could happen. We could have a one handle on inflation in a year from now. And wow, what would the Fed be doing then, right? Then they have two green lights. They have the job market green light and they have the inflation green light. And you can see the funds rate, into the twos really quickly in that scenario.
But Mike, what does it do right now for, say, high yield bonds? The idea that we could be getting a Fed that's on hold, at least in the near term, because of the oil price shock at the same time that you see disinflation and a slowing down in the global economy. Is this a time to just get out of riskier assets altogether?
Spreads are fully valued, just like equities have become fully valued. And I think they probably leak a little bit wider, right? And we're positioned for that. We've been, as we've talked about on this program, for probably a couple of years now, Lisa. We're, very defensively positioned in credit. We've been very careful in the private credit space, really scrutinizing these new deals and being very selective. And that is the right position to be in. And we have generally avoided a lot of these cockroaches, right? But add on the weakness. I mean, spreads generally right now are about 15% off their tights across investment grade corporates, high yield corporates, CDX indices. They're 15% wider. Off their recent tights. And that in the past, couple of years has been a little bit of a opportunity to add. But I think the tendency is for these to continue to widen, and we would be adding on that weakness.
Mike, you've been careful. The market is everybody else. Has everybody else been careful?
I think generally credit underwriting in the public markets, Jonathan, the gigantic investment grade and high yield corporate bond markets has been really good. It's really these pockets of the levered loan market and the private markets that you're seeing some of the excesses. You've had a lot of new entrants, a lot of money chasing those markets. People have been asking me, Jonathan, for years now, what do you think about the private debt markets, right? And I say, well, in my 40 years of experience, whenever you have too much money chasing, a limited opportunity, it creates problems. And we're certainly seeing that happen, right? I mean, you have to be really selective in that market and be careful who you invest in. And so you're going to have problems. What we're seeing now, to me, is just part and parcel of what happens when you have an imbalance in supply and demand.
Mike, it's good to see you, buddy. As always, Michael Collins there of PGM Fixed Income, looking for one-handers on inflation and yields gapping lower.
Yeah, and talking about the idea that the Fed will be cutting significantly more. I also love the point. Everyone just talks about these couple new entrants. This kind of reminds me of 2010. Two guys in a Bloomberg are creating a new investment broker. It's sort of like right. Two guys in a,
it's not me.
A spreadsheet are creating a private equity shop.
Everyone says, we've been careful.
I know. So there you go.
OK. Up next on the programme, the jobs report, the estimate as follows, 55K, the previous number 130. Reaction from Stephanie Roth in just a moment.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Burke.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
The open about 60 minutes away, the data seconds away. Payrolls and retail sales and employment. Mike McKee will break that down for you. There's 5 consecutive sessions going into this. A 10-year bond yield this morning up by 2 basis points, 4.16. And this move in crude dictating almost everything and every conversation we're having. WTI at 86, Brent at 89. With your jobs report, here's Mike McKee. Morning, Mike.
Well, Chris Waller is going to be having a heart attack now. 92,000 jobs lost during the month. Last month's 130,000 revised down to 126,000. Not a major revision down, but a loss of 92,000 jobs. Now, there is certainly going to be some weather involved in that, and we'll check on that in just a second. The total payroll revision over 2 months is minus 69,000. So you got to add those two things together. Change in private payrolls down 86,000. Manufacturing payrolls down 12,000. Average hourly earnings up 0.4%, puts the year over year at 3.8%. That's a tick higher than it was. Average weekly hours, 34.3. And the Labor Department says we'd see a decline in that probably if there was a weather effect. So it isn't clear that that is the case yet. And labor force participation drops to 62%. So some bad news on the labor front. Now, on the retail sales front, and these are January numbers delayed by the government shutdown. Retail sales headlines dropped by 0.2, but ex-autos, they are flat. Weather may be an impact there. Control Group up 0.3% after a flat reading in December. So a bit of an improvement, but not a huge jump in retail sales. So the numbers aren't particularly overall good this morning. I'll look at the further details for you and get back to you in just a minute.
Mike McKee, thank you, buddy. Looking forward to those details. Right now, the headline, bad news. Bad news. Equity futures near session lows. We're down across the board on the S&P 500 at the moment, declining by 0.8%. Underperformance from the Russell, as you might expect. We're down by more than 1%. In the bond market, yields flip from being positive to negative. We're down at the front end of the curve by 3 or 4 basis points on a 2-year at 354. This is double bad because I'll tell you a market that isn't moving in response to this, and it's the commodity market. Brent and WTI still near session highs. Brent close to 89, WTI close to 86, and this is the problem for the Federal Reserve. This is what you don't want. You don't want to see downside surprises on the economic data and then see upside surprises when it comes to inflation. That is not what you want to see at all.
This is the worst case scenario of, and I'm dreading to saying this, but stagflationary shocks. Essentially, oil prices rising rapidly at a time where there doesn't seem to be that much strength in the underlying employment market. The good news is that January wasn't revised significantly lower, only 126,000 versus the 130,000 previously stated. The bad news is it's not just that there was a job destruction in the month of February, but that the unemployment rate rose to 4.4%, raising questions about how you can look through this if you're trying to come up with policy.
Does it go against the grain? Let's think about the data we've had so far. ISM has been pretty good now for a couple of months, both services and manufacturing. The data we've seen elsewhere Claims didn't scream weakness. Didn't see that in initial jobless claims this week or the week prior, for that matter. Does this data point go against the grain, given what we've seen?
Well, it certainly has gone against the sentiment that we've heard from a lot of investors and the reason why people had confidence in the strength of the U.S. economy. People might say, though, that the ISM services data hasn't really cohered with what we've seen in the labor market for quite a while, and it hasn't really been a good forward-looking indicator. Other people say, look, the responses to the survey, the job survey, have come down significantly. So can we count on this data in the same way? And then the pushback to that is it's the best we've got. So if this is the best we've got, what do you do with that as a policymaker, given a lot of conflicting data signals, given that other signs, the Beige Book included, say things are okay?
Let's go through the headlines then. The change in non-farm payrolls, negative 92,000 against an estimate of 55K. That's a big downside surprise on the payrolls report. The revisions, not great either. To Bramo's point, unemployment should anchor the conversation around how much slack is there. Is there greater slack, less slack? There's greater slack based on this. Unemployment rate coming in at 4.4%, previously 4.3%. The expectations was it would stay there. For more details, Mike, I want to bring you back into the conversation. Are there potential distortions? Does it go against the grain? What do the details tell you this morning?
Well, right now, it doesn't look like some of the outside influences we might have thought of had an influence. Only 228,000 people not at work because of weather. However, there is an impact on the strike side. There was a strike at Kaiser Health Insurance, 31,000 workers off the job, and we see a decline in health and social assistance of 34,000 during the month. So there is a significant issue there. We also see that average weekly hours did not move. So along with the weather, that's the basic issue that we have. Construction jobs down 11,000. That might have been weather. We were expecting a rise. We saw a rise in ADP. There's been a rise in the last couple of months because of the AI constructions. Private service producing jobs overall, led by these healthcare numbers, down 61,000. Financial activity is one of the few that gained 10,000. And government down by 6,000. So it looks like some of the Doge firings have worked their way through the system right now. Still looking at some more of this data, and I'll get you some retail sales data in just a second.
We'll come back to you, Mike. Thanks for that, buddy. Appreciate it. So this from Neil Dutta of RunMac. For him, this is why 2026 is not 2022. There was an energy shock in 22. We had a strong job market, excess savings to draw down. Today, the labour market sucks and saving buffers have been drawn down. Neil's opinion this morning.
Yeah, and the reason why it's complicated is because of some of these other peripheral issues that you point to, whether it's the ADP report, whether it's the fact that you have other job search engines talking about emergence of some recovery. So how do you trust the data? The data is different. How do you look at an economy that's changing structurally? And then how do you understand whether it's inflationary, disinflationary, when you have an oil price shock, but you also potentially have an AI shock, which also could potentially have a productivity shock? I mean, this is a moment of shocks that is leaving us all reeling.
Is your head spinning?
It has been.
People's heads are spinning right now.
Literally, I lay down at night 2 nights ago.
Feeling dizzy.
And I closed my eyes and the entire room started spinning. Maybe that says more about me. I had not been drinking anything, but I just want to let
clarifying,
you know.
Bramo. Thanks for clarifying. People were asking questions.
Maybe I should have.
Equities down by about 0.7% as things stand. On the Russell, we're down by 1%. Yields were positive, now they're negative. We're down by 2 basis points on the session at 355 on 2s, on 10s at about 412. Stephanie Roth of Wolf Research is with us around the table. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning.
So we've got the strikes in healthcare. Largely anticipated. We were looking for that data to come through. We've got the weather effect as well. How weak is this week report?
I mean, it's certainly soft. I think another thing that we haven't talked about appears to be something with birth death, although we're still looking into it. The birth death adjustment was 90,000 compared to something well over 100,000 in the year ago print, because it's not seasonally adjusted. So that might have also been the reverse of what we got in January, where it was a very strong adjustment. So that added about 50,000 in January. Perhaps you got somewhat of the reverse in February. That said, it still was a fairly weak report. And that does leave the Fed in a tough spot because we're in this stagflationary backdrop. But like Neil Dutta said, we're not in 2022, where we had a lot of supply chain shocks. We had a very strong demand backdrop. There were stimulus checks that were continuing to come through. This is a very different backdrop, and I expect them to look through it a lot more than they were able to in 22.
I'm wondering what you make of this report, how distorted it is versus actually expressing weakness. I'm looking at some of the components underneath it, and it does look like the Kaiser strike, the healthcare strike, did have some influence over this. 34,000 jobs removed because of that. But it's also leisure, 27,000 jobs down. You've got private services down 61,000, in information down 11,000. So there are these other points of weakness. This is pretty broad-based. It's not just coming from one sector. Can you look at this and make some conclusion about how much heat there is still in this employment market?
I mean, if you take a step back and look at some of the other indicators, because we know there was a lot of things going on in February, claims look largely fine. The other measures of the labor market look a little bit better. Challenger this week didn't show the same type of layoffs that you got in January. The broad picture tells you we're still in this low hire, low fire environment. It's not strong by any means, but it's probably not as weak as today's data suggests. And if we were to rewind a month ago, or at least the market narrative was such that the labor market is on fire and we're in a much different situation. So I think looking through all of the noise, it's a labor market that is okay, but not strong.
We've talked a lot, and you've said that you should look through the noise, and this is not a Fed that needs to cut rates. How much does the oil shock change that, given the fact that that's going to really pressure a lot of households? They're going to be spending $160 filling up their gas tanks rather than, say, $120 in short order. I mean, how does that affect how you see us looking through this?
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, the market has been trading it the other way, where the oil shock makes the Fed be able to be less accommodative. I agree with you, though. The oil shock, especially in the backdrop of an economy that is not overly strong or overheating, tells you that, if anything, the Fed should sort of wait and watch the demand implications, because we might see softer demand, such that they need to be a little bit more accommodative, although perhaps it might take a little longer for them to be able to cut rates.
I think it's fair to say that Governor Waller's voting for a rate cut at the next meeting. We'll have some company in Governor Myron. How much company do those two have right now in the committee?
Probably not many, and the Fed speakers most recently have said we want to watch and kind of see the implications of the oil price shock. And one payrolls print is not going to change that, although they might sound a little bit more dovish than would otherwise be the case.
Mike McKee, standing by, still with us. Mike, I want to bring you back into the conversation for the people just tuning in, just arriving this morning and checking what's happening with payrolls. I can tell you a big downside surprise, negative 92K on non-farm payrolls, the headline number. The estimate we were looking for was positive 55,000. The unemployment rate higher than expected as well at 4.4% against an estimate of 4.3 and some negative revisions as well, Mike. You went through the details. Mike, what stands out for you?
Well, looking at the unemployment side of it, and this is the household survey, we see a change of 18,000 people added to the labor force. Hardly anything. We'd seen more than 100,000, sorry, the prior month who went away. The employment situation, the level change for employment was down 185,000 jobs, while the unemployment level was up 203,000 jobs, people who were unemployed. So there's your rise to 4.4%. But the interesting thing here is that the number of people who are unable to work comes off of the household side. So to the effect there was an impact, it's on the household survey of the number of people who were not working. Retail sales, we've got numbers for them now, and the big drop was in motor vehicles, 0.9%, 0.9%. That's largely probably because of weather. All the cars on the new car lots buried in snow. Going to get a lot of people who are out to look. 2.9% drop in gasoline station sales. Remember back when gasoline prices were falling? That was during the month of January. Clothing store sales down 1.7%. Sporting goods down 1.2%, and those are post-Christmas kind of numbers. General merchandise stores up 0.4%, and food up 0.2%. So a mixed picture. People buying staples, not going out and buying things that they don't really need. And the overall picture here is that the economy was slower in January in terms of retail sales as people consolidated, and then the labor market was hit in February, and the question is how much of it is, as Stephanie pointed out, the birth-death model, and which was revised, and how much of that is also weather. But it is not a pretty picture, and I think you've reached the right conclusion. Chris Waller will probably vote for a rate cut.
I think it's fair to say. Mike, thank you. We'll come back to you in just a moment. There are some excuses, some reasons for this weak number. The strikes in healthcare being one, the weather being two. Ultimately, though, there's a trend here. The labour market has been weak over the last 12 months. That's been a problem. It's why the Federal Reserve has been reducing interest rates. And more problematic now, you've got this move in energy, because as we speak, we seem to be approaching new highs in the energy market. Brent crude at 89.50 and WTI north of 86.
Yeah, the crude market's not responding to the demand side right now. It's not a demand side issue. So if people feel constrained in any way to spend, it does not matter at all for crude prices, given the fact that that is a supply side shock driven by the fact that oil cannot get through the Strait of Hormuz and, frankly, is not being produced in a lot of locations in the Middle East. This is a huge issue, given the fact that this is a stagflationary mix. How much weakness there actually is in the labor market, a big question, but it's happening at a time of structural change, which adds the extra anxiety on top of it of, A, how to read this, and how much you want to see a hot labor market going into this transition period.
There's a better story to tell for the American economy coming into 26. We've had the rate cuts. We're about to get the tax refunds, and some big companies want to spend some big money. But moves like that in gas prices could undermine the whole thing. If you're getting a tax refund, you start to see the price of things that you pay for every single day starting to creep higher. You'll be a bit more conservative, a bit more cautious about how you interact with the economy.
This is the reason why I'm actually surprised that no one's talking about the disinflationary shock of oil prices going up. There always has been a debate between whether it is inflationary or disinflationary, and over a medium and longer term, it is disinflationary or deflationary because of demand destruction. That has not been priced into long into the yield curve. I'm wondering if it's going to start being reflected a little bit more after this.
So the opening bounce about 46 minutes away, and here's the setup. Session lows on equities, down by about 1% on the S&P 500. Yields were higher for a fifth consecutive session. Now off the back of that downside surprise on payrolls, now slightly lower at the front end on 2s and the long end on 10s. 10s back to about 412. And in the commodity market, crude higher by more than 4% on Brent to 89. On WTI, up by more than 6 to 86. Joining us now to extend the conversation, Jeffrey Rosenberg of BlackRock. Jeff, we've got a lot to get through with you, sir, so let's start with what's happening in the labour market. What's your assessment of things at the moment?
Yeah, listening to you guys, Lisa, like you, my head's spinning as well, and you guys have really covered it very well. I mean, a lot of excuses, a lot of unique factors, but it is a weak report overall, and you're seeing that in the bond market, and it is this tension, between the weakening in the labor market and then the near-term inflationary shock coming out of the oil price increase. One thing I would highlight, and Lisa, you kind of touched on it, is sort of the tension between the short-term impact and the long-term impact. If you look at five-year forward break-even inflation, certainly what you're seeing here is a move on the front end, about 80 basis points in the 2-year. But if you look at the forward curve in terms of oil futures, you look at the forward curve in terms of inflation, the expectation here is
the problem is that they don't want to, of course, make the official announcement because this is a way to say the United States and Israel that they need to decapitate the regime again, and therefore they would need to do a cycle of elections again. So my guess is now that there is there's already a leader chosen. We don't know the name. There are some names, most probably Mustafa Khamenei, although I'm not 100% sure. And maybe it's not even one single person. According to the constitution, it could be one person or a leadership council formed by 3 or even 5 clergymen that they occupy in that place. So there are many options that they are still not clarified.
Luciano, we've heard from some Iranian officials that there is outreach being made to them right now, attempts from some countries to try to mediate in this conflict. I want to ask you if you think there is any chance in this moment for de-escalation, and what are the particular challenges when it comes to trying to find a solution with these governments involved? I mean the U.S., I mean Israel, and I mean Iran.
Well, we heard yesterday Arakchi saying that they are waiting for the troops of the United States because they know that they will win in this confrontation. And I think this is one of the elements that is preventing the resolution of this conflict, that Iran is considering that they are in the right side of history, and therefore, since God is behind them or supporting them, they will never lose, or they will most probably win. The problem is that the other 2 actors that are involved, Israel and the United States, are thinking exactly the same. Trump and his followers think that he is invested by God in this battle against the evil Iranian government. So therefore, he will never lose, or he cannot lose, because it's God's mandate. We see how soldiers had been instructed in the ships that they were deployed in the Mediterranean and coming to the Gulf. And Israel is following to some extent, some biblical mandate, trying to claim that the land in which Israel is and even the greater Middle East belongs to them because God told them. So when you are discussing with three entities that they are justified by religious principles, how to de-escalate is quite challenging because you cannot negotiate God.
So, Luciano, what you're laying out for our viewers is a very complicated picture right now. I want to ask you about the potential for further complications, because we know that from statements by U.S. President Donald Trump that he would like to see Kurdish groups in the region potentially get involved in this conflict. I believe he said he would like to see them get involved if they want to get involved. If that were to happen, how much more complex does all this get?
Much more complex. I think that this is something that every time there was a crisis in Iran, other powers were happy to encourage separatist groups, Baluchistan, Azeris, Arabs, Kurds, to engage in direct confrontation with the central government in Iran. This shows only one thing, that those who are interested in doing that, in pushing for that to happen, are not only interested in eliminating the Islamic Republic. They are interested in harming Iran as a country, to make Iran weak, not to have an Iranian state that could be an important country in the region. And of course, this is something that nobody wants. It's only few countries that they are interested in doing so. Other countries that are interested in having a unified Iran that is less dangerous, let's say, at the military level or ideological confrontation level, but they want an Iran united because Iran is a powerful country and deserves to be incorporated in the region.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there for now. Luciano Zaccara, an Iran and Gulf analyst, thanks for joining me here in the studio. Great to get your perspective.
Thank you very much.
Trump is due to meet executives from the biggest U.S. defense contractors at the White House on Friday. They're expected to discuss increasing weapons production. The Pentagon is trying to replenish supplies after strikes on Iran and several other locations. Lucia Newman reports from Washington, D.C.
At one of the Pentagon's favorite arms factories in Arkansas, an unusual visit from the Secretary of War, where 1,500 workers were given a pep talk.
You are the patriots, ensuring that our warriors are never, ever in a fair fight. The warfighters need you to build, and they need it yesterday.
The White House has fast-tracked a $50 billion arms budget in Congress. And the Pentagon plans to buy 57 Tomahawk long-range guided missiles this year. But that's not enough. The U.S. and its Gulf allies are reportedly running low on interceptor missiles. They also need more medium and short-range missiles to replenish those used so far against Iran and elsewhere. The White House isn't underestimating Iran's offensive capabilities.
They are producing, by some estimates, over 100 of these missiles a month.
Hence the renewed pressure on U.S. arms manufacturers. President Donald Trump is warning them that manufacturers who are deemed to be underperforming could lose their multi-million-dollar contracts, all the while insisting that the United States has plenty of weapons left. But there's another issue, the impact of this conflict on the economy. World War II established conditions for future growth and played a role in ending the Great Depression by increasing government spending and increasing employment. But the Vietnam War didn't do the same. And more recently, the Afghanistan and Iraq conflicts were financed by deep deficit spending that actually hurt the economy. Depending on the duration of the current conflict, it could have a catastrophic impact on oil prices and the global economy. Not to mention the biggest cost of all, the human cost. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Dozens of people have demonstrated in Colombo condemning the ongoing strikes against Iran. Earlier this week, an Iranian warship was torpedoed by a U.S. submarine off the Sri Lankan coast. At least 87 Iranian sailors were killed. Sri Lanka says it's also rescued more than 200 Iranian naval crew from another warship off the island's coast. Manel Fernandez has more from Colombo.
and a demonstration outside one of Colombo's oldest mosques, the Davatagaha Mosque, against the attacks on Iran. What you've got is demonstrators here holding placards. If I can just switch over this way, and I can tell you, we've obviously got the police doing some traffic control. It says we must oppose the war launched by America and Israel. It talks about the shedding of blood. It basically opposes the attacks on Iran. Now,
it is a serious concern because it has impacted all over the world, not only Sri Lanka, to everywhere around the world.
And protesters here very much in solidarity with Iran. If you look at these placards, no blood for oil. This one, the world without Zionism, for a peaceful world. I mean, these are the kind of messages and the general...
Going into the weekend.
Yeah, I think we're going to be certainly digging into some of the details of the print. It seems prices is, of course, going to be one of the primary concerns. And then something we haven't even talked about is the potential for some food scarcity issues down the line if this continues. That's something that is certainly not getting a lot of focus, but perhaps might become a real issue at some point. This is a real challenge, and it's a Fed that I think will ultimately have to be a little bit more dovish than would otherwise be the case. I agree with exactly your points, Lisa.
Stephanie, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Stephanie Roth there of Wolf Research. Thanks again to Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock and to Mike McKee for breaking down those numbers a little bit earlier. Just frame out the last 24 minutes. Just the last 24 minutes. Never mind this morning, the last week or so, the last 4 minutes. A big downside surprise on payrolls, a president that's ruling out a deal anytime soon, and then also the other point that's kicking oil out to new highs for the session, that we're starting to breach storage capacity in key producers who need to reduce production. All of that in the last 24 minutes going into the weekend.
This is a massive supply shock, and it is a stagflationary shock when you look at the labor market. You put that together with how long this is going to last, what the off-ramp is, given the president's Truth Social post saying that unconditional surrender is going to be the only off-ramp that we can look for. And you can understand that people have a lot of jitters. Still, so many questions remain. This has been the longest first quarter ever. You have said this many, many times. Well, it just got a whole lot longer because we just have a new narrative now that we have to grapple with.
Equity futures this morning down by 1.3% on the S&P 500. In the bond market at the moment, yields lower and then higher again by a basis point on 2s and by a basis point on 10s. Tracking that bond market is getting harder and harder.
I'm really not understanding the long end of the yield curve. I'm just not understanding it because on one hand, you have to think, are we going to see some sort of long-term inflationary shock, or is this going to ultimately cause the Fed to be more dovish?
Up next for us here at Bloomberg, we'll catch up with Kevin Hassett, the NEC director. We'll do that in about 35 minutes' time. On Monday, Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth, Subhadra Rajappa of SocGen, Kate Moore of Citi Wealth, Savita Subramaniam of Bank of America. From New York City this morning, good morning. Stay safe. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
Day 2 at the BNP Paribas Open. Legend Venus Williams wows the fans wherever she plays, but the 7-time major champion was knocked out by Diane Parry in 3 sets. The Frenchwoman firing 10 aces in the win that took 2 hours and 18 minutes on Stadium 1. And don't forget, you can watch all the action live daily and head on over to tennischannel.com to download the app.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker Playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
We are in such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes, and I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything. The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. When we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion euro estimate of the productivity growth that can be unlocked. This platform shift that we are living through, I think, is going to create untold amounts of value for the world, but also for the businesses and for economies. which is why I'm incredibly optimistic in this moment for Europe, but also for the whole world.
How do you think about job losses or safety for some of the AI tools?
You know, I hear the anxiety and I understand the anxiety about jobs. I think that we are certainly going to live through a massive transition about how people learn to work alongside these tools. I mean, the reality is I do think there'll be some number of jobs that are displaced. I think it is a smaller number maybe than some anticipate. We estimate it's around 7%. And I think what's important is that we have programs that help those 7% transition into new fields of work. I think what is more likely is that most of us are going to learn to work alongside these tools. So we estimate about 2/3 of us. If you think about the tasks you do in your daily life, when you look at every industry, there are administrative tasks that are happening everywhere, and that's what AI is most helpful in improving.
This is a 15, 16 grams tuna. Then sushi rice is still a little bit warm. So take one, like a very, don't make it too tight. So from now, and very light, like a ball. Put wasabi in the middle. Then my process 1 to 6. 1. This is putting the between the rice air. Then make the 4 fingers curl. Make sushi shape. Then touch this. 2. Then turn. Now that these 2 fingers, top of the bottom, make the sushi shape more beautiful. 3. Then, you know, I mean, looks like pushing, not pushing. 3, 4, turn, same way, 5, and 6. So this is the 1 to 6.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
The U.S. unexpectedly lost 92,000 jobs in February, with economists expecting a 55,000 gain for the month. The unemployment rate also ticked higher, and as a result, futures are down sharply. We see yields off across the curve. Bloomberg's Michael McKee, our national policy and economics correspondent, joins me now on set to kick off Bloomberg Open Interest. Mike, thanks for coming on to the desk. What are you seeing here that doesn't make sense? Because obviously you'd see the yields sell off, but I would expect futures to rise as equity investors price in rate cuts.
I think the confusion about what's going on and how long this is going to last in the Gulf, Persian Gulf, and how long energy prices are still going up has got people worried about what's going to happen next. They just don't have an off-ramp at this point. And the numbers were bad this morning, and you can see the reaction in the markets when those came across. 92,000 jobs lost. And one of the interesting things here is the only category that's been hiring lately is healthcare, and healthcare had almost no jobs during the month, and physician services lost 37,000 jobs, and that was because of a strike at Kaiser, 31,000 people. But if we can't withstand one strike like that in the labor market, you got a problem. And we see that the unemployment rate went up to 4.4%. Labor force change was only 18,000. People thought that maybe there would be a weather effect, but only 228,000 people, not an unusual number, were unable to work because of weather. So this is just really showing us weakness in the labor market. Now, the retail sales numbers that came out, they're a month delayed because of the shutdown. These were January numbers, but they weren't good either. Retail sales basically down 0.2 on a headline basis, driven down by a 0.9 drop in auto sales. All those cars under snow on the lots. Nobody went out to look. But the retail control number just up 0.3%. And across the board in retail sales, it was a fairly weak number. So this, Matt, I would say basically is a catch-up alert day at the White House, because you've got weak employment, and people have been afraid. We've seen this in the data about losing their jobs. And you've also got rising gasoline prices, and they're going up rapidly this morning. We're at the highest point for gasoline prices than we ever have been under a Trump presidency already. So he's got political problems in these bad numbers and what's going on with petroleum.
Right, and reportedly, there are times when the president throws condiments.
There are, yes.
So The interesting thing to me is looking through these charts, and I use the GIP charts on the Bloomberg to see what happened when the data crossed at 8:30 and then in the moments after that. Initially, futures bounced higher, probably on rate cut expectations, and you saw yields drop drastically. I mean, yields were up across the curve, and then they all fell far below the zero line. Now we see a reversal of that. Futures down sharply, and yields back up. Look at the two-year yield here. Right now, adding almost a basis point to 358.33. So why do you think yields now are rising on this?
Well, it seems to be a status quo trade. We reacted immediately to where people were positioned going into the jobs report, and obviously this was a huge shock to everybody. And now you're getting back to the trade of we don't know what's going to happen, so we're just going to sit there. And I think that's what you'll see for a little bit while this is going on. And you mentioned rate cut. If you look at WIRP, the function on the Bloomberg, you'll see that there have been some moves toward pricing back in some rate cuts, but very little. Not what you normally see if you saw a number like 92,000, and that's because you got, on the other side, the inflation question coming from oil and other products that can't get through the Gulf.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. Michael McKee there talking to us about the jobs number that came in far lower than expected. The non-farm payrolls print, typically one of the most important economic data points that this market trades on. We're going to have more on the economy and jobs with White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett, as well as Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee. They'll be joining us later this hour. Right now, though, I want to bring in BlackRock Chief Investment Officer of Global Fixed Income, Rick Reeder. And Rick, your take first on the jobs number. What do you make of the U.S. economy now looking at 4.4% unemployment?
So it's interesting the way you phrased it. And thanks, Matt, for having me on. So I think the U.S. economy is doing fine. I actually think U.S. economy, I was just looking at the numbers before coming down here, I think we're going to grow 2.5% to 3% first quarter growth. The economy and employment are quite different conditions today. We have a productivity revolution. We talk about it. You know, people were encouraged last month. You had 137,000 jobs last month, but 130,000 were in healthcare. You strip out healthcare, we have no hiring. So I looked at the next 9 months. If you strip out healthcare, the last 9 months, total jobs in the country is negative 358,000. Negative 358,000. Stripping out healthcare. We're going to keep hiring healthcare workers, even though today this number was a little bit softer. Again, last month was really strong. We're going to still hire healthcare workers because the population's aging. We looked at a metric, people 65 and above. We haven't even kept up with that rate of growth. A friend of mine was showing me that. So we're going to keep hiring healthcare. The problem is we're not hiring other people because there's productivity going on. And it's not AI hasn't really kicked in yet, but productivity. I mean, you see this. You know, I read tons of earnings reports. You look at what companies are doing. Run your business more efficiently, keep your top line in a reasonable position, and get your cost infrastructure down. So, I think, by the way, economy's fine. And then, but it's for the people dynamic, it's harder. And it's part of why I believe you need to have more policy to help impact that.
You know, it's interesting, Rick, I've been doing this for 25 years plus, and we always say the markets are not the economy, because there can be times when the people on Main Street are feeling pain and equity indexes are doing just fine. But what you're saying now is that jobs are not the economy, which is a little bit more concerning for those on Main Street.
I mean, I have a strong view that, there's a problem in that, what people describe as a K-shaped economy. I think we have a problem today in what are particularly routine-oriented jobs, low income, is having a really tough time today. The aggregate economy, because you actually got part of the economy, you got CapEx, and certainly data center infrastructure, et cetera. CapEx is in very solid shape. And then you got consumption that's being held up because you have a cohort that's actually still doing well, which is older, higher income. But we have what is a continuing and even a growing bifurcation that I think, and by the way, I think some of the initiatives you heard from the administration on affordability, things of that ilk will help. Listen, I think the Fed, I know we've talked about it before, you have a near-term dynamic around energy shock, a supply shock. I still think I think we still have to get the mortgage rate down in this country to get labor mobility moving, to get housing moving. And so I think there's some initiatives to try and stabilize what, quite frankly, is a bit of a concerning dynamic today.
I talk talked a lot with Bruce Richards over the last couple of weeks. He sees an E-shaped economy because we know the top 20% is doing well. The bottom 40% are struggling. But he said we have a strong and growing middle class because of President Trump's initiatives to bring industrial jobs back to the U.S. I know we lost manufacturing jobs in 2025, and it looks like we lost manufacturing jobs again today. But there is so much confidence that the tax changes in the big, beautiful bill and the tariff policy, frankly, are going to bring jobs, manufacturing jobs back to the U.S. Rick, do you buy into that?
So I think some good initiatives out there. And I do think there are places that you will see in pharma, in chip manufacturing, chip production, et cetera, that I do think you'll see. And then, yes, some manufacturing I think will come back. Yeah, maybe I challenge a little bit that the middle is doing okay. I still think you have, particularly when you've got some prices moving up in some of these areas today in healthcare, education, insurance, obviously recently fuel. I still think the middle is, I wouldn't say the middle is doing great at all. So anyway, I still think you have that bifurcation. But yes, I believe some of these initiatives to stimulate, to buoy the economy in a bunch of different ways that are labor intensive. I mean, like I said, healthcare is a labor intensive industry. The good news is we have a demographic that will continue to instigate job growth there. If we can stimulate job growth in some of those other areas, no question that will be beneficial. I personally think housing is by far the most, because of the sheer size of it, because of what it does for labor mobility, because of what it does for people who can move, and we put people to work, a lot of people to work when we build houses in this country. So all those initiatives, I think, are quite welcome.
Rick, you are running fixed income at BlackRock, and we're looking at, with the exception of today, or maybe even right now, real yields kind of driving the move in nominal yields. I was talking to Cameron Kreese from our MLive team, and he points out that before today, the big gain that we'd seen in nominal yields was mostly taken out of or driven by real yields, and that we're not seeing a real sign from break-evens. How do you interpret that?
I mean, that was right up until, obviously, we've had this energy shock, and you are starting to see elevation in break-evens. Listen, I think, it's an interesting dynamic across, it depends on what part of the yield curve you're looking at today. Listen, I think these real rates are attractive, and I think, a question of we think about this today, we're in one of those modes now, even though I think the Fed could cut rates, has room to cut rates. I think you have to adjust, you have to consider they're probably going to sit and wait for a while. So can you have some rate backup? So you have to manage around that. And, I think these real rates, if you take a longer term perspective and say, gosh, where are these real rates going? Where are nominal rates going? Boy, I think we're going to, and by the way, we just got a very, very, very strong reminder of productivity. Productivity will bring down wage pressure. Productivity will bring down inflation post, obviously, the energy shock. So I think we're going to a different place. Do you position for that today, or give it a few weeks to let the Mideast situation die down? But there's no question in my mind we're moving to a different place in terms of real rates, and nominal rates will come down, and break-evens will come down, obviously.
But if real rates continue to rise, or if we go back to that scenario, Rick, typically that's not a good sign. Is that sustainable? Because typically when real rates are rising is when things start to break, right?
They do. Yes and no. I mean, I think you can have some elevation. I mean, listen, you got an economy that's actually operating away from the employment picture. You have an economy that's operating at a solid level today. I think you get to these points in time where you get higher real rates. I don't think there's a systemic problem today at all. I will say the place where, when that real rate elevates, particularly in the front end of the curve, the debt in the country is too big. And so part of why, when you think about if you're running policy, there is a very significant mechanism that you need to think about. If we keep that real rate too high, the sheer borrowing costs of the United States move up significantly. The only way we diffuse the debt in this country is the economy has to continue to operate at the solid level it's operating at, and we got to get the cost of that debt. You got to get that real rate down, and you got to get the cost of the debt down. And then that, by the way, that's the longer term benefits for the currency are tremendous. We get debate near term dollar strength or weakness, but that has got to be the most important dynamic over the next couple of years.
Rick, I'm going to get to the war as we round out the first year first week of war in Iran and how markets are reacting to that and how that's driving oil prices and what that'll mean for inflation and growth in a moment. But because you are the CIO of fixed income at BlackRock, because you were in the running, widely reported to be in the running for the chairmanship at the Fed, because people on both sides of the aisle look to you for economic analysis, how can we be in a good place if GDP is rising with a strong economy and yet we're not adding jobs? I mean, this brings up the whole sort of ghost GDP nightmare scenario that James von Gielen put into his Citrini research piece a couple of weeks ago. What happens if productivity rises without people doing that, driving that trend?
So it's a hard question. I think it's unequivocal that we're going to have productivity enhancements. You know, obviously the amount of CapEx will lead to productivity enhancement. There's no question about it. You're talking about cognitive, technology that replaces cognitive thinking in many ways. So we're going to have some productivity. It's part of why I'm a deep believer. The U.S. is the most flexible, innovative, ingenuity-rich economy in the world. These initiatives, you talked about some of them, but some of these initiatives that are labor-intensive or labor-accretive are unbelievably powerful. We talked about real estate, as you said, and manufacturing. As you said, technology orientation in the U.S., where you bring back some of that chip development, et cetera. Like those things all have to happen to mute what is an unequivocal condition that we're going to have productivity increase. But, good economy, but an efficient economy. But we've got, things that will stabilize and improve the condition for workers and for people in the United States, I think is absolutely essential.
Let's talk about oil for a moment, because another thing that Bruce Richards was outlining for us at the Bloomberg Invest Conference this week, which I think makes a lot of sense, is that as the oil price rises, his expectations for growth come down. So he was saying 3%, like you, at $60, $65 a barrel. But as we get to 80, if we hold there sustainably or over, maybe only 2% growth. At $100 a barrel, maybe only 1% growth. And if we get to 120 or above, sustainably, that we could be in a recession. How do you view the effect of these oil prices on the U.S. economy?
Matt, the reason why it's a great question is, when you step back and think about when you have a supply shock, and if you're setting policy, monetary policy, when you have a supply shock, the derivative impact of that is very clear. You dull growth significantly. It is, I wouldn't have argued. I don't believe that there's that significant a drop-off per those numbers. I have to think about it a little bit more. I don't think it's that significant because we're still a service-oriented economy. 70% of the U.S. is services. We don't have that same manufacturing hard asset commodity transmission as you would have had in the past. But yes, I think you slow growth. I think it's unequivocal you slow growth. And if that's the case, that's part of why I believe monetary policy, and people say they should raise rates to combat this inflation. Actually, I couldn't disagree with that more. If anything, I actually think you should cut. Will they do that? No, I don't think so. I think they'll sit and wait and see what the inflation transmission is. But that point about what happens, a derivative impact when you have a supply shock, is quite clear around the growth impact.
Rick, one of the other things that we pay very close attention, one of the other reasons we pay very close attention to what you say is the outperformance of the ETF that you run. And we show it a lot here on Bloomberg. BINC is the ticker BINC. But if we pull up a comp screen of that on the Bloomberg terminal, it's just undeniable that you're crushing your benchmark here. So what changes might you make, or what would you be considering with your holdings? And we can find that by typing BINC equity DES and click on the holdings tab. After this number, as we start to see, or if we start to see, the jobs picture weaken.
So, Adam, and people can look at it, and listen, when you have a shock like we've had, and you don't know the duration of the shock, and we talk about the impact it can have on trade and the uncertainty that it can have in the near term. I mean, we start to cut beta, and you got to bring, in an environment like this, particularly, you think about what does your interest rate exposure do for you? Well, if interest rate doesn't help you to manage the risk, you got to bring your risk down. And so we've been on a mode of let's pull some of the higher beta income down in the interim. And so can you run a little bit lower income in the short term because you're trying to manage to a total return paradigm? So a bit of that, reduce some of the beta, a little bit of the credit, a little bit of the interest rate exposure. a little bit of mortgage exposure. Just, can you, quite frankly, this period, you hunker down a little bit. But, the big thing for us, the markets always react to the next 2 weeks, week to week. There's presenting some opportunities. We're looking at the securitization market, emerging markets that, even though we pull down a little bit of EM, it's like, gosh, on the other side of this, where are we going? Because the opportunity set's getting better. You just got to be a bit patient and then be tactical about where and when you step in.
Rick, great to get some time with you. Thanks very much for joining us on this Jobs Friday. BlackRock's CIO of Global Fixed Income, Rick Reeder. Now let's take a look at what's going on with markets. We've got about 10 minutes to go, 12 minutes to go until the opening bell, and we're looking at futures that are now down 1.33%. We were down before this jobs number came out, but we've moved lower. We did see yields drop across the curve, but they have now come back, I should say, to where they were trading before 8:30. So equity index futures off and yields trading right where they were before the number came out. You got crude as one of the biggest drivers that markets are watching right now, up 8% on Brent, on NYMEX, I should say. NYMEX crude, $87.85. That looks an awful lot like Brent. More reaction to the surprising jobs report with White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett, Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee, former Fed economist Julia Coronado, and strategist Emily Rowland at Manulife John Hancock Investments. We've got it all coming up for you on Bloomberg Open Interest, as well as an appearance with surveillance anchor and my buddy John Farrow. Definitely keep it tuned here. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Refugee. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas.
The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
The U.S. economy lost 92,000 jobs in the month. We are expecting to add more than 50,000, according to a survey of economists, and unemployment rose to 4.4%. As a result, the S&P futures are falling right now, 1.3%. Typically, this would be a bad news is good news scenario for equity investors because you'd expect Fed rate cuts. But the big problem is Brent crude, or really oil across the energy universe. Brent is over $90 a barrel now. You can see it trading there at $90.13. NYMEX crude is up to $87.84. When I read that, I actually thought that we had a mistake on the screen because it looks like higher than Brent was yesterday. So huge jumps across oil. This is, as Mike McKee was saying, the highest price at the pump since President Trump has been in office. And the war in the Middle East continues to drive disruption across energy markets, natural gas being no less of a problem than crude. Amos Hochstein, a former White House advisor, spoke about the crisis.
But understand between that and understanding why we're at war, and then you add a cost of energy prices, which goes to electricity and food and gasoline and a lot of other commodities throughout the economy. I think people say, am I willing to be able to pay for this? And there's going to have to be a way for the administration. It's going to have to explain and to demonstrate that it is either very temporary or that they'll be able to mitigate the cost for the American public.
Joining us now is Alaric Nightingale. He helps lead Bloomberg's global oil coverage out of Europe. And, you know, we see such big spikes that I think at some points I'm misreading these numbers, Alaric. I mean, $87, $88 for NYMEX crude, Brent over $90 a barrel. Why this leg up in concern, this leg up in alarm?
Well, I think the thing is that every day that goes past, you're getting new disruptions, and it means you're baking in a longer-term kind of recovery period from this conflict. The Strait of Hormuz has effectively been closed pretty much since the war began. Tankers are piling up outside waiting to get in and on the inside waiting to get out. And that's a huge problem. It just effectively means that the energy can't be exported. Production is having to cut back, and here we are.
So in terms of what energy traders are doing, Alaric, why aren't they trying to price this all in earlier? Why are they adding, $5 a barrel each day? Is the idea that this could somehow, we could find an off-ramp and things could go back to normal in terms of price?
I mean, is the oil price really that high now? You're talking $90, sure, but, they have closed an avenue for a fifth of the world's crude oil and a fifth of the world's liquefied natural gas. Is it really that high? That's the issue. As this goes on, I think people maybe were hoping for an end to the disruption, but when that doesn't happen, you start to see these issues, becoming obvious, the kind of loss of production in different countries, refineries closing, refineries having to cut back. This is a really, really, really serious issue. So, in some ways, the market has actually managed it quite well.
Alaric, you have the best view of trading desks across Europe and the Middle East. Talk to us about the specific regions that this oil is destined for, the contracts that we need to be watching, because it's my understanding that although it's a fifth of the world's energy supply, a lot of it is headed to Asia.
That's right. So the vast majority of the Persian Gulf's oil does go to Asia, then the liquefied natural gas is more dispersed. But I don't think you have to worry too much about individual contracts. This is a global thing. You can't lose a fifth of the world's oil and a fifth of the world's liquefied natural gas and focus on one contract. This is going to disperse everywhere. That's why you've got jet fuel in some parts of the world that is above $200 a barrel. That's why you've seen diesel prices absolutely skyrocket. That's why, as you said, the price of gasoline is more expensive in the US than at any time during President Trump's office, either this one or the last one. So that's the issue.
Alaric, thanks so much for your coverage. Alaric Nightingale runs our oil team out of Europe. Less than 4 minutes until the opening bell. Kevin Hassett joins us next from the White House. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
cidade estava sitiada.
Nisso eu começo, eu também não sabia o que fazer. Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
People back home, they are suffering. And someone is driving a Range Rover with their money.
Where is my money?
I think she's a scam up to now.
It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being $1 billion business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
We are moments away from the start of trading. We are looking at futures that are down pretty sharply after the jobs number missed by a mile. S&P futures off by 1.25%. The U.S. economy lost 92,000 jobs, including manufacturing jobs, in the month. We were expecting a gain of more than 50,000. NASDAQ futures down 1.5%. The small caps down more than 2%, which is interesting because normally this kind of job loss would spook the market into thinking, oh, we're going to get more Fed rate cuts or at least pull them forward, and that should be good for the small caps. That is not the case today. We saw yields come down and then spike back up to the levels that they were. Vlad Tenev, you'll recognize ringing the bell at the New York Stock Exchange. He's got an IPO of a fund that Robinhood is launching to trade shares in privately held companies. We'll talk about that because we're going to talk to him in just a moment. At the NASDAQ, you've got Minimed ringing the opening bell. But let's take a look at the move screen first of all. As the cash trade starts to populate, and it'll take a couple minutes for everything to come online, but right now only 66 stocks are up and almost 400 are down. Microsoft, ConocoPhillips, Netflix are gaining, but Nvidia is off 1.6% and Apple is down 1.4%. Let's take a look at the GLCO screen. Global commodity prices is what many traders have up on a permanent Bloomberg screen right now because the gas price is moving so severely. NYMEX crude is trading at more than $88 a barrel. That's West Texas Intermediate, folks. And Brent is up over $90 a barrel. There's real concern that as this war in the Gulf reaches the end of its first week, we're not going to be able to find an off-ramp quickly enough to bring these prices down. Let's bring now White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett on with John Farrow from Bloomberg Surveillance. John?
Hey, Matt, appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for that. Live on TV and radio, I'm pleased to say that joining us now, following the jobs report, is the National Economic Council Director, Kevin Hassett. Kevin, you're a good man. Thanks for making time for us this morning. John. It's an obvious downside surprise on the jobs report. The three-month average has dropped to 6K. I think some people looking at this report at the headline level might be a bit nervous about what's inside it. Are there some one-offs here that make this look worse than maybe it is?
Yeah, there are a few. First of all, we had the crazy weather in February. The worst of it was actually outside of the survey week, but there was a lot of lingering junk, as you might recall, with the ice that was everywhere. We had some strikes on the West Coast that knocked off between 30 and 40,000 jobs. And so I think that on net, it's almost like a wash number. And the final thing is that there's a new procedure birth-death model at the BLS, which we believe is going to make the number more volatile. And so I think more and more we're going to have to average through the months. And remember, we had a really surprisingly positive number last month. And I think if you average the two, then it's about at the rate of job growth that's consistent with 3 or 4% GDP growth.
Kevin, it goes against the grain as well. ISM data earlier this week was really pretty decent. Claims were stable too. Next time we speak next month, do you expect to have a better story to tell?
Yeah. I think that right now what's going to happen, right, is that the variability in the data will be apparent to folks. And so what's going to happen, I think, is that there'll be some anxiety that another number like this or 2 or 3 numbers like this is ahead for us. But we really don't believe that because, as you and I have discussed, like every other indicator is consistent with very strong GDP growth right now. And so this really is an outlier number.
Tax refunds are a big part of the bull case for the U.S. economy. I've got the Bloomberg lighting up in front of me right now with energy prices surging. How those refunds are going to be spent is key, Kevin, with energy bills still climbing. What's your assessment of the disruption we're seeing to supply in the Middle East?
Well, our expectation is that we've got our eyes on the horizon, that we know that sometime soon we're going to have a much more stable Venezuela with high, stable energy output, a much more stable Iran with high and stable energy output, which is going to be very good not only for energy markets, but for risk premia around the world. Don't forget that this move against Iran is happening because they've promised to destroy us all. Like if that's not something that affects risk premium, I don't know what is. And so I think with an eye on the horizon, then you can see that this is a huge positive for the global economy and global markets. The question is, when will the current near-term disruption end? And that's something that'll be decided by the military. And of course, will be some uncertainty about when they decide to move, in part because the uncertainty protects the lives of American soldiers.
Kevin, in the meantime,
but we expect that it'll be resolved, quite soon.
As you see, we're starting to see a hit to production. Because we can't move the oil, we're breaching storage capacity in select producers right now. You saw some of that with Iraq earlier this week. The Journal reporting moments ago, we're seeing the same thing in Kuwait, and UAE and Saudi Arabia might follow. That's obviously a bigger, more acute issue for the Asian refiners right now, which is why the Treasury Secretary came out and issued a waiver for the Indians to buy from Russia, the Russian crude that's offshore in tankers right now. But Kevin, I wonder what else the White House has got in store. Not just to tell people to wait, because in the future it'll be better, but what are the remedies that you can produce right now?
Oh, sure. The sanction waiver that Secretary Bessent came out with is just one of many, many tools that we have ready. We've got a whole flow chart of tools to use depending on this or that. And we're ready to move them as soon as we have to. But we're also very optimistic that we're going to be able to get this near-term problem resolved relatively quickly.
The Biden administration, as you know, burnt through the SPR, took it down quite dramatically. Is there space left in the SPR to deploy some of that to bring down prices just a bit for consumers?
You know, there is no conversation right now to dip into that. But we've got something like 400 million barrels ready to go if needed. But there is, I re-emphasize.
नेचुरल गैस के रेट से भी निकल जाओ, कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट निकल जाओ, मुझे लग नहीं रहा ये नीचे आएगा। ठीक है, यहाँ पर फंस सकता है ये, रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है, नीचे भी मुझे लग रहा है ये सपोर्ट बना दिया इसने कैंडल गैप अप होके। सेलिंग में जो है एग्जिट कर लेना, बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में भी एंट्री करने की जरूरत नहीं है, अब छोड़ दो। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पर ही है, थोड़ा सा हो सकता है नीचे वाली ब्लू कलर की लाइन तक आ जाए। यहाँ पर थोड़ी बहुत फाइट होने के चांसेस हैं दोनों साइड में, जिस साइड निकलेगा मार्केट मोस्टली उसी साइड जाना चाहिए। तो अभी कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पर ही एग्जिट कर लो, फंस जाएंगे नहीं तो। वैसे ही एक एसएल जा चुका है स्ट्रेट में और रिस्क नहीं उठा सकते, मार्केट ऑलरेडी सुपर बुलिश है, नो पुल बैक, नो कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है, इट इज जस्ट लाइक वन वे वेव। इंट्राडे में देखोगे 11% 12% मार्केट अपसाइड है। लास्ट टाइम इंट्राडे में एक दिन में इतना बड़ा मोमेंटम पता नहीं कब आया था। 11% फॉर इंट्राडे। क्रूड ऑयल में ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में तो ठीक है, देखा है कई बार, बट एक दिन में 11% मार्केट अपसाइड या फिर डाउन साइड, मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा मैंने कभी देखा था लास्ट 3-4 साल में इंट्राडे में इतना बड़ा मोमेंटम एक दिन में ही कर दे, चाहे बाइंग साइड हो या सेलिंग साइड हो। हाँ, जब रसिया यूक्रेन वॉर हुई थी उस समय एक दो बार ऐसा हो जरूर हुआ था मार्केट ने इंट्राडे में 10% से ज़्यादा की सेलिंग दिखाई थी। बाइंग तो मुझे अभी याद नहीं है, सेलिंग दिखाई थी जरूर एक बार। ठीक है, वो भी आई थिंक 2022 के आसपास था शायद, जुलाई, ये हाँ जुलाई 2022। 10.79% सेलिंग आई थी, बट बाइंग 10% या उससे ज़्यादा की इंट्राडे में 2019 में आई है। 15% 2019 में। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में सेलिंग के ट्रेड से निकलना चाहो निकल जाओ, इसमें ऐसे कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पर ये थोड़ा आ सकता है नीचे ये, बट मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ पर अब फाइट होने वाली है। बाकी कल क्रूड ऑयल कल से देखोगे ऑलमोस्ट 18% इंट्राडे में मूव कर गया। जो स्टेटमेंट आ रही है ऐसा लग रहा है क्रूड ऑयल सीधा अब इसके बाद अगर यहाँ भी होल्ड नहीं करता है तो फिर वही 9100 आराम से चला जाएगा। ठीक है, मूव करके फायदा नहीं है, एक तरह से बाय करके बैठे रहो। यू कैन डू दिस थिंग। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में निकल जाना मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। सेलिंग में जो गए हैं अगर कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पे थोड़ा नीचे ही आ गया है, आ सकता है थोड़ा सा बहुत नीचे, पॉसिबिलिटी इस पर्टिकुलर जोन तक नीचे वाली ब्लू कलर की लाइन, बट अब थोड़ा सा रिस्की है एंट्री करना या फिर होल्ड करना ट्रेड को सेलिंग में स्पेसिफिकली। दोनों ही जगह, क्रूड में भी नेचुरल गैस में भी। कल बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा, कल भी, कल तो शायद छुट्टी है। मंडे के दिन अगर मार्केट एक गैप अप ओपन हो जाता है क्रूड ऑयल में आज की क्लोजिंग के ऊपर और क्लोज, तब मजा आएगा। नहीं तो या फिर इसकी एक बार एक क्लोजिंग हो जाए 8000 के नीचे, फिर देखेंगे। ओके, से री एंट्री कर सकते हैं नेचुरल गैस में, करना चाहो कर सकते हो, बट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ा सा कॉशियस रहना, अननेसेसरी रिस्क मत लेना। ठीक है, मार्केट ओवरऑल इतना बुलिश है कि सेलिंग भी नहीं आ रही है प्रॉपरली। ठीक है, अगर निकलना चाहो तो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट भी निकल सकते हो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। अगर होल्ड करना चाह रहे हो तो इससे बड़ा हैसल मत लेना, और अगर नहीं की एंट्री फिर से री एंट्री करना चाह रहे हो तो वही सेम ब्लू कलर की जो लाइन है 287.3, वहाँ पर ये कैंडल क्लोज होने देना, फिर पुल बैक आता है तो फिर से कर सकते हो, बट अगेन सेलिंग इज टू रिस्की नाउ, तो ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी मत ट्रेड करना। ठीक है, दो ऑलरेडी हाई सेलिंग जोन मार्केट निकाल चुका है यहाँ पर। एक ये भी अच्छा सेलिंग जोन था 283, उसके अलावा ये जोन देखोगे 279, दोनों के दोनों ऐसे निकाले हैं मार्केट ने। एंड एक क्रूड ऑयल का ये तो बहुत हायर टाइम फ्रेम का जोन का रेजिस्टेंस है, स्टिल वहाँ से भी सेलिंग नहीं आ रही है। तो क्रूड नेचुरल गैस में सेलिंग में गए हो तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग निकलो। अगर रुकना चाह रहे हो इस ट्रेड में तो क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना, रिस्क बहुत ज़्यादा है। नहीं करी एंट्री तो पुल बैक में कर सकते हो। बाइंग में अभी नहीं ले रहा हूँ यहाँ पर, बिकॉज बाइंग के लिए सपोर्ट बहुत दूर है, आएगा वहाँ तक नहीं आएगा कह ही नहीं सकते। रैंडमली बाई नहीं कर सकते, एसएल भी चाहिए सेलिंग के लिए। एसएल बन रहे, होल्ड नहीं कर रहा अलग बात है। बाइंग के लिए एटलीस्ट सपोर्ट पे गिरेगा तो फिर देखते हैं। ओवरऑल both crude oil and natural gas is bullish, but both are on their resistance. Crude oil on a higher time frame like 4 hour and daily time frame resistance, and natural gas तो intraday का 15 मिनट का ही resistance है। लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, बट ऑलमोस्ट टू मच नॉइस टुडे। मुझे लग रहा है स्पेशली कतर के जो फॉरेन मिनिस्टर सॉरी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर थे, उनकी जो स्टेटमेंट आई ना, उसके बाद से प्राइस रुका ही नहीं है। जहां पर उन्होंने कहा है क्रूड ऑयल $150 और नेचुरल गैस $40 जा सकते हैं, ठीक है, जो आज तक कभी गए नहीं है हिस्ट्री में आई थिंक। हॉर्मोज कम्प्लीटली ब्लॉक है, ठीक है, भले ही ईरान कितना ही कह ले, उन्होंने ओपन कर रखा है, इट इज़ कम्प्लीटली ब्लॉक राइट नाउ। वहाँ से कोई भी शिपमेंट जा नहीं रही है, स्पेशली क्रूड ऑयल एंड उससे रिलेटेड प्रोडक्ट्स के जो टैंकर्स हैं उनकी। ठीक है, थोड़ी देर पहले यहाँ पर भी देखोगे ये कैंडल, ये तो अपर सर्किट लग गया था, खैर उससे पहले कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है 15 मिनट में। सेम कहानी यहाँ पर भी हुई है, ये भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल बनी थी यहाँ पर। प्रीवियस कैंडल के ऊपर ही ओपन हो गई सीधी कैंडल। एक तो नॉर्मल ओपन होता है, दैट इज कम्प्लीटली ओपन अप साइड। ठीक है, तो नेचुरल गैस में ध्यान रखना, क्रूड ऑयल में तो मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता। सेलिंग के लिए पुल बैक आ नहीं रहा है, बाइंग करने में रिस्क लग रहा है, लेकिन मार्केट ऊपर ही जाया जा रहा है। डेली टाइम फ्रेम का रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है, बट अगेन डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे एसएल भी बहुत बड़ा हो जाएगा यहाँ पर 200 पॉइंट का। कितने पॉइंट का था ये, लगभग around 200 point, not legitimate for intraday especially. नेचुरल गैस में ध्यान रखना, अगर सेल किया हुआ है, निकलना चाहो निकल सकते हो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट, अदरवाइज ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना। मार्केट यहाँ पर रुक सकता है वापस से, फिर से एंट्री करना चाह रहे हो हल्के से पुल बैक में कर सकते हो। अगेन ओवरऑल मार्केट इज बुलिश, सो बी कॉशियस, डोंट गो विद अ हैवी क्वांटिटी। बाइंग की बात करेंगे, अगेन एज आई सेड, सपोर्ट पे आएगा तभी बाई करेंगे, नहीं तो जा रहा है तो जाने दे सकते हैं। एक मेजर सपोर्ट नीचे है ऑब्वियसली 258, वहां तक तो अभी नहीं गिरेगा डायरेक्टली, बट यह अगर इस लेवल पे सस्टेन नहीं करता है 287 के ऊपर, ये मेजर रेजिस्टेंस जोन का एक एरिया है, तो फिर नेचुरल गैस भी 340 350 की ओर जाने की कोशिश करेगा डेफिनेटली, अनटिल अनलेस कोई नया और सपोर्ट नहीं क्रिएट होता। बढ़ेगा, सेकंड वीकेंड है आई थिंक, फर्स्ट वीकेंड कह सकते हैं। यूएस ईरान की वॉर के बाद दिस इज द फर्स्ट वीकेंड। लास्ट सैटरडे को उन्होंने अटैक करना शुरू किया था, ये आई थिंक फर्स्ट सैटरडे होगा इसके बाद। Trump administration officials told lawmaker in closed-door briefing this week that the U.S. was targeting the area in Iran where an elementary school was struck and scores of children were killed. Two U.S. official tells NBC News. अपर सर्किट लग गए हैं, दो या तीन, तीसरा अपर सर्किट इंट्राडे का क्रूड ऑयल का। पहला 5.99, दूसरा 8.99, तीसरा 12.99 पे लगेगा, तो दो अपर सर्किट इंट्राडे में लगा चुका है क्रूड ऑयल। सबसे पहले यूएस प्रेसिडेंट की स्टेटमेंट भी आई थी, उन्होंने यही कहा है कि ईरान के साथ कोई डील नहीं करेंगे, या फिर ईरान के साथ डील तभी होगा जब अनकंडीशनल सरेंडर ईरान अगर करता है, which is very unlikely. There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. But mainly for us, energy, like crude oil and natural gas in the center line right now, because energies whose deepens overall market. क्रूड तो ऑलमोस्ट $90 पहुंच ही गया, $89 $90 के आसपास ही है ब्रेंट क्रूड। हाँ बस गोल्ड और सिल्वर इज नॉट मूविंग दैट मच। गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखोगे उतना कुछ खास नहीं है नॉर्मली जितना वॉर में मार्केट मूव करता है। ये यूएस मार्केट भी कंटिन्यूसली ओपनिंग के बाद अभी फिलहाल के लिए बस ही है, कुछ खास मोमेंटम नहीं। डॉलर वापस से $99 के ऊपर आ गया। टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे इवन नॉट अ सिंगल रेड कैंडल फ्रॉम हेयर, दिन से अभी तक कोई सिंगल रेड कैंडल नहीं बनी और में कल से कोई रेड कैंडल नहीं है। गोल्ड भी आई थिंक ब्रेकआउट करने की तैयारी कर रहा है शायद, अगर निकलता है सक्सेसफुली 5115 के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट करके। फॉरेक्स में तो मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ा सा और ऊपर जा सकता है। रेजिस्टेंस है 5115 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली। लास्ट कैंडल ऑलरेडी ट्राई कर चुकी, 3 बार सेलिंग आ रही है, 2 बार आ चुका है, थर्ड टाइम है। टाइम के बाद रेड कैंडल बन रही है क्रूड ऑयल में। फाइव 5300 की ओर जाने की कोशिश लग रहा है मुझे, गोल्ड कर सकता है वापस। अच्छा ब्रेकआउट हुआ है। ठीक है, स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे देखते हैं, थोड़ा प्राइस एक्शन अगर बनाता है गोल्ड, सॉरी क्रूड, है तो रेजिस्टेंस पर ही, बट बड़ा रिस्क लग रहा है सेल करने में। अब प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आ सकती है डेफिनेटली। फ्रेम का रेजिस्टेंस है, याद रखना क्रूड ऑयल में, इट इज़ अ 4 आवर एंड अ डेली टाइम फ्रेम रेजिस्टेंस। सस्टेन नहीं करता है, सक्सेसफुली ब्रेकआउट कर दिया अगर 8000 8300 के ऊपर, फिर 9200 ही आएगा सीधा। गोल्ड में भी हो गया ब्रेकआउट आई थिंक 5115 का फ्यूचर में आता है तो 5115 एक सपोर्ट बन जाएगा। नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस लग रहा है शायद ट्राई जरूर कर सकता है 5300 तक जाने का।
global economy, everything really depends on how long shipments through the Strait of Hormuz, and if that proceeds for several months, which is entirely possible. We don't have any
wars is always sui generis, always unusual and unique in its own way. And we can't know. I mean, the biggest armada in more than 2 decades from the United States was brought into this region for a reason. And they are using it. And I don't know where this is going. There's a lot of reason to be nervous about it going somewhere scary. But this is the conclusion that these two leaders have drawn, and we'll see where it goes.
Ethan, thank you so much. We appreciate getting some of your time. Ethan Bronner, Israel Bureau Chief for Bloomberg News. He is based in Tel Aviv, boots on the ground, gives us a sense of kind of how things are on the ground, how the folks in Israel are feeling on a day-to-day basis, and clearly supportive of the U.S. efforts here in Iran. Let's get back to the economics here. We've got, a couple of the top headlines on the Bloomberg Terminal tell you what you need to know here. It's about labor and it's about inflation. Number one, U.S. unexpectedly sheds 92,000 jobs. Unemployment rises. That's the top headline. Number two, Brent surges past $90 on a report. Kuwait reducing output. So there you go. That's the dual mandate, labor and inflation. Let's check in with Jeffrey Cleveland, chief economist at Payton and Regal. Jeffrey, thanks so much for joining us here. First, let's start on the labor front.
Morning.
I'd love for you to just kind of tell us your thoughts on that labor print we saw today, which was unexpectedly weak.
Yeah, Paul, I was told that the labor market was stabilizing, and we're just not seeing that from our perspective. 5 out of the last 10 months, we've had negative readings. So it wasn't just last month. 5 out of the last 10. The 3-month average, so if you want to average some of the seasonal or month-to-month volatility, the weather, sometimes people point that out. The 3-month average is very weak, just 6,000 jobs. Even if you exclude government payrolls, it's like 18,000 jobs over that time frame. So I think the labor market is very weak and not picking back up, at least not yet. And that's, I think, the key risk for the U.S. economy that I see.
Yeah, well, Jeffrey, I mean, very interesting when you dig into the details, right? Some of the declines that we've seen in the subcomponents of the labor market had to do with strikes, but then some of the commentary that we've seen this morning saying that essentially, if the labor market isn't even robust enough to weather a strike action, what does that really say? Yeah. What's your take on that?
I think that's right. I mean, when we look at our cheat sheet that we send around right after the number drops, every single sector, maybe except one, we saw shedding jobs. So it's really across the board, the slowdown, the weakness. And when you're only adding 10 or 15,000 jobs per month on average over the last 12 months, any little shock is enough to upset the economy. So I think this, for investors, has to be the chief concern, not inflation. I know inflation is getting all the headline based on the news, but I don't think that should be the main concern. This labor market situation still disturbs me.
And so is it still reasonable? I mean, I guess a lot of folks have been characterizing the U.S. labor market as kind of a no hire, no fire. Maybe that's not such a terrible thing and may have some negative implications for growth, but is that still the world we're in, do you think?
Yeah, layoffs still low, Paul, through this latest week of data, if you look at initial claims. I think that's true. It's just, for me, when we look at the data, adding 10,000 jobs per month on average is far too few. I could understand that the break-even rate of payroll growth has slowed. We have an aging population. Workforce growth has slowed. But 10,000 or even negative seems too low. So I think the risk here is the unemployment rate continues to rise. We were just shy of a cycle high on the unemployment rate. It's at 4.4. I think so far for the cycle, we did edge up to 4.5. And if you look at that on a chart, it does look like it's going higher. So I think that the risk is too few jobs being created. The unemployment rate goes higher from here.
Yeah, well, just looking at kind of how markets are taking this, Jeffrey, I mean, they're still leaning towards maybe 2 rate cuts for the year. And, seeing the data today, does that give you a sense that maybe markets are underpricing this? There perhaps is room for the Fed to do more this year?
Yeah, we think at least 3 cuts for this year. And the reason for that is not just the weak labor market, but also inflation. So when I talk to a lot of clients, colleagues, competitors, if you will, very still worried about inflation. The rise in the oil prices, the energy prices this week, I think are adding to that. Our view, though, is that the pass-through from energy prices to core inflation is very minimal, especially for the U.S., where we're pretty well insulated. And we do think over the course of the next 12 months, inflation will cool, and that will also open the door to rate cuts. So too much fear about inflation and not enough concern about this weak labor market, and that tells me that too few cuts are still priced in.
Jeffrey, let's on that inflation call here. We got Brent crude at $91 a barrel. I mean, I think the concern is if that stays at or near that level for some extended period of time, that's got to be inflationary, and we're already seeing the price at the pump surge.
Yeah, I mean, these geopolitical events, you can look at 6, 7, 8 major ones in the last 30 or 40 years. You do tend to see a spike in oil prices. They tend to be pretty short-lived. Within the 6-month time frame, they come back down. So I think that's something to keep in mind. The second thing, Paul, is what is the pass-through from Brent or from WTI into U.S. core inflation? It was a much bigger pass-through in the 19. I think the central bank will look at.
Yeah, I was out in California last week, and I paid like $5.25 a barrel. Yeah. I don't know what these people are doing.
That's a different animal out there.
You guys are a different animal out there, Jeffrey. That's why every other car...
Special formula.
Yeah, exactly. That's why every other car was a Tesla. Jeffrey, thanks so much for joining us. Jeffrey Cleveland, he's the chief economist at Payton and Regal. They're based out there in Los Angeles. So, yeah, that's a kind of a big deal out there. So, but again, I think, you're looking at some of these energy prices just surging here, continuing their surge. Again, Brent crude up about 7% here, $91.20. WTI up almost 10% today, or almost $8, just below, right around $89 per barrel. And again, we were at $57 a barrel just a few months ago. So a big surge in energy prices.
Yeah, now we're talking about, what, $100 oil?
Yeah.
And the implications for
Yeah,
that,
and I think, we talked to Mike McGlone, a Bloomberg intelligence strategist, commodity strategist. And he said, yeah, this is the premium. This is the Iran premium. And as quickly as it went in, it can come right back out when and if this thing calms down. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But again, the sell-off in the market today, that has pretty much been the tone for most of the week. We did have one up day. So stay on top of these markets for you. Coming up, we're going to check in with Dan Ives, a global head of technology research and Wedbush Securities. Get his thoughts on some of these tech names. The NASDAQ's actually been doing a little bit better than the S&P here in the last several days. So we'll see if that rotation trade out of tech or out of growth into value is still a call. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. So America is shedding jobs. The payrolls decreased 92,000 from the report this morning. The unemployment rate moving a tick higher to 4.4%. So you take that and combine it with higher energy prices. Brent crude above $90 a barrel. You've got stagflation fears, so the major averages are all lower, although off the worst levels of the session, pairing some of those earlier losses. The Dow down 540 points, down 1.1%. The S&P 500, 65 points lower, down just about 1%. The NASDAQ 100, 186 points lower, and that is down 0.75%. Meantime, economist Sarah House at Wells Fargo, she remains firmly focused on the price of gasoline.
Well, if consumers are getting squeezed in terms of their purchasing power with that jump in gasoline prices, then that could feed into their spending in other categories and again make firms cautious. So I think really this just depends on how long we see this conflict drag on.
Let me pick out some of the movers to the upside. Kroger, the supermarket grocery giant, up 3%.